What's up? Happy Thursday to you guys. That's weird to say for me, but it's me, your boy Ryan Flowers, aka Clutch Sports Talk in the house. And today is the 2021 NFL Draft, man. I'm so happy to bring this NFL Draft reaction show, man. We are about a half an hour away from the first pick overall being selected by the Jacksonville Jaguars, man. But I got a great show in store for you guys tonight, man. I got some great guests coming by in and out of the evening, man. They're going to stop by. They might come back again, get some seconds, but we got lots of football to talk tonight. So, man, without further ado, this is Clutch Sports Talk Live with me, Ryan Flowers. Never settle till the work is done. Let's go. Clutch Sports Talk Live with Ryan Flowers. 2021 NFL Draft Reaction Edition is presented by All Pro Digital Sports, the future in sports media content. Let's go. What's up, everyone? Welcome in. Hope you guys are just kind of filing in, getting comfortable. Make sure you guys, if you haven't already, hit me up on my social media platforms. It's going to be scrolling down here below. Make sure if you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure you subscribe and hit that notifications link. It'll be the best decision you ever made in quite some time. But again, welcome into the NFL Clutch Sports Talk Live 2021 NFL Draft Reaction Show, man. It's going to be, as people would say, lit or bussin', whatever you want to use. I don't know. I'm 37 years old. I guess I probably shouldn't be using some of that terminology. But anyway, it is what it is. But man, I'm so juiced. And I got one of my first guests. He's in the room here in just a minute. I'm going to bring him on. Daniel Sports Ledger. It's been a while. But before I get into the show, like I said, we just got about under 28 minutes before the first pick goes off live on NFL Network. I do want to talk about the big bombshell that happened not that long ago. Aaron Rodgers has basically reported to management in the Green Bay Packer organization that he's done there. He wants out. That's crazy because that changes a lot of scenarios for tonight. I was already juiced up already about the different trades that may take place. Who knows what's going to happen tonight, man, with Aaron Rodgers wanting to force himself out of Green Bay, dude. But you know what? I'm not surprised. This is some time coming. Okay. And I think for me, it really hit ahead last year when they drafted the young man out of Utah State, I believe it was, Jordan Love. And you know what? Aaron Rodgers was not pleased about that. Granted, Jordan Love did not play any meaningful snaps in the NFL season this year, but still, it was definitely a slight. And he kind of let that through. And then even when they lost to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the NFC Conference Championship game, in his press conference, he kind of made a little reference that, he might be out. He might be out of there. And we all kind of laughed at it and said, oh, he's just being over emotional because that's what Aaron Rodgers does. But he was probably serious. And here's the sad part. The Green Bay Packers are a legitimate Super Bowl contending team. Let's not forget, they were winning that game against Tampa Bay. And if it wasn't for a blunder in coaching and strategy, they might have went on to win that game and perhaps maybe beat Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. So for him to just say, you know what, I don't want to play here anymore, dude, that's crazy. And what does that say to the NFL in a league where typically the players don't really have that much power, unlike the NBA, where a superstar in the NBA can say, you know what, I don't want to play anymore. You have to trade me. We see that a lot, with James Harden. He just did that in the NBA. Does Aaron Rodgers have that much weight? Can he do that? Will the Green Bay Packers honor that? And where will they trade him? Who's a team that will be willing to trade for him? Which, I think there's going to be tons of suitors for Aaron Rodgers. He is the reigning NFL MVP. So it's going to be crazy. But like I said, man, we are about just under 30 minutes away from the NFL draft kicking off. And before I get my boy Daniel Sports Ledger on the show, I want to just kind of point out how important this draft is to me, not just because I love football, but because if you follow my show, I've been talking about all week, this is where Clutch Sports Talk started. Now, it started with me hopping on Facebook and doing a quick live, kind of recapping some of the picks with no notes, no preparation, and to see where I'm at now with all the different tools and graphics and the great people that I've met throughout this 1 year anniversary per se. It's definitely been fun. And I'm so excited to be here for the NFL draft tonight. And it's going to be fun, man. I can't wait. I got my water. I already ate. I did some, I'm ready to go. I'm locked in for as long as I can be locked in. And I got some great guys coming on. And with that said, the first guy I want to get on the show, he goes by the name of Daniel Sports Ledger. You can catch him on Instagram at D Sports Ledger, Twitter D Sports Ledger. He is one of the best odd makers out there that you can pick from. I mean, if you want to win some cash, he's your guy. So let me bring him in. What's up, Daniel, man? How's it going, brother?
Hey, what's up, my guy? How you doing?
Hey, man, long time, man. I'm glad to see that you're doing well. How's everything been for you, man?
Oh, it's been great. Yeah, things have been good. I'm super pumped for the draft as I am
Oh, me too.
every year. So
Absolutely, man. I like I was just telling everyone that's watching, like this is a great time in American sports. I mean, the NFL draft is one of the most premier sporting events that there's no really competition going on. And I think we all are locked in at least. And I like the way they changed the format now with the first round being tonight. They made it more like a prime time where you remember in the past it was on Saturday and all day Sunday. I think I like this, what you call it, this mode a lot better. What do you think about that?
yeah. Well, they've actually done this for a couple years now.
Yeah, it's been a couple of years. Yeah, you're
But
right.
yeah,
But
yeah, I do like it. The first day is the first. Today will be the first round. Tomorrow will be second and third,
yeah,
and then 4 through 7 on Saturday. I like that. I never really liked it on Sunday, anyway. So
no, it was weird. It was weird, like watching like the fifth, sixth, seventh rounds. It's like, who cares at that point? So, segueing from the draft, obviously we have to talk about Aaron Rodgers, right?
right.
You're an odds guy, you do dabble in this world. What's your earliest thoughts and impressions about the Packers' chances now with Aaron Rodgers wanting out, and if assuming they let him go?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's zero chance that he leaves. um, like you were just saying, I mean, they were one game away from the Super Bowl. You're not gonna trade your guy when you're that close to a Super Bowl or a Super Bowl victory. I still, you know, I still think the four top teams from last year are still the four top teams this year,
Okay,
and the Packers are one of those top four teams. And yeah, I mean,
really?
yeah. So last year, right, the NFC Championship would have been Buffalo, Kansas City, and then Green Bay and
Oh,
the
okay, yeah, you're
champion
talking about the whole
Buccaneers.
NFL, right? Right. Okay,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. So those were the top four teams last year. I still think those are the top four teams this year. But yeah. I mean, I kind of forgot what your question is, but yeah, I don't think there's any chance he leaves.
Okay, so you're a firm believer thinking that they're not going to budge and he's going to remain a Packer. That's what you're saying.
Oh yeah, it's and it's probably a contract thing. Maybe he just wants more money again or something. I don't know. I think it will really help their case though if they give them some weapons today, and
Hmm.
then they give them a receiver and some weapons there on offense.
Right,
This in the draft, then he'll be like, okay, he'll be more willing to give in.
to stay. No, I definitely agree. And hey, if you guys are watching live right now, make
Yeah.
sure you guys drop some comments. You got some questions for me and Daniel. This I got Daniel Sports Ledger. He's the owner and the guy for D Sports Ledger, man, for sports wagering. He's the man that I look to, and I'm always following his stuff on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. So make sure you guys drop some questions, man. We're about just 20 minutes away from the NFL draft actually kicking off. I mean, we all know who's going number one. I mean, we all know that. I mean, I would be shocked if Trevor Lawrence's name wasn't called number one. Do you think there's any chance, Daniel, somebody else's name is called with the number one overall pick?
From what I've heard, they've already sent him the playbook. From what I've heard,
That's
I
that's
don't.
what I heard too.
I mean, you wouldn't do that if you weren't taking him. Yeah. So yeah, no, and they just had. I just watched Shaka Khan, whatever his name is, the owner, and
Mhm.
yeah, I mean he was all smiles. I mean it's pretty apparent that that they're picking Trevor Lawrence. He didn't say it, but I mean
Right,
he.
but
It's pretty
you
obvious.
can kind of tell that he knows Trevor Lawrence is going to be in Jacksonville. All right. So
Yeah.
speaking of Jacksonville, did you hear that story today about Tim Tebow? Reportedly had some workouts as a tight end for the Jacksonville Jaguars. What do you think about that?
Yeah. That's. Um. I mean, I think it would have worked like 5 years ago. I mean, he's getting kind of
Like
old
eight
now.
years ago
I don't
when
even know how old he
initially.
is. How old
Oh
is
yeah,
he? I
he's
don't
he's
even
done.
know. Yeah. So, but I don't know. I mean, I don't hate it. Give it a shot. If it works out. yeah, I mean, I don't know. We'll see what happens, I guess. But sure, why not bring him in? You know?
No, you're right. You're absolutely right. I think if he had listened to people about 8 years ago when they suggested that he should probably convert, he probably would have been a pretty good tight end. He probably would still be in the league or probably been a little bit more successful. But I think for him, he probably says, well, my former head coach is there. Maybe they might kick the tires on me. Maybe I might get a chance. But his NFL dream is over. He just needs to stick to being a color analyst on ESPN or wherever the hell he's at now. Because it's a wrap for him. It's definitely a wrap for him. But what can I say? What team tonight, Daniel, are you really excited to see draft tonight? Any particular team?
Not. I don't. Well, obviously, I'm a Bills fan, so that's my team.
Right.
But so obviously, I'm excited about that. But beyond that, I don't know that there's a particular team, but I did a lot of research this year on these guys, and I actually did a 2-round mock draft on my YouTube. If anyone
Right.
wants to look at that, so I mean, I watched tape, I did all kinds of stuff. So I'm really just more excited to see where some of these guys go. One thing I
Right.
would definitely say, or I want to say at least before I don't know when you're gonna have me leave, but I can stay as long as you want. But one thing I did want to be sure that I got out was that I think that there's going to be some surprises in this first round, like
Right.
what they would call a reach. I think that there's
Right.
going to be some reaches, like guys that maybe you even thought would be in the third or fourth round might go in the first round.
Right.
Um,
Like a Mac
and
Jones, maybe?
yeah, I don't know. And also, I think Kyle Trask, he's
Yeah.
a guy I'm really high on. Um, I think he's the second or third best quarterback in this draft, probably the third. Um, but other teams don't necessarily think that. That's just my own opinion. But I think Kyle Trask goes in the first round.
Okay.
Um, and I think that that would be a surprise for people. But don't be surprised to see that. Another one I would say is there's two running backs up for North Carolina. The one that's rated lower is Carter. I could see him going in this
Right.
first round as
Right.
well.
Okay.
So we'll see. But
Absolutely.
I think there'll be some surprises, and
Oh, I believe so too. I think there are going to be some
definitely gonna be
trades.
there's gonna be some drops as well. I think there's
Yes.
definitely
Yes. I definitely think there's going to be some trades too. That's going to shake up the landscape tonight. And I think that's why I'm so excited to get this thing started. We're about just over 15 minutes. Daniel, sit tight. Let me get another guy in here real quick. I'm going to introduce him and then we'll get you back on here shortly. All right, brother?
all right. Sounds good, man.
All right, man. That's Daniel Sports Ledger, man. He's going to stick around. Good guy. The next guy I want to talk about real quick before the draft starts, he runs the Realest Cowboy page on Instagram. He's one of the most informative guys that I know out there on the streets in regards to football and anime. So without further ado, man, I got to bring my guy on here, the Realest Cowboy, Charles. What's good, man? I see you got your Romo jersey on. What's up, brother?
Yeah, man. How's it going, man? It's always nice to be on the show. I hate that we don't do this more often. It just always seems like it never works. And
Hey, it doesn't matter, man. We're here now. We're in the moment. You're going to stick around tonight. So I know we're going to have lots to talk about tonight. But I'm glad that you accepted the invitation because I really wanted to have you on tonight because this is a special night, man. Like I was telling everybody at the start of the show, this is how Clutch Sports was started. And so I wanted to get all the guys that I really work with a lot and are good friends with to get on this show. And you're one of those guys. So I appreciate you taking the time, man, your busy day, and coming on the show and, speaking that good stuff tonight, man.
I appreciate it, man. It's always fun when it's with you, man. So honestly, I don't even look at this like it's an obligation or a commitment,
right?
More so something that I actually enjoyed doing. So thank you for having me on.
Yeah, man. Absolutely, man. So I have to ask you, and everyone's been talking about this for quite some time now with the Dallas Cowboys, because I know you know football, but primarily we're Cowboys fans and
right.
And we know our Cowboys stuff. Who are the Cowboys taking tonight, man, at 10?
It could go so many different directions. And I guess in the most concise way that I can possibly say that most likely, I think there's a question of who they should take. And then there's like, who will they take? it's so interesting because the way that this draft is, it looks like some of the most unpredictable draft that I can see because, like I said, let's just say the 49ers go on ahead and take, let's say, Trey Lance or whatnot.
Right.
I don't see another quarterback being taken, and I don't necessarily see that the Falcons take a quarterback. But and then that really puts Kyle Pitts into play. I think that where if Kyle Pitts doesn't go to the Cowboys or whoever, the first place that he's going to be up for grabs is going to be in Atlanta, where they've got, you know, a new GM, all that other good stuff. So
Right.
if the Niners take Mac Jones, I'm hearing that the Atlanta Falcons really do like Trey Lance, and that would make sense because I know that they don't think that they're going to have another 7 years out of Matt Ryan. So
Right.
taking a quarterback isn't so out of the, you know, out of the jump. And a lot of times you want, you know, your quarterback with, you know, a high talent or a high ceiling to sit behind somebody who we respect, who we think is good, who makes good decisions. And a lot of times that turns out to be even a better choice if you look at Brett Favre to
Absolutely.
Aaron Rodgers, good stuff like that. But why that's important is because if Mac Jones goes to the Niners, then I think that they take Trey Lance over in Atlanta. And then what ends up happening is the next couple of picks after that really are kind of interesting. I think like the after that, I believe who's after that in the fifth pick. The fifth pick we're looking at
Is the Miami Dolphins at 6.
So we have the Miami Dolphins. Who's 5? Is it
The Bengals?
the Bengals? The Bengals is interesting because I don't think that the Bengals are going to be in there for Kyle Pitts. I think they're either going to go Jamar or they're going to go
Offensive tackle.
offensive tackle. And honestly, if you ask me, people are saying that's the safe move. I think that when you look, especially at the Cowboys, the reason why we've been able to be even 8-8 or even 10-6 in these couple of years is because how dominant our offensive line is. If you don't give your quarterback who's good, Joe Burrow, right? Who I see a lot of Tony Romo in him. If you don't give him an offensive line, he's going to run for his life. And overall, it's just not going to work. It's just not going to work out. And then you're going to have a situation where you feel like you wasted a quarterback because either A, he's always injury prone because you just gave him, you know, a terrible situation. So I think they go offensive line. And then after that, we're at number 6. What's number 6 pick?
The Miami Dolphins is at 6.
The Miami Dolphins. Okay, so the Miami Dolphins. You know, I haven't really given too much thought in this pick. Again, they may be going for if the Bengals pick offensive line, then I think that they may even pick up Jamar Chase opposed to even
That's who I have them taking is Jamar Chase. For my
I think that happens. I don't think that that's crazy.
Do you think the Cowboys take an offensive line if say for whatever reason Penei Sewell drops, Rashawn Slater drops?
Even if you don't care about football, if you do easy numbers, 4 or 5 quarterbacks just off tops in the first, like I would say 5 to 7 picks.
It's crazy.
So they're going to be picked, and then now we've got on the 10th pick. I don't
think I've ever seen anything like this. 5 quarterbacks that potentially could be picked in the first 10 picks. Like that's crazy to me. I've never seen that. I don't think you'll ever see something like this in quite some time. I can't honestly, man. I've been watching football for so long. I can't even tell you the last time there were that many great quarterbacks that you could legitimately say could start day one in the NFL.
Right.
It's usually 1 or 2 guys, and then everybody else is like, okay, like they might be good, they might be able to sit a year.
Right.
But this year, especially with those teams like Atlanta, right? You were talking about Atlanta just not that long ago. Do they take the quarterback over a wide receiver or Kyle Pitts? Because maybe Matt Ryan isn't going to play 7 years, like you said.
Right.
Do they risk not getting one of these guys where we do see receivers and tight ends come out of the draft every year? It's definitely this is one of the toughest drafts. I would hate to be a GM this year, especially if I was a team that needed a quarterback. And Miami also is another team. Yeah, they have Tua, but do they actually really believe in Tua? Or do they need to go out and get a quarterback? Like it's up and down.
I mean, if you ask me, I think you need to give your young quarterbacks times to be able to develop in any type of system. Yeah,
Right.
Tua might not have looked too hot last year or whatnot, but there's been great quarterbacks that have had down years, and
Oh yeah,
that's just been
absolutely.
when, and like if you look at Tua was like, last year's, maybe not last year's Trevor Lawrence, but like that was the big prospect out of last year. So I don't
Right.
think that they're ready, or I don't think it would be logical for them to be ready to move on from Tua. And that's why I think, again, we're probably looking at an offensive prospect. Again, a lot of people think about this because they look at Miami and they say they didn't make the playoffs, but they didn't
Right.
make the playoffs at 10-6. It's a good football team.
Right. It is.
It's a good football team, man. I
Good
mean,
defense, yeah, everything. Good
defense
coaching.
is solid. So I mean, the only hard part is that they've got the Chiefs in their division. Wait,
No,
am I
no.
right?
Well, in the conference, the Chiefs are in the conference.
In the conference,
They
my
got
bad.
the Bills.
That was
The Patriots
the
should
Bills,
resurge,
Patriots,
and then ain't nobody worried about the Jets.
yes. Okay. Cool. So
So nobody's worried about them. So
yeah. So for me, I feel like the Dolphins. The Dolphins honestly are that team that everybody isn't really thinking about because they missed out on the playoffs. A lot of teams who miss out on the playoffs, we kind of forget. I feel like people are even hotter on, teams like Washington than they are because they were in the playoffs and the Miami Dolphins weren't. So I don't think they're ready to move off of them. So it really just backs up to what needs to happen. I mean,
right.
do I think that Jerry Jones would go up and pick? And to kind of get back to your question, to go up to get Kyle Pitts if it meant that he had to move up to 8 or something of that nature or whatnot.
Right.
Or would I even put it past them? Let's say I'm hearing a lot of trade rumors between the New England Patriots and the Dallas Cowboys. And if you're saying that possibly, they like a corner inside the draft, it's not totally out there to see somebody maybe – shoot, they may be interested in doing a trade of something like, they give us, Stephon to maybe trade up and then also maybe another conditional pick or something of that nature. So it's hard to say. What I would hope would happen is that what my ideal situation would be is if we could get, the ideal situation for me would be is if the Patriots really want to trade up and they really want a corner or they want somebody inside the draft, or let's say one of these quarterbacks that we're expecting to go in the first 10 rounds doesn't go, and Bill Belichick likes them, will they trade up to, give us what we need so that they can get what they need, give us Stephon Gilmore or something like that, and then we still get another good pick because we still could possibly, I mean, it's probably not likely that we would get who we're looking for, like Patrick, but at that point we would have somebody who can, kind of get digs up and stuff like that. So
Gotcha.
It could go so many different ways.
Absolutely, man. You're absolutely right. Charles, hang tight. I want to see you throughout the night for sure. Let me go back to Daniel real quick. I do want to ask him some questions about some odds, stuff like that. So that's Charles, the realest cowboy. He's going to be out. He's going to be on and off throughout the night, man, giving us that information and also picking out some picks with me as well. So Charles, keep that thought, man. Hold on. All right. Daniel, welcome back.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to get your thoughts. Have you done any research in regards to like maybe some odds and who might go where, things of that nature? Is that anything that you've kind of done any research on?
Yeah, I did a little bit of research. I should have printed some stuff out, but yeah, I mean, one funny thing is I've never seen anything like this. So speaking of Trevor Lawrence going to number 1 overall, he was minus 100,000. So you would have to put up $100,000 to win 100. So I think it's safe to say he's going number 1.
He's going number 1. Like you could bank your paycheck on that.
Where it got interesting actually was with the 4th pick with the Falcons and Pitts was minus 350.
Okay.
And I actually put a little bit of money on this, and it's probably wasted money. It's stupid money, I'm sure, but it was plus 7,500 for them to pick Surtain, the second from Alabama, the cornerback.
Yeah.
And that's who I think that they should pick. And I think they might pick. Probably not, though. I mean, it's probably going to be Pitts, but yeah. I will say I wanted to go back because I saw a comment about Trask. I just want to say this real quick. I think he gets picked before Justin Fields and Trey Lance.
Wow.
I think both of those guys drop, and even if he doesn't, you can check the tape later, like in a year or two, and see that I think Kyle Pitts is the second or third best quarterback in this
That's
draft.
That's a big statement, man. I mean,
stand by that, and
you're putting them out there.
But I really think Justin Fields gets drafted in the second round, not in the first round.
Wow, you think he falls to the second round?
Yeah, and Trey Lance, probably both of them. The thing about Trey Lance is I really don't believe, if somebody does pick him, I guess it could be the Patriots or someone in the first round, but
right,
I really don't think he goes in the first round, in the first 10 picks, because they actually really didn't throw the ball that much. He's only a 1-year starter.
Right.
And he was at a small school with very weak competition. So, I mean, you're going to put a 4th or 5th round pick on a guy that I just said barely didn't throw the ball a lot, 1-year starter, and it's very small competition. You're going to do a first round pick on that? I mean, a top 10 pick? I really don't think the teams are going to do that. That's just my opinion.
Right.
That's pretty bold. That's pretty ballsy for a team to pick.
That's that dude. I mean, your pick of Kyle Trask, dude. You talk about ballsy. I mean, that's pretty hairy. That's big, hairy, ballsy. I mean, Kyle. Don't get me wrong. I like Kyle Trask's game. Don't get me wrong. I like that, but I mean, hey. I'm not gonna doubt you. You know what you're talking about, but
in my defense, I did a post, and I'm gonna do a post draft thing again this year. But I did a post draft thing with a friend of mine, and last year after what's the quarterback in Philadelphia?
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah, after Jalen Hurts, I said. And you can check the tape. It's on my Instagram. But last year I did a post draft, and I said that Jalen Hurts would probably win out the job, and Carson Wentz. One of them would have to be traded at the end of the year, and it would probably be Carson Wentz. Okay. And I was right about that. And I thought Jalen Hurts was the second. I said I thought he was the second best quarterback last year, but I was clearly wrong about that. He was the third best. But I wasn't very far off on Jalen Hurts about that, and I was right that he would take the job and force Wentz
at some point in the season.
So I'm not just blowing smoke here. Let's put it that way.
I mean, you put some thought into it, so that's why you're my friend, and I gotta get you on, because you're not a dummy, right? Yeah. So I appreciate that.
I am eccentric, though. I am a little bit eccentric. So
hey, that's okay. We all are different, unique. In each and every right. And that's why we all worked well with each other, because we all offer different things. But the Kyle Trask take, I mean, that's a hot one. That's coming out the stove. I mean, with no oven mitts. I mean, literally, I'm catching it. But hey, sit tight real quick. I want to get another guy in before we go. We're about 2 minutes away from the pick. I'm going to get everybody on at one time, but I want to introduce Bryson Carver from the Carving It Up podcast, man. Give me a thumbs up if you're ready, Bryson. All right, here he is. 1 second. All right, man. Hey,
what's going on, man?
How's it going? This is Bryson Carver, the Carving It Up podcast, man. You guys got to check him out. Great young guy, man. Very informative, well beyond his years. He's on the show tonight. Appreciate you taking the time all the way from the East Coast. I know it's late over there, but we're about a minute away from the first pick being selected. How are you doing tonight, man?
I'm doing amazing, man. This is one of my favorite nights of the year. You're talking about so many kids, their dreams coming true tonight, going to the NFL. It's one of my favorite nights of the year. There's so much hype and anticipation, and all 32 teams feel like they got a little bit of hope tonight, and that's always good for the sport. So, I'm really excited for it. And, the draft's going to get crazy starting with 3. Pick number 3.
Right. Absolutely, man. While I have you here before this pick goes down, Trevor Lawrence goes 1. I mean, is that fair?
Yeah. What? Yeah. We've known that for like 2 years.
All right. Okay. Hey, I'm gonna get all three of you guys on right now. So we can all bring in a new pick together. So we got Realist Cowboy. Let's see who else I can add.
Wow,
there we
so
go.
we can
We got
actually do this
Esports
full
Ledger.
way. This is pretty chill. This is pretty
So,
cool. This is
You
legit.
know, these are my guys, and I still got more guys filing in throughout the night. This is gonna be an exciting night, man. I'm really excited to share this moment with you guys. Not to sound all nostalgic, but this is really dope, man. To have all these content creator guys, we're all here doing this together. And we're literally seconds away from the first pick being selected. And we all agree Trevor Lawrence is going number 1. Bryson, you're also a Cowboys fan as well. Fan as well. And I don't want anyone thinking I'm just getting all Cowboy fans up here, but we roll deep. Okay, Cowboy fans, we roll deep. But so this question's for Bryson. Like I asked Charles earlier, is there any chance you think the Cowboys may take an offensive lineman if he's available?
I like the Slater kid out of Northwestern.
Right.
I've loved Penei Sewell for about a year now. When you look at his tape, especially a game that Oregon played against USC, I mean, he was just abusing defensive linemen out there. Obviously, you got Tyron Smith has had trouble staying healthy. Zach Martin dealt with injury issues last year. Lyle Collins has got a hip problem, which is certainly an issue considering his position. I definitely wouldn't be against them taking off an offensive lineman, but man, are they weak in the secondary. I think Surtain's the obvious pick for Dallas.
I agree. Yeah, I definitely agree. And I guess we're going to find that out here in, probably about half an hour from an hour, maybe an hour. But I've told a lot of people too, because a lot of people ask me, should they take an offensive lineman if one's available? Yeah, if the right one's there. I think in this draft, there's some other guys that are outside the Sewells and the Slaters that you can probably find in the 3rd, 4th, 5th round that can definitely you can add to this line. And let's be real. The Dallas Cowboys line is not that bad. Okay. Like it may not be what it once was, but we're going to get Lyle Collins back. I think I like the center that we drafted in Biadic. And we still have some other notable guys there. And hopefully Tyron Smith can give us at least 4 or 5 games. That's all I'm asking for, because he's been injury ridden for quite some time. But I just don't know. But it is what it is. But the Cowboys definitely are in a need. They have a lot of needs, but I think you're right. The defense needs to be addressed tonight. But I said we're hopefully moments away from the first pick being selected. Let's talk about Jacksonville. I know that's not something people do a lot, obviously, unless you live in Jacksonville. But do you think with Trevor Lawrence being selected tonight, do they automatically become like a Cinderella story overnight? Do you think they vie for a playoff position? Any one of you guys want to take that?
I can take that.
Okay, go.
For me, it's kind of simple. I mean, didn't they just hired Urban Meyer, if I'm not correct, right?
Correct.
They hired Urban Meyer, and Urban Meyer is an obsessive coach, man. You've heard, the stories time in and time again. They talk about him like they do, that most loyal NFL player that's just like always the last person in the building, always the first person in as well. And
Right.
So how I feel on that is, when you have somebody that works that hard, you have a good quarterback now that you can build around. Look, I mean, I don't think Jacksonville is the worst team. I just think that they, I guess the way that I would kind of go about this is thinking, how long ago was this team good? And I know that there was a lot of changes and stuff, but this team was competing in the last 4 years. So there's still some of those remnants of some of those good players. I know that they let go of, I think Jalen Ramsey was playing for the
Right.
Jaguars, was it right? Yeah, and that type of stuff. But again, I don't think they become a Cinderella story, but
Okay.
I think you can see some progress. I think this may be a 9-7, 9-7 team. Where you're now in the situation where you're getting better. If the playoff competition isn't crazy like it was
Right.
last year, if some of those
Right.
other teams disappoint, then I think that they may be able to get that, 6th or 7th wild card spot possibly and compete. But that's what I think.
Okay. Bryson, any thoughts on that?
They'll win more than one game. Let's put it that way. Here's the thing. They're getting a guy in Trevor Lawrence who's one of the 5 greatest quarterback talents coming out of college we've ever seen. As you just detailed, Urban Meyer. Everywhere Urban has went, they win immediately. Now, that is college. The NFL is different. Question is he a Jimmy Johnson? Is he a guy that's going to come into a bad situation and in a few years they're going to be a Super Bowl team? I don't know. That's a big jump. But when you look at the division, Houston's not competing. I don't think Deshaun Watson will be there for whatever reason. Houston's going to be terrible. So then you look at Tennessee. Then you look at Indianapolis. Tennessee's just kind of 10-7 there because there's going to be 17 games this year. I could see Tennessee going 10-7. Indianapolis adding Carson Wentz. Not the biggest Carson Wentz fan over here, but he is an upgrade over Phillip Rivers. I think what you got to do is you got to list all the teams in the AFC and say, do I see Jacksonville being one of the 7 best teams in the conference? I can't say that right now. I could see them winning 6 or 7 games, but I don't see them making the playoffs this year. Not yet.
Yeah. No, I absolutely agree with that. Daniel, any thoughts on that? Jacksonville?
Yeah. I think they can be a playoff team for sure. When I went to do my mock draft, I had my friend draft as he thought the teams would draft, and I drafted as if I was the GM of the team. So I took extensive look. So I took an extensive look into the team itself, and as well as who I thought that they might, who I would draft if I was their team, who they might need, and they have a very talented team still. Yes, they do need to shore up some things. Jalen Ramsey's gone, and they do have some spots that are missing. But they are in a pretty weak division for one. I mean, it's not super weak, but obviously the Texans are probably going to be trash. That quarterback? That quarterback's probably going to jail. So, so anyways, but the point is they do it. I think that they need to. And Urban Meyer, he was just on here talking as well, and he talked about how important this draft is. And if they draft well this year and get a couple of impact, not receivers, but impact players beyond Trevor Lawrence, then yes, I do believe in this team. I do believe they could make a wild card spot. But like the last caller said, it'll be difficult, but I believe it can happen for sure.
I mean, one thing we know about the NFL is that you can be worst and first in 1 year. Happens a lot.
Yep.
Especially if you get the coaching right, you get the quarterback right. The division, you're right. I don't think it's outside of Indianapolis. They're gonna be tough. They're gonna be tough.
The Titans too. So
and the Titans. So Houston is the only team that's the question mark. But I don't think they'll make the playoffs. I just don't think it's gonna be tough to beat out Indianapolis and Tennessee, 2 teams that are basically playoff ready to go. But
I just want to say one thing. In the late 90s, you had that Rams team, which basically went from nowhere.
Right, you're right. The Kurt Warner team, right?
And this could be that sort of team. If they draft well in this year and next year, this could be that type of Rams team that just out of nowhere wins the Super Bowl in like 2 or 3 years.
Gotcha. Bryson, anybody slides down tonight? Anybody you think who probably should be picked in the first round? You think they fall out of the first round tonight?
I don't know about the first round, but I know I've seen a lot of mock drafts in the last 48 hours. And the fact that some people have Micah Parsons possibly falling to the bottom of the first round, I think is insane. He reminds me a lot of Devin White when you look at his tape from Penn State.
Right.
If by some chance that, say, Surtain is gone, I would be all for Dallas taking a guy like Micah Parsons. I'd be all for
me too.
A team that needs a linebacker, maybe even Carolina taking Micah Parsons 8th overall, because I've heard they're saying maybe they might take Justin Fields. Then what's the point of you trading for Sam Darnold is my question. Like, he's still in his rookie deal. At least give this thing a run, see if it works. If it doesn't, you draft a quarterback in the future. Get a guy who can help you 100% right now. I would take Micah Parsons, but I think he could fall.
Charles, same question for you. Anybody falls tonight?
I think all of the teams, and especially in the first 10, I think that there may be like some trades, maybe 3 up or 3 down, if you will. You know what I mean? Like like an example would be like what I was predicting is maybe, the Cowboys would be willing to trade down, to the 7th or something like that. But nothing that's really crazy drastically. I don't think you're going to see anybody trade up from, the 20th pick all the way down to, to even the 10th or something. Like no big, huge changes. If anybody were to trade out, I would probably have to say if I were to pick somebody, probably either I would probably say Atlanta and Detroit. And Detroit, because they need to fix so many things. So they may ask for, if they trade, let's say that they traded, I don't know, back to, let's say with New England or something like that, but they got, a couple of their second rounds or stuff like that. And they knew that they were going to get the player that they really wanted, in that situation. And I think probably Detroit, if anybody.
Absolutely. I'm glad you mentioned Detroit and New England Patriots, because the New England Patriots definitely need to move up in the top 10, I think, to get one of these quarterbacks now. At least I think. I mean, because I don't could Justin Fields, because the Patriots are picking at 15, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Do they want to run the risk that maybe Denver? I mean, I know Denver just got Teddy Bridgewater, but are they really sold on Teddy Bridgewater? Really?
No.
Or would they bring Teddy Bridgewater in?
That was a long-term answer quarterback.
Right, exactly. He's literally a bridge, no pun intended, but he's a bridge quarterback. I mean, he's a stopgap. So, like Charles said, the Lions need everything. I mean, they need a new coach already. He ain't coached one game yet, but they need a new coach. They need an offensive line. They need weapons. Kenny Galladay is out of there. He's in New York. They don't have a running. I mean, do they have a running back? I don't think so. Jared Goff needs he's not the answer. So maybe the Lions do pick. Maybe the Lions trade back, move up, and the Patriots move up and maybe get one of these quarterbacks. Is that far fetched, Bryson? Or do you think that the Patriots should move up, or should they stay pat and maybe hope that one of those guys will be there for them at 15?
I actually think Justin Fields is going to New England. I think they're going to trade with Dallas. Maybe Dallas gets a second-round pick. I think New England's going to get the 10th pick. I think Justin Fields is going to fall. I think it's crazy that he's going to fall, considering a year ago we thought he was the surefire second pick in the draft.
Right.
And now
what happened?
he could be the 5th quarterback taken, which I think is, was he just terrible last year? Like, I'm still trying to figure out what's going on here. But I think he will get taken by New England. Cam's on a 1-year deal. He gets to learn behind a good veteran quarterback, and New England has done a pretty good job in the offseason of adding weapons to the team. So by next year, I think he'll be their guy.
Yep. Daniel, I know you're a Bills fan, and I know you don't want to see the Patriots succeed. But do you think if they get a guy like a Trey Lance or Justin Fields, does that put them over your Bills, or do you think you guys still run that division?
Well, that doesn't. I'm sorry about the background noise. No, that definitely doesn't. I mean, a quarterback's not gonna put them over. They could get Trevor Lawrence. It's not going to put them over us. They don't have the overall talent as a team.
Right.
Obviously, quarterback is the most important thing, but you still have to have an overall team. And so, no, that wouldn't put them over us. I think the Patriots sit back and wait for a quarterback if there's somebody that they want, or I think that they trade for like Drew Lock or Jimmy G or something.
Right. And Jimmy G is on the block. Potentially the Niners are probably in talks by sending him back to New England, which would be funny because I don't think I've ever seen that. A team traded a guy away to a team and then that same team traded him back to the team he started from. So
But the
I don't know, man.
Need way more than just a quarterback. They need way more than just
wow, you think they're that far off, huh?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, for sure.
I don't think so.
I don't think so
I mean, that's why Tom Brady.
I think they're pretty good, man.
Let's be real for a second. That's why Tom Brady left.
But let's
He saw the deterioration of the team, and so he left and went to another team. He saw that the
Charles, jump in real quick.
You're making. I feel like I won't say that they're invalid points because they're not. What I feel like with Tom Brady is that Tom Brady's biggest situation or biggest problem was that he basically just had Edelman at some point out of nowhere, and they were still winning at 12-5. They that year they fell out the playoffs. Yeah, Tom Brady takes off the next year, and yeah, you're going to have a lot of at least a down year without the solid backbone of what I would call your franchise. I mean, outside of Bill Belichick, so like the identity changes and things of that nature. But I mean, when you still look at it, I mean, I still think that New England's O-line is still capable, and I think it's not the best, but also the D-line. I think that.
Well, they got Trent Brown back. I mean, they've added some pieces back. They got two good tight ends.
Yeah. You're right. They added some pieces in they added some pieces in free agency. And like I said, I mean, this is why I think that they re-signed Cam to say, look, man, we might not have given you what you were supposed to have last year, but there's no way that you can not perform under this situation. So honestly, it's kind of hard. I mean, if I would, it's really hard because again, it's all based on if the 49ers are seriously going to take Mac Jones, then I do think that, there's about 4 or 5 teams after that aren't going to be in the quarterback market. And Justin Fields could very well, kind of like what I do apologize, guy up top.
Oh, Bryson.
Oh, Bryson. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Bryson.
No, you're good, bro.
Right. Yeah. Like what Bryson had said, maybe they would, trade out with, a Dallas Cowboys or, a number 8 or a number 9, because if Mac Jones goes on that way, I think those 3 picks that come after that, the Cincinnati Bengals, they're not looking for a quarterback. I think you look at those next 6 or 7, like those next, like the 6th, 7th, and the 8th and the 9th pick. And I don't think that it's going to be a quarterback, even if they do like Justin Fields. So, it just depends on how this all goes down. But if you have Trey Lance and Justin Fields somehow that drop to even close to the 7th, the 8th, or anywhere between that realm, I do think that the Patriots trade up. It might not even be with the Cowboys again, like we
anybody in the top 10. They need to get into the top 10.
Right. They do.
What you're saying. It looks like, are they getting ready to pick right now?
Jacksonville's on the clock. Yes,
they're on the clock. So, I mean, we all know where we all know. I mean, I've been talking about for half an hour, 45 minutes now. We already know who's going number 1. There's no surprise there. But I mean, to the whole Jacksonville thing. They have some talent. They definitely do. I like the running back. What's his name? James Robinson, I believe his name is.
Thanks.
Yes, sir.
He's a good running back there. But I definitely see the potential in there. But the good thing about Jacksonville is that there's not a lot of pressure to win immediately because it's Jacksonville. I mean, at least that's what I'm assuming. It's not like you're not in New York, you're not in Dallas. Mind you, the Cowboys haven't won anything meaningful since like 95, 96. But hey, it is what it is. But Trevor Lawrence has a nice opportunity to go play because I think he's going to be the day one starter there. I don't think there's a debate there. I think he will be the guy out there first and foremost because I don't think they're going to throw. Is Gardner Minshew still on the roster there? I'm assuming
he is.
So we already know what that is. So hey, let me get, if you guys can sit tight for just a moment, I'm going to get one guy. I want to introduce him and then I'll bring you back on. If you can't make it back on, just send me a message and I'll make sure I remove you guys off. But if you guys can sit tight, man, I want to bring on Barry Grant Jr., the host of the All Even podcast. I want to give him his little spotlight real quick before he gets aggravated a little bit about Mac Jones. So you guys give me a moment here. What's up, my guy?
Yo. Listen, man, I don't want nobody talking no trash about my man, Mac Jones. All right. It's not the night to throw no shots at my man. Okay.
Right. Hey, but I told you over the last couple of weeks or so, it's not that I don't like the kid. I think he's a good quarterback and he's going to go into the right system. I just don't think he was better than some of the other guys, but like I said, I don't have all the exclusive film and I couldn't interview the guy, but I do think, it's a good fit for him. Now, if he was going into the Jets or something like that, then I would say, yeah, that's not going to work out. But because he's going to the 49ers, I do believe that he'll be pretty successful there, man. And I have to ask you, because I've asked everyone tonight, any surprises in the first 5 picks, you think?
What's good, old head ass? First surprises within the first 5 picks.
Right.
Yeah, I think Atlanta. I think Atlanta is the key master to this entire draft right now.
Right.
What they do is going to dictate the entire pace of the first round. So if they go Trey Lance, that now puts a monkey wrench in everything.
Absolutely.
So that's what I'm looking for. Atlanta is going to tell us exactly what's going to happen. If Atlanta takes Trey Lance, we all that Kyle Pitts is going to drop, and then we all know what's going to happen after that. Kyle Pitts may end up going to the Cowboys. And listen, I've been hearing a lot of rumblings that Detroit may possibly want to move down, right? Because they only have 6 picks in this draft total. They're gonna want some more draft capital because they have needs to fill. They got holes to fill in that team.
Absolutely.
The Cowboys didn't want to pay the ransom in regards to the Atlanta
to move up.
They can definitely pay the ransom for the Detroit Lions because Detroit won't be asking for that much.
Right. And whatever Detroit wants to get should be there at 10.
Exactly. This is what I'm saying. So don't be surprised if Jerry Jones makes that trade. I'm telling you, man. Right. But what I've heard about, Kyle Pitts' father, he's talking about, he feels that Jerry is going to, shock the world in this draft. I believe him. Like the last time we've heard this much chatter around a particular prospect for the Cowboys, it was Elliott.
Right.
He did his homework on Zeke. Jerry has done his homework on Kyle Pitts.
Oh yeah.
Don't be surprised.
And extra credit
happens with Detroit.
And extra credit. Okay. Well, hey, I'm gonna bring all the other guys back in. I want to get their thoughts on what you just said. Let's start with. I'll start with Bryson. Given what Barry just said, do you think that's a possibility? Do you think the Cowboys would be willing to trade up with Detroit and maybe get Kyle Pitts?
I think Detroit will be because, like you mentioned, they only got 6 picks in the draft. Listen, Kyle Pitts is one of the most dynamic tight ends coming out of college, maybe ever. I heard one guy say, he's not a great blocker. Well, neither is Travis Kelce. He's the best tight end in the league.
Right.
So that
most great tight ends are not great blockers.
Right. Absolutely. Tony Gonzalez, I think, is the greatest ever. He was not a good blocker. And so when I look at it, I say, okay, I think Detroit will be. Is Jerry willing to do that? That's the question. I don't know if Jerry is. Is he? The report said he was infatuated by Kyle Pitts. So I don't know have we heard Jerry talk about a guy like this? In that context, he's infatuated by. So I wouldn't be shocked if he did it. I don't think he will though.
Charles, what you got? What do you think about that? You think the Lions would trade with the Cowboys, perhaps maybe get a Kyle Pitts?
I definitely think so, especially if it meant that they got more picks. And I think Jerry would make this trade. I mean, this is all primetime Jerry Jones, man. A part of these situations that happen like this is because people want to be known for what they're known for. Jerry Jones is known to be flashy, to make these type of moves. And so is it crazy to think that somebody who characteristically wants to make flashy moves would want to make this type of jump? And I think that the answer is absolutely yes. And think about this. We're talking about trading up maybe 3 or 4 spots. It's not like we're trading for the 20th to the 10th. Now, if they can get, let's say, a late, I don't know, 3rd rounder or something like that, or a different player or whatnot to get Kyle Pitts or in that situation, I definitely think that could happen. So absolutely. I think that's if Kyle Pitts gets to 7, I think that is exactly what will happen. But again, what Barry said earlier too was, hold on one sec. I do apologize. I'm sorry about that. My bad. So I was sorry about that.
Live TV. It's only live TV.
What Barry said earlier was something that was also interesting. Yeah, but my bad. What Barry said was really good as well. Is that Atlanta's really the gatekeeper. If Atlanta doesn't pick Kyle Pitts, then if he drops to 7, I think that the Cowboys are going to be ringing up Detroit's line and might be willing to make an aggressive trade.
Damn right.
So, what do you think? What do you think the Cowboys give up, Barry? What do you think the Cowboys would be willing to give up? What if they ask for a Michael Gallup?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
Because they probably will.
You can have him. You can have him. What are we talking about here? We're talking about Michael Gallup, who's he's talented, but he ain't no Kyle Pitts. What are we talking about
I
here?
agree with that.
Take
No, I
him.
agree with that.
Take him. Take the 10, take the 3, take the 5. You can take all that stuff. Just give us Kyle Pitts. I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Here's what I think they need to do though. If they're going to trade up, here's what they got to do. Both Blake Jarwin and Michael Gallup are in contract years, so you could trade those two. If you do want to go get Kyle Pitts, you could trade those two. Move, maybe have trade another starter or another say a 3rd round pick. Take Kyle Pitts and then just use the rest of your picks on defense. If they want to do that, that's the route to go in my view.
Okay. Daniel, what do you think?
What's the question? I'm sorry.
About the Cowboys maybe trading up for the about 3 spots to the with the Detroit Lions to maybe get Kyle Pitts, and what would they be willing to give away in order to get a Kyle Pitts?
Well, personally, I think if the Lions have the opportunity to get Kyle Pitts, I think they definitely will. Not only do they need the receiving, but they also need the blocking. And so, no, I don't think that they would. I think the better chance would be for the Falcons to trade with the Cowboys. I think the Falcons would be more the trade.
Right. But I think the Falcons wanted too much, and I think the Cowboys weren't willing to pay that ransom. But
yeah, we're not negotiating with them. We're not doing that. We're not doing that with Atlanta. We're not doing that. And furthermore, listen, I gotta go back to Daniel's hot take. Kyle Trask, what's going on here? We talking about Kyle Trask going in the first round? What?
Hold that thought. Hold that thought. That pick is being announced right now. Hold on, because Daniel, he'll get ample time to answer that hot take question about Kyle Trask. But hold on one second. They're about to announce the first overall pick for the 2021 NFL draft.
Look at. Are you guys watching this? Oh,
yeah.
Never mind. This is Trevor Lawrence.
Yep, Trevor Lawrence. We all knew that. So
Yeah.
okay. So we kind of talked a little about what's going to happen with them, but we do want to get back to this Kyle Trask.
Jets are on the clock.
Well, with Kyle
wouldn't it be surprising if the Jets make a move? It'd be very interesting if they don't take Zach Wilson.
Yeah, well
I don't think Zach Wilson's the home run. I don't think it's a complete done deal. I don't think it's as obvious as Trevor Lawrence to Jacksonville. I still wouldn't be shocked if they were to take
I agree.
Fields.
I agree.
But
hey, but we want to talk about Kyle Trask. The Kyle Trask hot take. So Daniel, can you care to further explain a little bit what you think about Kyle Trask?
Yeah. Well, Kyle Trask has a few things. First of all, obviously there's 2 first-rounders probably from Florida going into the draft this year, which is Kyle Pitts and Tony, the receiver. I forget his first name, but his last name Tony or something like that. Anyways, he so there's the idea of those guys. Maybe those guys made Kyle Trask look good, but then there's also the idea that maybe Kyle Trask made them look good. And there's 2 things when I watch Kyle Trask's tape that I noticed. One, he has elite pocket skills, moving around the pocket. He's very elite. And the number 2 thing is his ball placement makes up for any arm strength that he doesn't have. His ball placement is some of the best I've ever seen. When you watch Kyle Pitts get drafted, watch they will show the video of Kyle Pitts catching all these passes, right? Watch the ball placement on those passes. It's phenomenal. His ball placement is elite. And here's the third thing. All of these other guys, right? When you look at the Ohio State quarterback and all these other guys, they're all like 6'3". Kyle Trask is 6'5".
He's a big dude. He's a big dude.
He's a big dude. He's a regular sized quarterback that you want. And I think it's I think he's the best kept secret in the draft.
Okay.
But I will, there's an arm strength thing that's a problem. The one question I have with him, and if he doesn't make it, it's because of this, and it's probably the most underrated thing for a quarterback, is velocity on the ball, which is the zip, right, to get it in there. And Kyle Trask does have, when he tries to zip it, he does have a longer throw, which takes longer, and that could get,
Right.
could cause fumbles and different things. But again, his ability to move in the pocket really limits that. But when he throws, I think of it like this. Okay, there's certain runners. Eric Dickerson. There's a story about Eric Dickerson when he was running down the field. His coach said, "Why don't you run faster? Why aren't you running very fast?"
Right.
And he's like, "I am running full speed, but those taller runners." He runs like a gazelle. There's certain guys that run like a
They have a
AJ Green's
stride.
another one.
Stride, right.
AJ Green doesn't look like he's running very fast because his long legs and he runs like a gazelle, but he's just burning everyone, right? And so there's that thing about certain guys that run. They don't look like they're running fast, but they're just burning people.
Right.
But
No.
Kyle Trask, when he throws the ball, he doesn't look like he has a lot of velocity. But if you look at him, he gets it into these really, really tight spaces, and it looks like there's no velocity on the ball.
Right.
But there has to be, because there's no way he gets it in that space if he didn't have velocity. So that's the one question I have, though. If the velocity isn't there, then he's gonna be then I'm gonna be completely wrong. He's gonna totally suck. But if it is there, he's got the elite ball placement, elite pocket skills. And then if he has the velocity, I mean, he's a home run with his height and everything, in my opinion.
Absolutely. Okay, so let's segue real quick because the Jets are on the clock, and you guys were just talking about perhaps maybe Zach Wilson isn't a lock, right? If Zach Wilson isn't taken,
I think he is. Go ahead.
Who's the guy that the Jets might possibly take? Bryson, what do you think about that?
I could see again. I've been on this for a while. I think Trey Lance is the second best quarterback in the draft. That doesn't mean I think he's going to be taken second. If it's not, and again, I think it's like a 90% chance they're going to take Zach Wilson. It just says right here the pick's in. I would take if I were in the Jets position, I would take Justin Fields. They did add more talent to the offensive side of the ball. They actually do have a pretty good offensive line. I know they took that Mekhi Becton kid last year, who's great out of Louisville. I thought the hiring of Robert Saleh was excellent. I could see Justin Fields getting drafted by the Jets. But again, Zach Wilson kind of falls in that category for me. I'm talking about the 2018 draft when there were 5 quarterbacks taken in the first round, where you're going to have like 2 or 3 guys that are going to be either stars or even if they're not superstars, they're clear-cut franchise quarterbacks. Then there's a bust. Then there's that one guy who's kind of in the middle, he's not a bust. He didn't suck, but he wasn't what you thought he'd be. I think Zach Wilson kind of falls in that category a little bit.
Right. I mean, and the Jets definitely have a lot of other needs other than quarterback, but quarterback is the most glaring one. I don't foresee them not taking Zach Wilson tonight. I think he's been the guy since his pro day. The pick is in.
Is
it in yet? Yeah, it should be in.
If it's not Zach Wilson, I'm gonna shoot myself.
Well, don't do that on camera because
no. I'm sorry. My bad. I'll be heavy.
This is a family friendly show.
I'm sorry. I will.
Charles is crazy.
I do think it's Zach Wilson. And I think you guys are all making really good points. I mean, I just don't think that they're going to pick Trey Lance due to the fact that when you need a day one starter, I don't think Trey Lance is your guy. I think that's a development.
What is it? What is this trend now? Guys are picking out of a couch. Is that?
I think what they're doing.
Yeah.
I was watching Commissioner Goodell on Good Morning America this morning.
Exactly.
That couch was the one he was sitting in last year in his basement during the draft. So they bring up a fan, have him. I think he tells them to pick before he tells everybody.
I mean, are they wiping it down in between picks? I mean, is that?
I guess. I think I think they said everybody that's indoors has been fully vaccinated. So I don't know. Maybe they were. Maybe they are.
I don't care. I was just kidding. Oh, so yeah, it looks like it is Zach Wilson.
It is Zach Wilson.
He's got his hat on. He's about to be there for 3 years and be traded.
Listen, I'm with 2 Jets fans right now. They are not happy. They are not happy.
I wouldn't be either. I wouldn't be either.
Not happy.
I think this is a terrible pick for the football.
You know,
Jets.
my brother just now, he let out this big, like, depressed sigh. It's bad.
It's terrible.
Bad.
It's a terrible pick, and here's why. You got rid of Sam Darnold. I think it's fair to say that Sam Darnold is probably better than Zach Wilson at this point.
Yes.
At this
yes.
point,
He has
okay?
3 years of NFL experience. He's definitely better.
So why would you trade him when you could have went and got a Kyle Pitts or Jamar Chase, but you're going to trade and then you're not even going to get one of the top guys, at least in my opinion. You're going to go get Zach Wilson out of BYU. And no offense to BYU, it's right up the road from me here in Las Vegas, about 8 hours away in Salt Lake City. But I just don't see it from him, man. And I watched a lot of tape on him the last couple of weeks. And I just don't see it. I think this is a terrible pick for the New York Jets. And they screwed it up again. And they're going to be terrible, man. What do you guys' thoughts on that?
Well, listen, you know, they're hoping that he ends up becoming Steve Young, right? They're hoping that he ends up becoming Steve Young. Well, that's not going to happen. He's going to be more Jim McMahon than Steve Young. So, he already has the head. Without the Super Bowl, he already has the headband going. So, you know, might as well go that direction.
Right.
Might as well go that direction. I just listen. I don't see what everybody sees in the kid. If he turns out to be successful, great. But what I saw in that Coastal Carolina game, it should scare every Jets fan, because the thing is, this is New York. This is not Cincinnati. This is Minnesota. This is New York. And if you don't produce, they are going to eviscerate you in the media. So can this kid handle that? That's the problem. If you look like a deer in headlights in Coastal Carolina, how are you going to look when Miami and New England and all these other teams are coming at you?
I completely
That's all I'm
agree.
saying. It's cause for concern when you got guys like Justin Fields who have done it at a high level at a big school in a big conference. That matters. When you got a guy like, say, my guy Mac Jones, who's done it in a big conference, like, those are things you have to look at when you're looking at a big market like New York. It matters. Right. It matters.
I mean, and just listen to this. I don't the exact schedule isn't out yet on the Jets, but just here are some of the teams they're going to be playing next year. New Orleans, Tampa Bay, at Buffalo for sure, at Indianapolis. You know, these are teams that get after the quarterback and have pretty solid defenses. So
0-4 right there.
Right. I mean, just the away game.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing to me with Zach Wilson, and we see this trend every year. There's always one guy coming out who's really talented. I think Zach Wilson's really talented. Like I actually saw Zach Wilson play a game one time live, and his release is beautiful. It
looks good.
It does. But what we saw with Sam Darnold, we saw it with Jameis Winston. If you throw picks in college, you're going to throw picks in the NFL.
Exactly.
So that's the one thing. He can be a little reckless at times, and that's the thing. You brought up the New York media. They're brutal. Like, I mean, when Sam Darnold was seeing ghosts, he never survived that. He never got hurt. Crying out loud.
No, I agree.
It was bad. It's where the draft starts, though.
It's just a bad pick. I mean, it's overall. I don't. It's not going to work out there because, like I said, who is he going to be playing with? Who's he going to be throwing to? They don't have anybody there. I mean,
listen. I'll tell you this, and then you guys can go. They better get this right.
Thank you for that.
They better get this right. They don't get this right. This is going to set this franchise back 7 years. I'm telling you right now.
I feel like
set them back. They already are back.
The Jets,
worse.
The Jets, for me, the thing about the Jets is just like the Jets are basically just the new Browns, and I feel like the Jets feel like, to me, is in every family there's that that one sibling that all the adults love, but it's just a real big mess all the time. They never make the right decisions, even when it's easy to make the right decisions. I just don't think that Zach Wilson is going to be better than Sam Darnold. And it's like you traded and it's not like Sam Darnold is 30. Sam Darnold is still younger than, than most of us here, 23, 24, or something of that nature.
Right.
So I just don't understand this move. You could have traded this to get more picks. You could have done so many things, and you did something that I think your first year football watcher is saying, why would you do that? And so who is up there? Who has the, who has the tutu on? Because I don't get it. I don't get it at all. I don't even think it's a bad pick for where they're standing at because they trade Sam Darnold. But I think it's a bad pick because they traded Sam Darnold. Like, they couldn't have done anything right, to be real.
I almost wonder with Sam Darnold. I will defend them trading. I don't think they should have taken Zach Wilson. I agree with y'all. But I think the reason they traded Sam Darnold at this point, similar to why the Eagles traded Carson Wentz, at this point, damaged goods. At some point, it gets to the point where it's psychological. That's what I think Sam Darnold's biggest problem is. That's my only concern with him in Carolina. That's it.
Right. Man, you guys, I mean, solid points. I mean, if you're going to trade Sam Darnold and you're going to take Zach Wilson, I don't know. I know a lot of Jets fans, and it's just, it sucks, man, because they're not going to be any good. They're going to be last in that division. But, I mean, we got the Niners pick. The pick is in. I mean, this is what we've been waiting for.
Mac Jones, baby. Mac Jones, let's do it.
Be a San Francisco 49ers.
Let's do it.
We never know. We never know.
Right.
Enjoy your moment, Barry.
Bryson,
Enjoy your moment.
Bryson, let the bet begin.
Hey, here we go.
All right.
Oh, let's see this. Let's see how this comes out.
This, like I said, man, this is where the draft really starts.
Yeah, right after the Niners pick 4, and it's going to be on and popping. I think this.
Atlanta's go. Okay, here we go.
All right.
Take Lance, man. Take him.
Hold on. Trey Lance.
Wow. They surprised everyone. But you know what?
That's what
though?
about.
The rumblings out of Santa Clara is that John Lynch actually liked Trey Lance over Mac Daddy Jones. And John Lynch looks like he got his way because he's the best.
I am so disappointed. I am so disappointed in the San Francisco 49ers. I am so disappointed in the 49ers. I am disappointed in Kyle Shanahan. I am disappointed in everybody in that organization. Mac Jones is the guy, and they made the mistake. But I love Trey Lance. I think Trey Lance is I think Trey Lance is the most talented quarterback in this draft. I'm just telling you right now.
Even over Trevor Lawrence.
I think Trevor Lawrence is the most. He's the most polished quarterback I've seen. But I think Trey Lance has the most talent in regards to his. There's no cap to his ceiling. There really isn't.
Oh, absolutely.
I think that this makes a lot of sense because here's where my thoughts come from. I just feel like, not to roast on Mac Jones, but here's my thing is that it's not that Jimmy G is terrible. It's that Jimmy G has a ceiling. And I think you might find that Mac Jones has that ceiling that Trey Lance doesn't. So if you're going to draft a quarterback who doesn't have the ceiling. Because if you draft a quarterback who possibly may have that ceiling, you know what I mean? Then you're going to be in the same situation. Then at that point, you might as well stick with Jimmy G for the next 7 years.
I love this pick, man.
I heard one analyst say that Mac Jones is Jimmy G reincarnated. It would just basically without the injuries, and that's the thing is Tom Brady. Tom Brady is by far the best immobile quarterback in the NFL, even to this day.
Right.
But even when you look at Tom Brady, I saw this stat today. Under pressure, under duress, Tom Brady is the 30th best quarterback in the NFL. Statistically, completion percentage, pass, he's the 30th best. He's got I think it was 0 touchdowns, 4 interceptions. He's not good under duress. He can't move. Mac Jones can't move. Trey Lance ran for 1,100 yards his only season at North Dakota State. I love this pick.
And to piggyback on what you just said, Bryson, as far as his mobility and athleticism, I think this fits well with what Kyle Shanahan wants to do with their offense. He can move the pocket. He can incorporate a lot more RPOs versus Mac Jones. You really can't do that. He's still an old school throwback quarterback. And I know Barry, you know, I hate to say it, man. We all love you, but I think this was the better move. Daniel, weigh in for me real quick. What are your thoughts? Is this a shocker to you? Do you think the Niners screwed up on this, or what's up? Oh, we can't hear him.
I
Oh, there
won't
you go.
speak. I won't
There you
speak
go.
for Barry, but I know Barry also likes Trey Lance too.
Sorry, what was the question again? I'm sorry.
I was saying, do you think this was a good pick for the Niners with Trey Lance over Mac Jones?
That's a tough question, but you know, I didn't. I would say no. I would say no.
Okay.
Again, like I said, he's only played 1 year. They really didn't throw the ball that much. They had weak competition. I mean, this is like, it's a big risk. That's all I have to say. But
All right.
I mean, look, the ceiling's there for you. You know what I mean?
Right.
But, I mean,
I think it's going to work out.
the ceiling can be on the moon, but if you can't jump that high, it really doesn't matter. I mean, I don't know. I don't like the pick. I hate the pick.
You don't like the pick. All right. And that's understandable. It's definitely a risk. I mean,
I would take the Alabama. I don't like the Alabama guy either, though. So
okay. I mean, that's fair. It's a risk, but at the end of the day, man, I think for what they do, because the Niners are, I mean, I think we can all agree they're pretty much ready to go. They're like a meal you get from Boston Market, right? For those of you who are not familiar with Boston Market, right? You get it, you heat it up, it's ready to go.
Well, you know
what I mean?
It reminds me of the Kaepernick pick. Colin Kaepernick.
What's that?
It reminds me of the Colin Kaepernick pick.
Right. And how did that? I mean, they didn't win a Super Bowl, but they were pretty successful.
Yeah.
I think the Niners are going to get back on track. And it pains me to say because I'm a Cowboys fan, but I actually like this pick. Actually, I really do like the kid Trey Lance. I had him rated as my third best quarterback in this class after Trevor Lawrence, Justin Fields, and it was him. But for sure, Barry, like we got to hear from you, man, because you were high on Mac Daddy Jones. Where does he go now? What do you think happens to him?
I'm not sure if Barry's still here any longer.
Yeah, I gotta add him back in. There you go. Sorry about
Barry's
that.
not
Barry,
linked.
there you are, Barry. Sorry about that, man. I mean, here I gotta blow your picture up, bro, because let's see if everyone can see me.
Blow him
I don't know. Let's see if I can get him blown up. Hold on. I gotta remove you guys for a second. We gotta get a one-on-one. We gotta get a one-on-one with Barry real quick, man, because this is my dog, man. You know, he's got the All Even podcast, and he was high on Mac Daddy Jones, and for all intents and purposes, you know, but you look disappointed.
Look. I am like I said, I am disappointed in Kyle Shanahan. I am disappointed in Lynch. I'm disappointed in everybody in the 49ers organization. Mac Jones was the guy, all right? But I will say this. I love Trey Lance. I think Trey Lance is the most talented quarterback in this draft. Most talented. Not saying that he's going to be the best. He's the most talented. He has the most tools out of everybody. And there's no cap on that kid's ceiling. So if he went to the right place, Kyle Shanahan is going to be able to unlock that talent. So, you know, I'm excited for him, but I think our Kyle Pitts dream is over.
You think so?
I think Atlanta takes Kyle Pitts now. I think that they wanted Trey Lance. They don't get Trey Lance. They're not getting Mac Jones. They don't want Mac Jones. So Mac Jones is going to be the one to fall now. I think Mac Jones ends up falling to Denver, which means that look for the Patriots to possibly trade with Denver to get that pick, or if Denver really wants him, they will take him. So the Kyle Pitts dream is over for the Cowboys, unfortunately. And I can go to bed and possibly cry later.
All right. Well, speaking of Atlanta, bring everybody back in. That pick it looks like it's in. They're about to announce it here shortly.
We lost him. You lost him.
Kyle Pitts is Atlanta, right?
He's going to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Atlanta. So
yeah.
Wait, you got? It feels like I'm delayed, man. But it
probably is. It's a delay because I'm like a split second after Bryson. He's got that good cable wherever he's at. He paid for his cable.
Yep, he's gone.
Hey, something else just before we get to Kyle Pitts, something that's really interesting. Adam Schefter tweeted a couple minutes ago. The 49ers did not tell their coaches or scouts their pick. They didn't know the team was selecting Trey Lance until the pick was announced. So they kind of blindsided them.
Wow, that's interesting.
Man, this is. I mean, you can't go wrong with Kyle Pitts, but I do think this is a bit short-sighted, knowing how good that wide receiver room already is, bro. And like, I don't know, man. Like, I like the Kyle Pitts pickup. I mean, you can't not like it. I'm not saying it's stupid. Believe me.
Right.
I'm just saying
Right.
that, like, I don't know, man.
But
like,
maybe they're moving off of Julio. Maybe they feel like they need to trade Julio.
That's fair. That's fair. But if they're not moving on from Julio and they've got Calvin Ridley on the other side, man, I don't know. But you could be right. Moving on from Julio Jones, contract year is coming up soon.
Right.
I just shoot, man. If you're not going to move on from Matt Ryan, but you're going to move on from Julio, I don't know how I feel about that. I just
I think the Falcons, you know what? They're not that bad of a team. I know they didn't have a great record. That's why they're picking fourth in the draft. I get that. But how many of those games they actually should have won that they ended up losing? Obviously, the most memorable game was the Cowboys game. I believe they lost to the Bears in a horrendous fashion. There were about 6 or 7 games they probably were in it and didn't win it. And so maybe they got the new head coach. Maybe they feel like they can give Matt Ryan maybe 2 more years. And to help him kind of keep his career going, why not get a guy like this? So I'm sad because I wanted Kyle Pitts.
Yeah.
But I think for most Cowboys fans, it's like, we're going to take Patrick Surtain now. I think that's, we still got a few more picks for that. But I just think Atlanta to me, their offense is still pretty good. They can score points. It's their defense, I think, that let them down a lot. But I know, Barry, you look very ominous right now, Barry. And
he said ominous.
Ominous, yeah. Hey, we use big words on Clutch Sports, man. I looked that up in my thesaurus today before I hopped on.
Oh, he said ominous. That's funny.
Ominous.
This was a back-to-back disappointment for me.
Okay? Hard enough for you so far.
Back-to-back disappointment for me. All right, Cal Pitts is gone. Mac Jones is still on the board, and he's going to end up possibly in Denver or somewhere. It's just
I think he's going to slide, dude. I think he's going to slide now.
No, listen, he is not going past New England. I'm telling you right now. He's not going past New England.
I agree with that.
Well, I mean, that's what I mean, though. Like New England doesn't have to trade up now because he'll be there.
No. I think New England is fine now. I think that they don't have to make a move, which is smart for them. I think. Listen, it worked. It's worked out for everybody, right? San Francisco was in the catbird seat in regards to who they wanted to pick, right? Because the Jets have been locked in with Zach Wilson since day one. Since they saw him, they had a man crush on the guy, right? So. San Francisco was in the catbird seat and Atlanta was just waiting and said, okay, we love Trey Lance. If you take him, we're going Kyle Pitts. If you take Mac Jones, we're going Trey Lance. And now chaos is on the board. So there's no chaos on the board now. Everything is going to kind of fall into place now. Where guys were supposed to go and they're just going to go there. I expect Penei Sewell to get drafted here at 5. I expect Jamar Chase to go at 6. I expect maybe Jalen Waddle will go at 7. Who knows?
Right.
Who's 7?
And then going downward. So
the Bengals are on the clock right now. The Bengals are on the clock. Then the Dolphins, Lions.
They're
Panthers.
going. They're going Penei Sewell, man.
They have to.
They have to.
Oh, the Bengals? You think the Bengals?
Yeah, they have to.
Yeah. I think so too.
Listen, either pick is fine for them. If they go Jamar Chase, they got that LSU connection. That's great. But if you go Penei Sewell, you're basically telling your quarterback, we care about your safety and your future. So this is why we're going to go ahead and draft you. Either pick is fine.
But what if Joe Burrow said, man, if you care about me, man, I need a number 1. I feel you though. I feel you though.
Well, think about it. They already have a pretty good wide receiver core. They have Higgins. They have my other guy. What's his name? Boyd. They have a good offense already. And not to mention they got Joe Mixon, who's one of the most underrated running backs in the league.
Right.
So they have an offense. They need a guy that can protect Joe Burrow, because when you look at that ACL scar, it should scare you. It should scare you. You need to protect your quarterback.
Bryson, hop in there.
Yeah. I think with the Bengals, and this is, last year, when it came to Joe Burrow, he was the clear-cut number 1 overall pick. But what I was saying at the time is I don't know if it's going to work because he's going to Cincinnati, because their offensive line is garbage. And before the injury, which of course was major, he was on pace to get sacked more than he was going to break the record for most sacks taken in a season and break David Carr's record back from 2002.
Right.
So listen, I think Jamar Chase can be great. You do, like you mentioned, the LSU connection. I think you just for the safety for your quarterback, for the future of your franchise, you have to take Penei Sewell. You got to protect your number 1.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah, and the thing is too, like, he's a hybrid offensive tackle. He's a freak.
Yes,
he's an athletic freak. That's a guy that you can trust for 15 years to protect your quarterback. That's what you need. You need bookend tackles. For every great quarterback has bookend tackles. Every great quarterback. You cannot survive in this league without a great line. This is why Russell Wilson is frustrated. This is why some other guys flush out. This is why Andrew Luck is no longer in the NFL. You need to protect your guys. And if Cincinnati, who's been a dumpster fire organization their entire existence, they need to figure it out that you have to protect your guys.
No.
They did not protect Boomer in his career. He left. Carson Palmer, he left. Now it's time for them to get it right. They have to get it right here.
Absolutely. Daniel, Penei Sewell, is he? Would you agree with the panel that should be the next pick in this draft?
First of all, I'm itching to talk, man. I'm itching to talk. Yes, absolutely. The dude just tore his ACL. Are you kidding me? Yes, you have to give him Penei Sewell, and that will be the pick, I think. But listen,
absolutely.
We gotta go back to Kyle Pitts for a second. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if you guys watched it on TV, but if you saw the location of those throws going back to Trask. But anyways, shoot. You know what? I lost my train of thought. It took so long for me to talk. But, Kyle Trask, I would have went with Surtain there, but
really?
Kyle Trask,
Surtain at 4.
Wow.
This is what I was going to say. Does this mean Julio Jones to Buffalo? Because there's been a big they've been talking about Julio Jones to the Buffalo Bills. So
I don't think Julio gets traded. I don't think so. I don't think Julio goes anywhere. Honestly,
that's an interesting thought.
I think Julio does
get. This means Julio goes somewhere, and from what I've heard, the number 1 spot could be Buffalo.
Gotcha. Okay, Bryson, your thoughts?
I think Julio, I talked about this on the show the other day. I think Julio does get traded, but I think it's to Baltimore. Baltimore doesn't have a number 1 receiver right now.
Excellent point.
And by the way, if he gets traded after June 1st, they'll save a ton of room and cap space. They're actually about to make the pick right now.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yep. Wow. Yeah, that's a good point about the Baltimore Ravens. He's right. They don't have a number 1. And what does Lamar Jackson need more than anything at this point? A number 1 guy. And Julio Jones ain't. Last time I checked, he could still play in this league, man. So
all right, we got the LSU connection again.
There we go, Jamar Chase.
They go Jamar Chase.
Charles.
Listen, I already said, you can't go wrong with either pick. It's fine. No. But the safer pick would have been to go for Penei Sewell. Now, are the Cincinnati Bengals a safe organization? No, they're not. They're going for the big home run. I hope it works out. But at the end of the day, you still need to protect your quarterback. If he can't get time to throw the ball, Jamar Chase is not effective. So
you're speaking 100% facts, and I agree with you. That's what they should have done. But this is what you get with these organizations. They think
it's the Bengals, bro.
Backward. Yeah, exactly.
It's the Bengals.
It's the Bengals. So I mean, like you
said, let me real quick. Let me just read off a couple teams that the Bengals will be playing next year. And just listen to what I'm saying. Baltimore Ravens, Chicago Bears, of course, Kansas City Chiefs, LA Chargers, The Steelers and the Niners. What do all of those teams for the most part have in common?
Great pass rushes.
Exactly.
Great pass rushes. So I guess we're gonna expect the Bengals to win 4 games next year. They'll be right back here next year.
And Joe Burrow gets the crap beat out of him.
Pretty
Man,
much.
man, that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, man, you got to protect your number one. This
Yeah.
is your franchise. You took this guy number
Yeah.
one for a reason. Listen,
Yeah.
I think Jamar Chase can be great. But
Yes,
if you had
I
to, if
agree.
you had to ask me, would I take if you had the greatest receiver ever, Jerry Rice, and I don't know, y'all throw out a name, the greatest offensive lineman ever, I'm going to take the offensive lineman any day of the week.
Yeah.
Right.
Because,
Right.
man, if your quarterback doesn't have time to throw, Jamar Chase
Doesn't
is
matter.
ineffective.
This is why Tom Brady is the GOAT, because he had some bulldogs on that offensive line
Yeah.
for 15
Wow.
to 20 years.
Wow.
So, yeah,
Well,
man.
maybe the Bengals. Maybe the
well, listen,
Bengals feel. Go ahead.
I'm out of here, fellas. I'll
All right,
talk to you
Barry.
guys later.
All right, take
See you,
care,
Brady.
man. Appreciate you, man. Barry Grant, All Even Podcast. Check him out. Eccentric fella. Gotta love him. But
He's a little spicy, man.
with the
But he's a
Bengals,
good
though,
dude.
maybe the Bengals think they can go back and get another good lineman somewhere in the draft. But let me ask you guys this: the panel that's remaining, the Dolphins are next. Now, Penei Sewell is still there, but do they really need an offensive tackle? They need some weapons for Tua, or do they take a quarterback now?
No, I don't think that they take a quarterback. I think, like you said, I mean, now that you take Jamar Chase out of this situation, shit. I mean, I don't think that it would make sense for them to get, Parsons.
Right.
But I mean, look. At the same time, man, it's hard. I guess what I would probably say is somebody's probably gonna get Penei Sewell. I think
That pick is in. Daniel, you had a thought real quick there?
Yeah, I think they take Parsons. And also,
You think? Okay.
going back, Penny Sewell's like the Orlando Pace. I mean, one of the best.
Oh yeah,
linemen.
I've heard that
that's-
comparison.
Yeah, that's
Yep,
stupid.
I like that.
That's the stupidest shit I ever saw. But yeah, no, I think they take Parsons.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I can see them doing it. Their defense is pretty solid, but to get a guy like Micah Parsons, who's at least he's one of the top 5 players at the draft, obviously, if you just look at skill alone. But the pick is in. They haven't read it off yet. But honestly, man, I'm a little bit surprised with Cincinnati with that pick, man. I really thought they were going to go offensive line.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm still dumbfounded at this point. But now, it like I said, it does mix it up a little bit because now the Dolphins are like, well, like who are we supposed to take? Because I thought they might have made a run at Kyle Pitts. They might have made a run at Jamar Chase. Does Devontae Smith come off the board now? Does Jalen Waddle? Because I think they got to go off.
Not to give you that name, yeah.
Now I think it's Penny Sewell or Parsons.
Okay, so you think they go offensive tackle and middle linebacker?
I agree with him.
Yeah, I mean, those are fair. Because I think they believe in Tua still. I think they're not going to give up on him yet. So I think they're going to give him the supporting cast to say, you know what? All right, man, we're going to give you everything. You got to do it. So
let me say one thing really quick.
yeah, hop in.
When it comes down to it, man, even if you just look at psychology outside of even football, man, when you go out and you get that number 1 pick and you invest in that person, a lot of times people are going to double down before they back out too early. Like you can look at it in Forex trading. You can look at it in so many different ways in business or whatnot, man. But we have this instinct inside of us as human beings to a lot of times double down before we back out too early, and I think that it's too early to back out of Tua. And I just think that, it's entirely too early. Nobody likes looking stupid. And I think that they back
After
out
1 year.
too early on Tua at this point. I just think that they got to at least ride him for two year or two at least, man.
I will say this to your point. I think you're right. When you make a decision and obviously doesn't work out, you don't want to look dumb, right? But then I look at Arizona, the Cardinals. They drafted Josh Rosen,
and then
it didn't work out. But they were smart enough to say, you know what? We effed up. Let's move on. Let's go get a generational player type like Kyler Murray, and you see where they're at now. Now, I don't think Tua is as bad as Josh Rosen, but I just don't think Tua is it. Daniel, chime in.
Yeah. You know, one of my catchphrases is Tua trash. I just leave it there. I'm just gonna leave that there. Tua trash.
Okay. Are we is the pick in? Bryson is what we got? What we got, Bryson?
Jalen Waddle,
Jalen
Alabama
Waddle,
receiver.
second receiver off the board over his Heisman counterpart Devontae Smith. Jalen Waddle, honestly, I think Jalen Waddle
I love it.
is the best wide receiver on Alabama. He just didn't get to play. He was hurt a lot.
You know, and I saw a quote from Nick Saban earlier today. He said one of the things I always look for in a receiver is, you know, how fast he can come out of a break. He said Jalen Waddle's the best he's ever seen.
He can do that.
Yeah.
Man.
It's not enough to just be fast. Who's the kid, John Ross, that the Bengals took years back?
Oh, yeah,
he
John
can fly.
Ross.
He can't run a route to save his life, though.
He can't run a route.
Jalen Waddle can.
Right. Oh, absolutely. He couldn't run a route with MapQuest on.
Wait, who couldn't run a route?
John
Ross, University of Washington a few years ago. The Bengals took him.
Oh.
Got the highest 40 time ever.
Okay, I like the swagger. He's got the drip. He's got the chain is a little too tight for me around the neck. I mean, but I'm not a millionaire, so I could never get a chain like that. But I do like the pick. I do like him. He definitely is a big time player. Big time player, man. And for what we know, Alabama wide receivers typically produce in the National Football League. At least the last couple of them that we've seen. So this to me believes that they believe in Tua and they want to give him the best. So now you pair him with Devontae Parker. You got him. Who's the tight end there? Mike Gesicki. Gesicki. You know what? It's actually looking to be pretty good. Charles, you look kind of dumbfounded or confused. What are your thoughts on Jalen Waddle, man?
No. I think this is a cool pick, man. I mean, I think, dude, I honestly think that the Dolphins suffered from a very a lot of competition this year, but I think they're more complete than we thought. I mean, this team went toe to toe with Kansas City last year.
Yeah,
I mean,
they did.
All I'm saying is, man, is that this is a great pick. This is one of those teams where they're kind of balanced on a lot of different ends. And I think that they double down. That's why they give him another weapon. So they can say, at least we did our best to make sure that Tua was successful. We gave him all the weapons that we could, and he's had a pretty balanced team. So like I said, I think that I don't think this is a bad call, man. I think this, like I said, when you're a balanced team, it's kind of just like, making something good better. And I think that's what they did. And that's good.
I mean, I'm just looking at their offensive stats last year. They were 23rd in offensive total yards. So that's definitely got to improve. Passing yards, they're about middle of the pack. They were 19th. Scoring, they were 15th. So middle of the road. Their defense actually scored a lot of points. I think that helped them out a lot. Right. So they definitely need help on the offense. I think their defense is good. Brian Flores has come in. He's an adult. And teams like Miami, they were, ran by like Adam Gase was the coach there at one point, right? So you bring in Brian Flores. He's a thick adult, whatever that means. He's got a thick neck. What's that about? I got to make sure you guys are listening. But
listen now.
They definitely struggled offensively. I know Fitzpatrick came in and helped them out every now and then, but the stats don't lie. They need to produce more on the offensive side. They definitely can probably use a running back maybe later on, but Jalen Waddle should help their passing efficiency move up just a little bit, I would say. And Tua, I mean, hey, guess what? Tua played with the guy. So, You know what I mean?
That's it.
Yeah,
I'm really interested to see what Detroit takes because it says the pick is in. I almost thought they were going to trade the pick. Because I mean, man, they got holes everywhere. I think as many picks as possible. You think it's Parsons?
Yeah, I think it might be Parsons.
I mean, the Lions need a lot of stuff. I mean, they need a whole city. And no offense to Detroit, but it's like they need a lot going on. And I think at this point, any pick for them, we're all going to be like, oh, that's a good pick. Unless they go and get a kicker or somebody like that. Because they need every phase of the game. Offensive line. They need a defensive player. They need a receiver. They need a running back. They need a lot of
But
stuff.
I mean, to be real with you, I think Penei Sewell makes sense on this
Yeah,
end too.
I do. I agree.
Because Jared Goff is
I
absolutely
agree.
dog water when it comes to not having when it comes to pressure, man. So I'm gonna actually go on a whim and not say Micah Parsons. I'm gonna go and say that they actually
Sewell?
pick Penei Sewell. I think
Penei
they
Sewell.
picked
I think so,
offensive
too.
line.
I think so too. I like that pick for them. I think that's a really good pick for them because, like you just said, Charles, Jared Goff is not the most mobile man. Okay, he needs someone to protect him. And let's be real. When was the last time you had a All-Pro and Detroit Lion player, offensive lineman put together? I can't even name one. I mean,
Matthew Stafford.
no, I'm talking about offensive line. Offensive line.
I
Like
know,
they.
I'm joking.
Oh, okay. I mean,
I'm
literally.
saying that
Like,
Matthew Stafford was the whole team,
oh,
basically.
I'll give you a key. I think what's key to the Lions making this pick. Can this guy bite some ankles? That's key.
You know what? I think
Judging by the new head coach,
that
that's
was
key.
heavy in the recruiting, the scouting report. I think they extensively looked at how many ankle bites Penei Sewell or any player that they recruited, because Dan Campbell is big on ankle biting.
Clearly.
So clearly, and also kneecap biting too, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh,
So
kneecap. That's what it was. Kneecap. My bad.
anything below the fibula, you're good. Okay, so tibia and below.
You guys, man.
We'll be
3
good,
13.
you know?
Here we come, baby.
Look at Dan.
All right, here we go. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Bryson, let us know.
Penei Sewell.
Penei Sewell. Yeah.
Oh!
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, it's a good pick. I mean, they need an offensive lineman. And like I always say, man, football is built in the trenches. And you got to protect your quarterback and you got to get after the quarterback. So I like this pick for Detroit, man. I know a lot of people are going to be like, why do we take an offensive lineman? But these guys are important, man. They're staples in your offense. You get a guy like, I know Penei Sewell is probably not happy because they probably don't have a lot of pokey in Detroit or Spam Masubi, but
Probably not.
you know, probably not, but it is what it is.
Don't look happy now, bro.
Yeah, I got to charge my computer. I'm about to die here.
All right.
He's crying.
What's up,
He's
Daniel? You got
so
what are your thoughts on
Yeah,
Penei
he's
He's
Sewell?
like tears of joy.
The dude looks like Penei Sewell looks like Biggie Smalls, man. He's like, what do you mean? He's fucking stoked, man. He's happy as hell.
No,
There he is. I mean, hey, but you know what? I think no matter what, wherever you get picked, you're going to be in the NFL, man. So even if you're on the worst team, you're going to be in the NFL.
Ooh.
That's an absolute steal for the Lions, man.
Yeah, I think so too.
They could not have had something better happen to them. I
Yep.
mean, that is just ridiculously good luck. I mean, some people just luck into shit, and the Lions just lucked into that. Real quick, why did Allen leave? Where did he go?
Who?
Allen? He had to leave or what?
Oh, yeah. He had to hop off. Yeah. Mhm.
Oh man. And now
Let's
Carolina. I mean,
Carolina's
you know
up.
what's cool? What's cool about this is this for sure means that we are probably going to be able to have our pick of who we want at CB.
Yeah.
If we
But honestly,
want-
I don't think that was ever in question, I think now.
Some
Maybe
people will.
the first
Yeah,
debate, because I have
Some
no
people had, oh yeah, you're right. I think some people had Carolina going defense again, but they went defense heavy last year too.
I think all their picks were defense.
Yeah, I think all 8 were like,
Now,
Oh, this is hey, this is pretty cool.
this could be where the other Alabama receiver goes.
oh yeah, Devontae. Yeah, matter of fact, in my mock draft last night, I had Devontae Smith going to Carolina.
Yeah, this is where he
Goodness
could go.
gracious.
Yeah, I mean, they could trade out too. I have no confidence in this pick. I mean, same Darnold, right? Same. I used to make the joke, same Darnold Jets, but now it's same Darnold Panthers. I mean, the dude's a complete dumpster fire. He's complete trash. Darnold. I mean, you guys were talking about how you thought he was still good or something. I don't know.
I like Sam Darnold, man.
Jets make a lot of
Darnold-
quarterbacks look bad.
Garbage.
I mean, the Jets are not a good franchise. I mean, they
Yeah, but
haven't
Darnold's
been.
not good. Darnold's
And
not a good
I think-
quarterback.
I think the
listen. I've tracked Donald back to when he was at USC and he was like a backup, and they were talking about how he was their best prospect, and then he came in. And here's
He's
the
good,
thing,
man.
he threw like 35 interceptions in
He
college.
did.
He wasn't
did.
good in college. He wasn't good in college. Don't give me that crap.
I don't know, man. I
He's not
think
good in college.
hey, what
He's not
you
good in
have to
pros.
hey,
He sees ghosts.
you gotta throw on that Rose Bowl game, man. If you throw on that
I'll
Rose
take
Bowl
Ryan
tape,
Fitzpatrick over Donald every single day and twice on Sunday.
Oh man,
Wow.
my ears are ringing, brother.
the
I gotta say
disrespect for
something.
Sam Darnold.
I-
Hey man, I don't know, but you need to throw on that Rose Bowl against Penn State, and you'll find out about Sam Darnold.
You've got to have
That'd be-
respect for Sam Darnold to disrespect him.
I feel like
That's
I
kind of
feel
true,
like,
actually.
I honestly think if, like, let's say Peyton Manning was reincarnated into a new quarterback and went to the Jets, I don't think it really matters. And so my point is that I think a lot of us like to, we want to cheer on the underdog and hopefully they can rise above their circumstances or things of that nature. But rarely does it happen when the overall thing is you go into a farmer's market and all the fruit are spoiled. You're not going to be healthy. I don't care what your makeup, your physiological makeup is.
Right.
So it's just, Sam Darnold. I'm not saying that I'm like so hot on Sam Darnold, but I think that we can say that I'll say neutrality for Sam Darnold because I don't think anybody could have came into the Jets organization with Adam Gase and been able to win anything.
Right.
Look how bad Adam Gase made Ryan Tannehill look, and look how he looks in Tennessee now.
Excellent point.
I'm just
Bryson.
saying, he's a terrible coach. I don't know how somebody with the football acumen
I
Peyton Manning has
wouldn't
could
want
endorse him.
Adam Gates touching my Madden team. Okay?
No.
That's how bad he is. I wouldn't want him touching my Madden franchise. Okay, my ultimate team. He sucks. He's a terrible head coach. He should have never got 2 chances, yet alone 1 chance. And he got back-to-back chances when there's other guys in the league that are way more that are just better than him. I mean, period. So Carolina's pick is in. I like Devontae Smith.
I think so too.
I think they're gonna go with offense. I think that or they go Michael Parsons. Maybe they want to replace Luke Kuechly.
Well, here's the thing, though. The Panthers do already have Robbie Anderson, though.
Yes,
they do already have Robbie Anderson, who had 1,000 yards receiving last year with
and DJ
marginal
Moore was
quarterback play.
extended. DJ Moore was extended. So, but maybe they add another guy in the slot. Because
Sure.
you can move Devontae Smith around a lot.
Oh yeah.
I think Smith makes the most. I think they're going to go with Smith because I think they want to let Sam Darnold know that they're trying to stand behind him, and it's kind of like when you get that dog off the street, that has been abused or whatever the case may be. It's like you give them a little bit more care, make sure they know they're reassured. And I think that this makes sense. I mean, you got CMC back there. I think they want to push offense this year. I think that's going to get them more jerseys sold also.
That's a good point. You're right. Jersey sales is a big thing, especially. Well, we got something.
J.C. Horn out of South Carolina.
Oh,
They went defense.
Defense. Wow. Okay, Matt Rule. Matt Rule is.
Honestly, I wanted JC Horn more than I wanted Surtain to keep it real.
Me too, man.
Really?
Yeah, I think he's more of a ball hawk. He's like a Jalen Ramsey kind of dude. Like he's physical. He'll get in your face. Surtain can play, but I like his ball skills better than Surtain.
I don't need any more gentlemen on the Dallas Cowboys. I want somebody rugged and I want somebody mean.
Right.
He reminds me of Richard Sherman a little bit the way he plays.
Yeah, guys like that. You like a dog.
Big physical guys. Yeah.
Cowboys right now. I was watching a live last night, and someone made a good point. Who right now is the leader on the Dallas Cowboys defense? Who's that dog? Really? Like DeMarcus Lawrence. He's busy buying Bentleys and flossing and who else is out there? I mean, Sean Lee was the guy, but he's always hurt now. He's retired.
Dude,
it was Chris Bouchard.
I think here's the thing, man. Here's what I feel. Okay, let me say this.
Speaking.
I think with the Cowboys, their situation is is that they got a really bad defensive coordinator who historically has been bad. This is not something I'm just making up like, oh, this happened for 1 year. I look at characteristics over the course of time. Mike Nolan has been absolutely trash. Do I think that these players just go from like number 9 defense in 2019 all the way to number 32 just out of the clean blue air? So I actually think our defense has more talent, and yes, they really showed their behinds last season, and that's true. But I think that with Dan Quinn, who runs a similar system to Rod Marinelli and all those other guys, I think that they're going to be able to buy into Dan Quinn, and they're going to buy into that.
Right.
I honestly think that Leighton Vander Esch and Jalen Smith are going to play a lot better. And honestly, let's also think about this. Randy Gregory, man, came back and was looking really good. If you look at a lot of the tape that they put on Randy Gregory, man,
he's good.
He's gotten bigger, and he's still the same speed, man. It's like
hold hey, real quick, Charles and Bryson, hold that thought. I want to bring another guest on the show real quick on the panel. So I'm gonna, if you guys can just sit tight for a second. One second, I'm gonna introduce the next guest on the show. What's up, everyone? This is Big Low from the New Channel Sports, man. It's a pleasure, an honor to have you on tonight, man. We've been going back and forth on Instagram, but this is the first time we're actually ever meeting. Welcome to the draft reaction show, man. How's your draft night going tonight?
Hey, man, it's going pretty well, man. First of all, I appreciate you, man, for having me on. This is Big Low from the New Channel Sports Show. Draft night is going great, man. I've got it on right now. On television, I'm watching, and like I told you earlier, man, I'm a huge Dallas Cowboys fan, man. So I'm really anticipating what's happening. So I got a little bit of a chance to listen in, man. I think we've got some Dallas Cowboys fans on as well.
Yeah,
right?
I try to be partisan for the most part, but all my friends are Cowboys fans. I mean, I'm going to keep it 100 with you.
Nice,
but I do have guys that are very objective. They're not going to just say craziness just because we all know Cowboy fans can go there. They'll say craziness, but these guys, they all pretty much keep it pretty legit. And so it's okay. And people probably say, oh, he's got all Cowboy guys on there, so they're going to be all just talking about the Cowboys going to the Super Bowl. No, that's not the case, but we will bring some objectivity to the conversation. But thank you so much for coming on. The Cowboys are just around the corner. The Denver Broncos are on the clock right now, but you've been watching the draft so far. Anything that jumped out to you? Anything surprising for the night so far for you, Big Low?
I was a little bit surprised by we had 2 receivers go in the top picks, so that was a little bit surprising. I really wasn't anticipating that happening, but it makes sense. Interestingly enough, both receivers go back to play with the quarterbacks that they play with in college.
Right.
So
interesting point. You're right.
Exactly. So it's gonna, you're gonna have that chemistry. They're gonna have that chemistry, and I think
that. Yep.
Absolutely. It'll be like it never left. So that'll be huge. That'll be huge for Tua.
What do you think about Mac Jones not going to the Niners?
It was interesting, but the Niners, I mean, they've been saying that they really didn't know which quarterback they wanted to go with. So it was a toss up. It was a toss up. For which quarterback they were going to pick up. So I'm not really surprised by it at all. I think we knew a couple of these quarterbacks were going to slide, and that's exactly what's going to happen. It could be a situation where, with Denver and Dallas right here, really looking at Dallas, I mean, they might not need to trade down just because now you have 2 quarterbacks available who everyone was talking about might go in the first, top 10 picks. You're going to have your choice of quarterbacks, so there might not be a need for anybody to slide down. You're going to have an opportunity to pick up, first round talent. Right.
Absolutely. Before I bring some of these other Cowboys in, because they're chomping at the bit. Who do you think the Cowboys take now? I was a fan of J.C. Horn. You still think they're going to go cornerback, or do they take maybe Micah Parsons if Denver doesn't take a quarterback?
From what I understand, and I've been paying attention to this, 10 will be too early for Micah Parsons. If Denver doesn't pick up Surtain, then Dallas Cowboys are picking up Surtain, and I'm not mad at it. I would like to have both Alabama, exactly. Both Alabama corners, as your starters right there. I like the NFL pedigree. I like the fact that Patrick Surtain, he is the guy's ready to go. You know,
He
he's
is.
technically
He is. He can
sound.
play,
He's
yeah.
ready to go, and that's what I want on my team. I don't want a project for my first round draft pick. I want a project, somebody who might or may not have, you know, questionable character issues. I don't want any of that. I want a surefire thing who's ready to go, who's going to produce
Absolutely.
right now. And Patrick Surtain is my pick, man. Let's go.
Do you think there's any possibility that the Cowboys would take Rashawn Slater?
I think there's a huge possibility at this point. You know, if they've got them graded pretty evenly, the fact that you do have Rashawn Slater, you do have Patrick Surtain at this point, I think you lend to defense. Now, if it was a situation where you had Michael Pitts or Patrick Surtain, you might actually have to go with Michael Pitts in that situation. But I think the Cowboys can find offensive line help in the second or third round and make it happen. So now you got to go with that.
I agree with that. I agree with that assessment. Yeah. So let me bring the other guys back in. Let's talk about the Denver Broncos. And Big Law, I want to start with you. Do you think right now, they just acquired Teddy Bridgewater yesterday afternoon? Is there a chance Justin Fields goes to Denver right now?
There's always a chance. I won't be upset if Justin Fields went to Denver. Teddy Bridgewater at this point, I think I don't know what his career trajectory is looking like, but it is healthy to bring competition into that quarterback room. I think their starting quarterback right now is what's his name? Is it Jake Locker or something? What's his name?
Drew Lock.
Drew Lock. There you go. Yeah, Drew Lock. So they're confident in him. I'm not too confident in him, but I wouldn't be upset. But I think bringing in more competition, you know, in that room would be great. So the pick is in. I think we're about to see what's going to happen.
Yeah, let's see what we got.
I think they're done with Drew Lock, man. I think they're done with Drew Lock. And if you know that Teddy Bridgewater is your bridge quarterback and Justin Fields is sitting here, I think the Broncos should take Justin Fields to keep it real.
Yeah, I think so.
I agree with you.
I think they will.
As Charles would say on his lives, hey, to keep it a buck with you, I got to go with my guy Justin Fields. That's what he would say. I watched enough of his lives. That's exactly what he says.
Yo, I'm loving that number 9.
It's 1,000 now. Oh, my bad. It's
I say a bug too. I say 1,000 is just like 10 times. Like,
I mean, here's the thing with the Denver Broncos. I mean, they're almost not dead last, but they're ranked 26 in offensive passing. Right. Like they need a quarterback. I mean, there's no denying. They need a lot of help on the
offense. No!
Oh, you kidding me?
You gotta be kidding me, man.
Are you kidding me?
Who is it? Who is it?
They picked up Patrick Surtain, man.
Bro. That's huge now.
Oh,
that's huge for the Dallas Cowboys. That's big,
man.
Wow.
All right. Now you got to get Micah Parsons.
Oh, you got to be
I think Micah Parsons is going to go to Denver. I mean, to Dallas. Wow.
Wow.
Dude.
Wow.
Man.
Wow.
Yeah, what's up, Daniel? Talk to me, Daniel. What's up?
Yeah, I thought that Jason, the Horn guy, JC Horn or whatever.
Yeah.
I thought he was the smartest corner in the draft, but I thought
me too.
Surtain was the most talented overall.
Right. That's what Big Low was saying. He's the most ready-made kind of guy. They both have the pedigree. Both dads played in the National Football League.
Who is this new guy?
Big Low from the new Channel Sports. Big Low.
Man, yeah, let me introduce myself, man. It's Big Low from the New Channel Sports podcast, man. How y'all doing?
I'm good.
Okay,
man. It's good to meet you.
Sir, and,
all right.
My bad. I'm a terrible host. I thought you guys heard me when I introduced him. But
no, it's all good. It's all good, Ryan.
Well, I was gone for a minute. I apologize. I had to get my phone on the charger.
Wow.
But hey, Big Low.
No worries.
I mean, I like what you have to say. If you ever need a guest on your podcast, let me know.
Oh, most definitely, man. Most definitely. I appreciate it. You know, I gotta say, I'm along with my fellow Cowboys fans here, man. I'm very disappointed. I've been on Patrick Surtain, and I'm upset, man.
I mean,
I'm upset,
man. We didn't get Kyle Pitts. We're not gonna get JC Horn. We're not gonna get Patrick Surtain.
You have to go Parsons at this point.
Yeah.
You have to.
I mean, you know, my thing with Parsons is this. I think he's a great athlete, but I think 10 is just a little early for him.
Yeah,
man.
it is.
I think it's a little too early. I'll pick him at 15, maybe, you know, lower than that. But
God, who's left?
I think at this point you gotta go.
You got to go Slater, I guess, man.
I think so too. I think you gotta replace Tyron Smith or somebody that can replace him.
dude, if you're gonna, here's my thing: if you're not gonna fix the weakest part of the defense, you got to bolster up your best strength, and that's got to be offensive line. It's just
Right. That
this is so
the only person I can think maybe if they want to go defensive lineman, I like the kid out of Miami, Jalen Phillips. He was from UCLA, but I don't know at 10. Like again, like Bigelow said, that's too early in the draft.
That's steep.
But he's a pass rusher,
yeah.
and that's something that the Cowboys actually definitely need to help kind of offset the inadequacies of our secondary. You need a pass rusher, but I don't know.
I
think they play better with a 4-3. To be real with you, man, but I think you're right. Ooh, man,
Bigelow, what you got to say?
No, I was I was afraid that Detroit, would pick. I was afraid that Detroit would pick up a corner, and then we already knew that Carolina loved Horn, right? So Denver, I saw them doing something a little bit different. So that was a gut punch right there. But I think you go with Slater. Yeah. Slater immediately comes in and he'll play guard. So what we've been talking about is his arm length, right? Yeah. So Dallas will make him into a new, a Zach Martin situation. They'll move him to guard.
What about safety? What about safety? What about the kid from TCU? What's his name?
Yes, Burrow. Hey, I got a couple questions for you, Cowboys fans.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Only non-Cowboys fan. I got a couple questions. Number one, I've heard that you guys might draft a running back at some point. I think that's absolutely ridiculous. I wonder what you think. But number two, Moreau. What would you think? Oh, they traded the pick to the Eagles.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Hey, you do it. I'm not mad at it.
So they're moving back. They're moving back.
I agree with that.
Honestly, I think that's fantastic for you guys because I think you guys were kind of in a weird position where you had to reach if you wanted someone.
Exactly. No, you're absolutely right. And I think the Dallas Cowboys made the right move here.
Also, I think as well with that.
Can I say one more thing? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't mean to cut you off. I apologize. But can
No
I
worries,
just say that the best wide nine prospect I've ever seen is Kitty Pay, and this could be Kitty Pay.
Oh, from Michigan. The guy from Michigan.
I saw a thing about him this morning on Good Morning Football. He's quick, man, off the edge.
Yeah, he is. Charles, hop in there. What do you want to say?
Best wide nine prospect I've ever seen in my life. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I could see this being Smith just because I think what Dallas is thinking is actually wait. Yeah. I think.
So you think the Eagles are moving up to 10. You think they go get Devontae Smith?
Maybe, man, because I think the thing about them is, dude, they're tired of getting roasted because they never have any talent on the offense, dude. Their receivers have been banged up for the last 7 years. It feels like. I mean, that might be a little stretch, but
Devontae Smith. I mean, what do you guys think? What does the rest of the panel think? You think Devontae Smith in this spot fits well with Philly?
I think so.
They could. They need some receiving help. I
mean, they need help.
Yeah, they need the help. They need the help.
They need help a lot of places more than just receiver.
Yeah, their fans need help too.
Their fans have always needed help, man.
Yeah. Big time.
Oh man. Okay. So man, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. I'm still kind of like in shock that we're not gonna even get Patrick Surtain, and we were just
dude. There was nobody taken until 8th, and then 8th and 9th was just like, dude.
Yeah, that.
Man.
It's like the epitome of what happens to Cowboys fans every year. You're just almost there.
You're almost there.
Not there.
I love it.
Hey, according to Mike Garafolo, the trade, obviously Dallas now gets the 12th pick. They also get the 84th pick from Philly. So that's third round. They get third round pick from Philly.
Yep, third round.
Okay.
Because the Cowboys already had they had 10 picks going into this draft, I think, tonight.
That's right.
Or throughout the weekend. So not bad. But still
extra pick to go defense.
Is there here's my thing. Is there any idea that maybe, just maybe, they're not sure about Hurts?
I think that's natural. You're gonna have that. You're gonna have that. So they might pick up a quarterback here, but I think they need to pick. I think they need to pick up a receiver though.
I agree. I would take Devontae Smith, but
That's an excellent point, Charles. You're right. Maybe Nick Sirianni, and he's an idiot too, but maybe he doesn't feel that confident because they brought in Joe Flacco to compete with. Like, come on, Joe Flacco competing. That's an oxymoron. That doesn't even sound right at this point. So that's a good point, man. Maybe
never forget when he was elite.
I like the air quotations there, man.
Right. What's up, Daniel? Hop in there.
As the person that predicted that Carson Wentz would be traded because of Jalen Hurts last year, I would just like to say if they do pick a quarterback, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, I mean,
because Jalen Hurts is a true. The problem with Jalen Hurts is he's a true leader. The team is always going to follow him.
He can play.
And if you don't start him, then he's a problem. Like if then he's going to be a problem on every team because he's a true leader, and players will always buy into Jalen Hurts.
Right, you're absolutely right. Who's the 10th? Who's the 11th pick?
Giants have the 11th pick.
The Giants.
Yeah, the New York Giants.
Oh, okay. So the NFC East are the next 3 picks.
See,
I'm on pins and needles right now for this 10th pick.
This is where I think it's hard because at this point, I don't know why Dallas did this because I feel like they're chancing something, and I kind of get it. But again, the New York Giants, they may be interested. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Slater to New York Giants. I mean.
Oh, the offense. Oh, right. Yeah, to help Daniel Jones.
Like, you got to think, like, bro, like,
okay.
you have a quarterback, and now you just gave him a couple of weapons. Are you not going to want to get that on Slater? And if the Cowboys were thinking they were going to get Slater at 12 with New York there, I don't know, man. The Cowboys might even trade back again.
That's a good point. Maybe.
Yeah,
I agree with all of that. But I don't think
so. Yeah, I like what you just said. I do. I can foresee Dallas moving back again. New York can go. New York could go Parsons here. They could go Slater. The Eagles could go Slater. I mean, they're getting ready. They're calling the pick right now.
Bryson, what you got, man? Because you got the good cable, Bryson. You got the good cable.
Devontae Smith.
Picked up Devontae Smith.
But that's what I said. I mean, they need a receiver. They have no receivers. They got guys that worked at UPS and Costco.
Yeah.
So
Greg Ward.
Shout out to UPS. I love Costco. They got the best samples, but they needed a wide receiver. They definitely need one.
They needed one
That's
wide
what
receiver.
you call a basic bitch pick.
And you know what's funny though? The comparison, Devontae Smith got a lot going into this whole draft. One of his comps was Deshaun Jackson.
Basic bitch.
Can he run like that though?
He's pretty fast. I mean, he's not Deshaun Jackson, but I'm talking about his body frame. He's not a big guy.
Yeah,
he's like 6 foot something, 160. He's not a big dude, but he can run like the wind. Maybe he takes the top off the defense for somebody. But I mean,
they're giving the comparison right here on ESPN to Calvin Ridley.
Oh, Calvin Ridley. Okay, yeah, same body frame, wiry kind of guy.
Okay.
But yeah. So now, who's on the clock? The Giants are on the clock now. Charles made a good point about Rashawn Slater. Maybe they take him at offensive tackle. But see, the thing with Slater, he can play guard and tackle. He's very flexible. So he's like a Swiss Army knife on the line. So
it's Slater, bro. I think
I think you're right. I think it's got to be Slater. Or who? I mean, I'm looking at the best available right now.
I mean, the Giants' defense, funny enough, is kind of talented, man.
No, they got a good defense.
I mean,
just real quick. Here's the thing about the Giants. This is Daniel Jones' last shot. If it doesn't work this year, they're going to move on from him.
Yeah,
they added Kenny Galladay in free agency. They've got Sterling Shepard. Saquon's back.
Yep.
If you can add that key offensive lineman again, like you mentioned, they've got a great defense.
Right.
I really like Joe Judge as a head coach. I didn't think I would, but I think he did a good job last year.
Right. He's another adult.
Yeah, exactly. If they need to put the pressure bottom line on Daniel Jones, like, man, this is it for you. We need to make it happen.
Right. And there's also another offensive lineman available out of USC, Elijah Vera Tucker. He's pretty solid too. So maybe they're in the offensive line market, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good old best player available. This draft is it's full of pretty good offensive linemen. So I don't think the Giants will have an issue. Really, any team that needs. Oh wow, they traded. Did they trade?
They traded to the Bears.
Okay. Ooh. Ooh.
They might take a quarterback right here.
Justin Fields.
I think so.
Fields. I think they're not gonna. They're not gonna mess up again.
Wait. So are you guys saying that that's who just traded up? Was
yes, the Bears traded.
Yeah, the Bears traded up. Yeah.
Oh, it's a quarterback. I feel
it's quarterback. It's Justin Fields.
Gotta be.
It's
wow.
If it's not Justin Fields,
it's Justin Fields.
Yeah,
it's gotta be.
It's
They're
got
not moving up 9 spots to take
Mac Jones
lineman.
Right.
I don't think anybody liked Mac Jones like the 49ers did. I think
I don't think anybody liked Mac Jones other than Bears.
In our ears, honestly, to keep it real.
Right.
Just messing around with everybody.
Right, dude. I really that's just my take, man. Like
that's a big trade
with Mac Jones other than
that's
Kyle
a
Shanahan.
big trade, man. That's a big trade, man. For those of you who are watching right now, we just got news that the Chicago Bears are moving up to the 11th pick in the first round. They're trading up with the New York Giants, and we all agree, I think, for the most part, it's going to be a quarterback, and more than likely, it's going to be Justin Fields. And I think the Chicago Bears, they passed on Deshaun Watson in 2017. They're not going to pass on a quarterback. So here's the question for you, and this one goes to Big Low first. Big Low. Now with the Chicago Bears, they have Andy Dalton, and they have Nick Foles now. Adding that third quarterback, do you think one of those other guys gets moved on from? Do you think Nick Foles gets released, traded? How do you have those two other quarterbacks on your roster if you bring in a new guy?
I mean, you really got to follow the money and who's got the least guaranteed money. I mean, Andy Dalton signed for 1 year, $10 million.
1 year.
I don't know how much of that is guaranteed. Yeah. I don't know how much of that is guaranteed. So you follow the money at that point. And then when it comes to Nick Foles, I mean, it's going to be the same thing. So I think it'll just be an all-out competition. The fact that Andy Dalton actually played last year and had some success despite what happened with Dallas, I mean, he might have a leg up in the situation where he just kind of he plays probably, the first 5 or 6 games, depending on the kind of success Chicago has. Then,
right.
You bring in your first round draft pick, if that is Matt Jones or whoever they choose at this with this pick. So
right.
I see Nick Foles as the all man out in this situation.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Daniel, did you hear what we were just talking about, the Chicago Bears moving up?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think Justin Fields is the guy here at this spot? Excuse me.
Yeah, I think that's who they're going to draft.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't like the pick, but I think that's who they.
I really like this pick. I like it pick if it is Justin Fields, because I feel like when you look at the Bears,
they're ready to go.
It's kind of like the Broncos. I feel like, honestly, when you look at the Bears, they're that one team that has struggled, honestly, for their entire franchise to get that quarterback.
That's right.
And I think that you're getting somebody who's mobile, who is not going to be a day one starter, but he's a year 2 starter for sure.
Right.
They say.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree.
Just real quick, they panned to Justin Fields' house, and the couch was empty, and everybody came back in the frame. Everybody was smiling, so it's going to be.
So it's a go.
Bryson Carver, he's doing that official. He's our Adam Schefter right now on tonight's simulcast. He's got the good table, man. I'm getting on my bill a little bit, so I'm not getting the feed he's getting. But Bryson Carver coming in through the clutch tonight, man, with the up-to-date information. Appreciate you, man.
Hey, I'm getting info from Adam Schefter, man. I ain't getting something. Here it is.
Oh, man. All right, man. There you go.
By focusing on the critical issues of mental health, food insecurity, health disparities, and the digital divide. Throughout the pandemic, health disparities widened in communities of color, indigenous communities, and older and rural Americans. part of a draftathon to meet the basic needs like nutrition, safety, and health.
Oh shit! Come on, Roger Goodell.
Behind me has been doing
Right.
just that, leading the Greater Auburn Gresham Development Corporation in Chicago. His dream of creating a federally qualified health center to provide medical care in his neighborhood.
Martin Luther Goodell, huh?
Oh man.
Okay, so before he makes his pick, because it doesn't seem like he's making it.
Congratulations, Carlos, and please take it away with the Bear select.
Okay, here it is.
Okay, here we go.
Well, how exciting is this?
Oh,
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the
Justin Fields.
Justin Fields.
Justin
All right,
Fields.
number 11.
There you go.
Okay.
Love it.
Justin
Hey, man.
Fields?
Hey man, give Adam Schefter a high five over there, man.
Right. Bryson Carver, aka Adam Schefter.
Came through in the clutch.
So let me ask you this then: the Patriots still at 15. Mac Jones is still available. Is it in this realm, in this reality? Mac Jones maybe goes to the Patriots now.
That would be
Oh,
a
yeah.
disaster.
I mean, but maybe now, Daniel was talking about Kyle Trask earlier in the simulcast. Maybe a guy like that creeps up now. Maybe people don't really like Mac Jones that much.
No.
No?
If Kyle Trask was the Patriots, I will be pissed. Tom Brady 2.0.
Oh, come on.
Oh,
Come
That's,
on, man.
That's a tough one, man. Even Patrick
I'm
Mahomes,
just
I
so
can't
worried.
necessarily say it's Tom Brady 2.0, and he's already in the NFL. And that's a rough
right,
one.
right. But I mean, Mac Jones is falling. I mean, he's definitely falling right now.
I mean, he's only had what, 1 year of experience?
Yeah, like a year and a half. Because he came in for Tua. When Tua got hurt the year before. Wow. That's crazy. So now the Cowboys are on the clock now. I'm still in shock from that 10th pick, man. Like, I don't know where we're going, or maybe I'm just
at this point, I
delusional.
trade back again.
I would keep trading back.
I'm with you.
I trade back again, man.
I'm with
Forget
you.
Get some more picks because
I trade back again.
I mean, I'm 2 hours into this show right now, and I'm still delusional, and I'm going strong. What's up, Daniel?
Yeah, man.
I know who the Cowboys are picking.
Who the Cowboys going to take, man? Let me
Are you
know.
ready
Let
for
us know.
this? I know who they're picking.
Yes.
Are you ready for this?
I'm ready.
Asante
that?
Samuel Jr.
Oh.
We're in the third round. In the third,
My man.
No, he's
somewhere. It's
saying,
got to be somewhere.
he's saying that we're going to get
saying right.
we're going to get him next.
I'm waiting for the punchline, bro.
No, it's got to be the third round.
So, guys, the two guys I was looking at with Dallas before the draft was either, preferably Pat Surtain. That dream got crushed.
Let's Caleb Farley, excuse me.
Oh,
Caleb Farley from Virginia Tech. I don't like him as much as I did Horn or Surtain, though.
Me neither.
I would be more comfortable with taking Micah Parsons over
Over Farley.
Farley. Yes.
I would have liked Farley if we had a good veteran CB back there. But the lack of experience, the position shifts that Caleb Farley's went through, man, I don't.
And injuries. He's got back injuries.
Yeah, he's got back injuries.
back.
At
That
20,
back.
man. I'm 27, man, and I don't have back injuries, man. Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, I don't know, man. That's what it is. But this dude is big and explosive and a very instinctual, man. I do like Caleb Farley, but not for our scope, and we don't have that player to be able to coach up a Caleb Farley into what he can be, and that's where Caleb Farley needs to be. Caleb Farley would be perfect in New England, to keep it real with you.
Right.
What I don't want to see, and what I'm really kind of tired of seeing is, I know that the Dallas Cowboys take a lot of risk with injured players, especially in that second round.
Yeah.
But I just think, especially after what we saw last year, if we're going to take a chance on somebody that's injured, let's wait until the third or fourth round to do that.
Right.
But if we're going to do anything in the first or second round, it's got to be somebody that's got a clean bill of health, somebody that's ready to go, and a superb athlete at that. You know,
Absolutely.
so Caleb Farley for me, man, especially backs. You know, so you talking about you're 27, never experienced back issues. I'm 33, and man, my back be killing me, bro. So after that kind of surgery, bro, and matter of fact, the surgery that Caleb Farley had is the same surgery that Tony Romo had. After his playing.
For the
Yes.
herniated disc.
For that, it's like some transverse, process
Oh
surgery.
yeah.
something like
Oh
that.
yeah.
So
See,
Tony Romo had that same surgery, man. So it's not anything to play with. So for me, I'm scared of backs. Backs always linger, right? So I don't want any players first, second round that have injury history. You've got to wait. No, I don't want any of that. Jalen Smith was the last one, and it took him, a year or so, to get where he is. And even at that, I mean, we're still, trying to figure out if that's a lingering issue.
Oh,
so
the Cowboys are picking at 12.
yeah.
they're picking it up. Okay, let's go.
This is very, very interesting.
Are we talking about Slater here? What are y'all thinking?
I think
Yeah,
it should be Slater, but I don't know what they're thinking.
I think I like Micah Parsons. I think Bryson, you mentioned that. Was it Micah Parsons you like?
Yeah. Love Michael Parsons.
Because LVE is not reliable.
No.
Yeah.
Last 2 years.
He's hurt a lot, and he's got a
Well,
neck.
he's basically Sean Lee 2.0, man.
Right.
Yep.
He's like, it's like great when you got him on the field, but how often do you have him? And I'd rather have a B minus player that I can count on than an A plus player that's not going to be there.
Right. Best ability is availability.
Right.
Absolutely. I couldn't
here it
say it
is.
any better.
All right, Jerry.
Hey, Bryson's got that knowledge, man.
Yeah, man.
All right, we got
I would probably want Slater if I, as a Cowboys fan, knowing what we have right now. You got to build that offensive line again. If it's not building on the defense significantly, then you got to build on the offense so that they can just control the time of possession.
right.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, I won't be mad if they take Slater because, like you said, that line is very important, especially for Dak. We just paid him a lot of money. You got to protect your investment. So
It's been our last decade's identity, man. We gotta sustain that.
They've been good in picking offensive linemen in the first round too.
they have been. You're right.
Yeah,
We got what?
yeah.
We
They've
got
actually been good at picking offensive talent in the first
Frederick
round in
Martin.
general.
Here it is.
Smith.
Here it
There
is.
you go.
Hey, how about him?
Here we go.
Wow, Micah Parsons.
Did it?
They selected
Let's
Micah
go.
Parsons.
Let's go.
Okay.
I think they had no choice. I think they had to
Okay.
take him.
Okay.
Who
I think
is
they
that?
had to take him.
Who is that person who is screaming
I
at
don't
the top
know.
of their lungs for the Cowboys pick?
I have no
I
idea.
don't know. I don't know who the lady is. This guy looks like Jalen Smith, man. Who's this guy? Okay.
Well, I mean, the last Penn State linebacker we took, I would say, kind of worked out. I mean, Sean Lee.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
I mean, Penn State used to be known as linebacker U. Maybe they can kind of get that going again, But I'm not overly excited. I guess we'll have to wait and see with that pick. But
I mean, to be real with you, man, I would have taken trades for this because I think you might have been able to sleep on this dude and get him like 15th or 16th to keep
right,
it
because who's picking after them?
The
Chargers,
you got the Vikings, you got the Patriots.
Yeah.
I
don't think
I
he
mean,
would have fell any further back, but I don't know. I just,
it'll be interesting to see how they use them. I mean, there's plenty of defensive value in the lower first round and then second and third rounds. I mean, you'll be able to find plenty of linebackers and get the job done. I mean, we'll see. I'm interested to see how they're going to use Michael Parsons.
Right,
So,
because
is it just me or is everybody? Or I'm like, man, like I don't like how this is going, man.
me neither. I
Honestly,
was Go for it, Charles.
This seemed very predictable, and then the 8th pick happened, and now I'm just sitting here looking at this like this is crazy. I did not expect it to be like this.
Yeah,
He literally just jumped into Goodell's arms. I don't know how Goodell caught him there.
I don't know, man.
No, but I read a tweet from Rappaport that said that Parsons was told by the Cowboys last night that if he was available, they were going to take him, and he said he was looking forward to practicing with Zeke. So,
Okay.
sounds like this is kind of a done deal all along.
Okay.
Whoa.
Okay.
I mean, like he is versatile. I will say that. I think he can line up at the mic. He can play weak side. He's got good range as far as from sideline to sideline. So he's either going to replace Jalen Smith or LVE, one of those guys.
You know what? You bring up a really good point because LVE, he's got his 5th-year options due.
Right.
So they have until the 3rd. They have until May 3rd to pick that up.
Yep.
So you might have your replacement for LVE.
Right there.
Situation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, LVE has neck issues, man, and that's
Exactly.
worse than back issues.
That's right.
Oh yeah.
That's
and I like both of those players, Smith and LVE, but I don't know, man. Smith to me disappointed me last season. I think his play, it needs to improve, obviously. He got paid, but
Smith.
God, man, I really wanted Pitts or a corner, and we didn't get either one of them.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
So I think they're done for the night unless they trade back into the first round, which could be a possibility because they still need safety help. I know they signed Keanu Neal, but see, that's another thing too. They're bringing Keanu Neal possibly to play a little bit of linebacker as well too, because he's kind of a in the box type of safety / linebacker. So I don't know why.
That's kind of what they did with Joe Thomas, right? Like they might play Keanu Neal in that role.
Right. So interesting spot. Yeah, Daniel.
This Chargers pick could be the first reach of the draft.
You think so? The first one of the night?
Yeah, I think this could be the first reach of the draft. And if I was the Chargers, I would pick the running back out of Alabama.
Najee?
Oh, Najee Harris?
Najee
And you know what?
Harris,
That's actually not a bad
That's why I
idea.
love the Buffalo. Yeah,
That's not a bad idea because what's something that the Chargers don't? I mean, they have Austin Eckler, but he's not a true back, like a
Not
number
Bell Cow.
one.
No, hell no.
So-
But either way, I think this could be the first reach, no matter who they pick.
Right. I mean, because no one really picks running backs like that anymore, that high, obviously, unless you're like a Adrian Peterson type player. Man,
they're really trying to sell Mac Jones, man. They're trying to sell this.
I know.
Trying to sell this hard.
Well, can I say something about Mac Jones? Because earlier
Sure.
you guys were saying that like he's falling, but really like Mac Jones was never really considered to be that high up until
No, you're right. No, you're right.
Until the Niners started saying they were going to pick him. Before
I literally said that.
I thought he was like a third round.
You're right.
pick.
You're right. And maybe the Niners,
So I don't think he's
maybe they
falling,
wanted
but I
Trey
think
Lance
he's
this whole
just-
time, and they put that out there. Who knows? I mean,
Yeah, and they were the only one blowing smoke. No one else was
Right.
like saying
Yep.
anything. So I don't think he's falling. I think he's just being Mac Jones.
I think I said the exact same thing.
I like
said
that.
the Niners put him on the map because nobody was talking about Mac Jones
they weren't.
until Kyle Shanahan was talking about Mac Jones. But outside of that, in the top 15, I didn't hear anybody interested in Mac Jones other than 49ers. And even when the Niners said that they were interested in Mac Jones at 3, the rest of the world was like, are you seriously going to take Mac Jones over all of those other great prospects
Right.
that would probably be there? And yeah, so I mean, I feel you, man. I get you.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, hey, I'm about 2.5 hours into this, man. I'm feeling good. How you guys feeling? You guys all right?
Feel great.
Yeah, I'm feeling
All right.
okay, but I just
This
need
is
like
actually
a
pretty
1
fun.
minute break. I'll be right back.
Okay, yeah, go for it, Daniel. Well, I'm gonna remove you for a second, and then you come back on whenever you're ready, guys. So yeah, no, I appreciate you guys, man, for hanging in there. Bryson, Daniel, we lost Big Law. Maybe it was a bad connection. Hopefully, he's able to return. Barry, who also joined earlier, man. This is what I envisioned it to be. You know, it's like we were all like in a bar or wherever at hanging out, watching the draft together, man.
Hey, one of these days it'd be dope once this pandemic's over, like to do it like a live show. Like
Yeah,
Could, like-
absolutely, Bryson.
That'd be
I
dope.
totally agree with you, man.
we got to find a meeting point because I'm on the East Coast, you're out in Vegas. I don't know where you're
I'll
from.
go,
Where are you
I'll go
from?
to Texas, man. I'll go back to
I'm
Texas.
actually not. I'm actually not too far from Vegas. I'm in Los Angeles, or
Oh.
right now I'm in the Bay, but I'm in Los Angeles, which is
Bay Area.
you know.
You from the
So
Bay Area?
it's but yeah, man, that would actually be pretty dope or
No,
whatnot.
we're all Cowboys fans. We could meet up for a Cowboy game.
Sure.
That would be.
Hey,
pretty cool.
look, they play the Chargers next year at SoFi, so
Oh, right. You're right. Yeah, you're right. Actually, yeah, you're right. But honestly, I would want to go back to. I mean, I lived in Texas for a while, so I wouldn't mind going back to watching a game in Jerry World. Wow, we're only at the 13th pick. I'm supposed to do all 32 picks, but I mean, I'm gonna thug it out. I mean, I get you guys are on the East Coast. I know Bryson, it's like 10 o'clock there, your time.
right at 10 o'clock.
So I'm gonna thug it out as long as I can, man. That's what I do. So
Thug it out, man.
like I told you, like I had a big lunch. I've been drinking water. I'm ready to go.
So who do you think, Bryson? Who do you think? What are you thinking about this Chargers pick? Because this is one that's because again, Rashawn Slater. I mean,
I'm with you.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I'm looking at that. I don't think that they're going to be getting a quarterback. That would be silly.
No.
And another reason to hate the Chargers even more. It's just not going to happen. But that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking Rashawn Slater, due to the versatility, man, especially for these teams with young quarterbacks that they want to progress rather than regress. I think it's a really
No, I would take him as well.
Yeah, Chargers.
Pick us in.
What are the biggest Chargers needs right now? I mean, their defense.
They're strong in a lot of spots.
They are.
They've got a good roster.
They do.
I would like to see Derwin James try to finish a season.
Yeah, man, he's so talented.
He's so talented, but he's always hurt.
Last 2 years.
Last 2 years he's Joey Bosa. He's coming off an injury, right? He was hurt too last year, right? Both. Oh no, it was Nick. It was Nick.
Yeah, Nick Bosa tore his ACL early
Nick,
last season.
I think Joey had some. He had some like minor setbacks, but nothing to keep him off the field. But their defense is stout. Melvin Ingram, I think he's still there. I think
he is.
So their defense is pretty good. I think their linebacking
Casey Hayward.
Casey Hayward. Yeah. So they got some guys on defense. Maybe another wide receiver. Maybe someone to help Keenan Allen out there.
Here it is.
Because they got Mike Williams, Keenan Allen. And if you guys are watching right now, man, if you're in the comment section, make sure you guys like and share this feed. Rashawn Slater. Charles, you called it, man. So I'm okay with that. I like that pick. You're protecting your investment in Justin Herbert. So why not protect the guy? Why not? Okay, big Low's back. All right, we lost you there, Big Low. You back with us, brother?
Yeah. I'm back, man. Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, you're welcome. So Rashawn Slater was selected for the Chargers, and I think we all can agree that's a pretty mature pick by the Chargers. You got to protect your investment in Justin Herbert. So
this is a power pickup, man. I think the one thing that most people don't understand is when you find a team that goes from 5-11, 6-10, or whatever it is, or whatever it's going to be now, 7-10, or whatever the hell it's going to be now.
Right.
Is when you find that a lot of times it's because they upgrade their offensive line. If you look at Tennessee like 2 years ago, and then you look at their line last year and the year before that, a lot of the big deal was the offensive line, man. Like, people really don't get that the offensive line controls the entire game. And again, when you are
battle of the trenches
to run the ball, and if you have a running quarterback and / a young quarterback,
right,
it just makes the defense have to guess so much, and then you control the time of possession. Your players are not on the field as often on the defense, so even your defense it even goes back to your defense. Your defense could be statistically a top 10 unit, and in reality they're really like a top 17 because the offensive line just burrows over people.
Right. Well, they're off the field. And just looking at the Chargers stats from last year, they were 10th overall in offensive total yards, so which is pretty good for a rookie quarterback. Passing yards, they were sixth in the league,
bro.
So And so
Pretty good.
that's a pretty big get. They're just going to keep on improving. I like the Chargers, actually. You know what? But they're just in a tough division. I mean, you got Patrick Mahomes. You got to play twice. The Raiders. Even though I live here in Vegas, and I'm not gonna give them too much credit, the Raiders are still of a dumpster fire. But if they can get their defense together somehow, their offense isn't that bad. Derek Carr is not a bad quarterback. So we'll have to wait and see. The Denver Broncos. Well, I don't think they're going to be that much better than what they were last year. I mean, realistically.
Well, we haven't talked about this whole time, like in the 2.5 hours we've been on here.
Who's that?
Aaron Rodgers. Like that's.
Oh yeah. You guys haven't.
Yeah.
I have. But okay, yeah.
The biggest news ever.
Excellent point, Bryson. See, Adam
Absolutely.
Schefter, aka Bryson Carver, bringing it in. So Bryson,
we got trade. Hold on.
We got a trade. Okay, hold on. We got a trade.
Vikings trade their pick to the Jets.
Oh, Jets moving up.
Jets ain't playing.
So while they sort that out, Bryson, since you brought the Aaron Rodgers thing, what are your thoughts on that? Do you think the Packers are going to basically punk out and let him go?
You know what? I heard this. I heard this analogy. I think it was. I saw it on Twitter earlier today with Joel Klatt from Fox Sports. He was saying, if you're married and you go out and you're flirting with other women, eventually your wife's going to get pissed off and she's going to leave you. Like you can't. When Aaron Rodgers needs receivers outside of Devontae Adams, because you remember that NFC Championship game, Tampa Bay just took Devontae away and it completely stifled the Packers' offense.
That's right.
Right.
And they took Jordan Love, his replacement.
That's right. Yeah, I would have been teed off, which Aaron Rodgers was. He was teed off, and there was plenty of talent there. For you to pick up somebody else, you're going to pick up this guy. And what did Aaron Rodgers do? He showed you why you made a mistake. Right. So now you have to pay Jordan Love first-round draft pick money, and you got to pay Aaron Rodgers. And guess what? Now you guys want to restructure Aaron Rodgers' contract. He's like, no.
Why?
No, I'm still the big dog here on the campus, man. You're going to pay me. Or let me go, and y'all can start over with Jordan Love. So, I mean, come on with it.
Charles?
Yeah, man. What I'll say about that whole situation, man, I'll relinquish my biases that I can't with Aaron Rodgers. I think that I'm not taking away that he's an excellent quarterback. I'll call him excellent. But the problem is that I think what that organization is trying to do is what they've always done. I mean, when you look at what happened with Brett Favre and Aaron Rodgers, a lot of people didn't think that was the move either. And Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre for 2 or 3 years. So I think the thing that Aaron Rodgers isn't accounting for is that Aaron Rodgers is getting older and he's way more injury prone. I do not think Aaron Rodgers gets past 40 like Tom Brady. I think everybody thinks that's the norm. It's still like only one person has gotten past 41, and it's TB12 because he's had that massive offensive line. So what I'm trying to say is
an avocado ice cream.
I think you've got 2 more peak years from Aaron Rodgers. And if that O-line doesn't play up to snuff every single year of the way, you could see, and I'm not wishing this upon Aaron Rodgers, a devastating injury or something of that nature, because the dude is just not built to take hits. So I think that they should give him a lot of money, kind of like, the way I think the Packers should treat Aaron Rodgers is how the Tampa Bay Bucks treated Tom Brady. Look, we're going to give you a 2-year extension. We're going to give you some good money, and that's what it's going to be. But I think Aaron Rodgers just wants it all, and I think he's a little illogical when it comes to these things, because you have to know that you're 37 now, and you're probably not going to pass 40.
There's one big problem with what you said, though, is that the Packers did offer Rodgers. They've been Jay Glazer, Adam Schefter have said all day they've been trying to work to give him a contract extension and give him more money. And Rodgers said no. It's a little bit. I think Aaron's handled the situation better than the guy I'm about to mention. It's a little like James Harden in Houston. James Harden turned down a 2-year deal that would have paid him $50 million. He wanted out of Houston.
Right.
So I think with Aaron Rodgers here is you look at Tampa Bay like you brought up. Right. Tampa Bay is like, you know what? Tom Brady is about to be 44 years old. We're not going to have him more than we're not going to have more than the next 3 years.
Right.
Let's just go for broke. We're gonna keep the
Yeah.
squad together, and eventually it's kind of like the Raptors, right? Raptors
Right.
go out and get Kawhi Leonard. They know he's gone after the year,
Right.
but they went for it and they got a championship out of it.
That's
That's what Tampa Bay did. And
So
And it's
the question then is, I'm sorry to cut you off, Ryan.
No, go ahead, Bigelow. Go ahead.
So the question then is, where does Aaron Rodgers go? What team?
he
needs
put
to
out a
go
wish
now?
list actually.
Oh, did he?
What's the wish list? Where
Let
can
me
he go?
pull it up. Let me pull
This
it
guy,
up.
Bryson, dude, he's got all the connections, man.
Hey man, I love it,
Hold on,
man.
let
You
me-
doing it, bro?
I appreciate it. Hold on. Let's
While he's
see.
bringing that up, though, I wanted to say, so if Aaron Rodgers is pulling, this is like an NBA move, like literally, like
Yeah.
how these superstars are doing it. If he's able to pull it off, it sets a certain precedence in the NFL now that superstars can be like, hey, I'm not playing here anymore.
Okay, here it is. Now one of these are going to be off the list because they've already taken a quarterback, but he said 49ers, Broncos, Raiders. So Niners are off the board. They already got their quarterback.
Ooh, the Raiders.
Remember we heard the Raiders brought up when
Yeah.
Russell Wilson was
He was brought
talking,
up
so-
too in a wish list. Yep,
Yeah.
the Raiders were in a wish. That's actually,
that's-
you know what?
That's hard.
Derek Carr
hard.
for Aaron Rodgers.
I honestly think Denver sounds like the best spot out of all those places.
I agree.
I don't think they're ready to move off of Derek Carr because I think that organization, the Oakland Raiders, are at least smart enough to know that a lot of their success has not been because Derek Carr is
Right.
bad. It's been
Right.
That's
because
right.
of the organization struggles. Unlike the Jets, who think that it's just the core or whatever the case may be. But I think that's what the problem is, and I think Aaron Rodgers is going to think about what O-line would I rather have, and I would probably stay. I don't know, man. I think that you got a good defense down in Denver. I believe, if I'm not, I haven't watched too much Denver football, but I think I've looked at some of the stats. I don't know, man. I would probably have to say out of those teams, I would probably say the best spot for Aaron Rodgers to land is probably Denver. Yeah, he probably wants to go with a little bit of a better coach, but that's probably just about it. And he'll have somewhat of a quarterback competition with somebody who already knows the system. I don't think he's really trying to get involved in that.
Right. Well, Denver's defense isn't too great. They're 25th in scoring. They're 26th in defensive rushing yards. Passing yards are about middle of the road. I actually do like him in Oakland, man. I think you pair him with Josh Jacobs, Darren Waller, and I mean, nobody else has Spider 2Y banana. I mean, who's gonna beat that?
Well, here's real quick. Not to change the subject, but the Jets just took Elijah Vera Tucker, which I like.
Okay. Yep.
But
Okay.
they just panned to Mac Jones. New England's on the clock, and Mac Jones was on the phone with a smile on his face, so he's going to New England.
All right,
That's
so
what
Matt
I
Jones.
said, yeah.
All right.
That's what I
So
said.
the
that a
fall
few minutes
stops here.
ago.
I don't like it though, at all.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be ready to play in that system.
I mean, look, listen. Tom Brady struggled.
Right.
Brady struggled his last year in New England. You're telling me Mac Jones is going to be the savior?
Well, I mean, here's my thing. My thing is this, and we got to keep in mind, I believe in Cam, and here's why. We got to keep in mind that the difference in his performance after he got COVID.
Yep.
I can speak that I don't know if you guys have had COVID, but I had COVID.
Okay.
as well.
I had
Yes.
so I had it in November, and it wasn't until mid-February that I was able to get regain full lung capacity.
Wow. Okay.
So that does have an effect. So I believe that with the weapons now, New England spent a lot of money in free agency. You've got
They
two
did.
tight ends that they paid an overabundance of money to tight ends. I'm pretty sure there's still some talented receivers. You still pick up some receivers. I think at least for this year, Cam Newton will make some money this year. I think he'll play well this year. Give Matt Jones an opportunity to sit behind and watch, learn the game, learn from
Right.
Bill Belichick, and then he'll take over, and then Cam Newton will move on next year and make some money. But so yeah, I think this is a good move for the Patriots. Matt Jones, for me with quarterbacks, I'm not too big of a fan of quarterbacks who only have success for 1 year or 1.5 years or whatnot, and go on to the pros. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of success, if he does have any, that Matt Jones will have.
Yeah. And mind you, he played at Alabama. I mean, he threw to Jerry Jeudy, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith.
I mean, those guys are gonna make a quarterback look good, of course.
Right. You know, he had Najee Harris in the backfield. So no, your points are exactly valid with the New England Patriots, I would say. Like the Jonnu Smith, they got Hunter Henry, I believe, from San Diego. What's the other wide receiver they got from 49ers? Was it Kendrick Bourne, I believe?
Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Speedster.
Alabama quarterbacks really don't have a good history of translating well to the NFL, and I think that I mean they don't. But here's the thing: if there's anybody who can take the unathletic system QB who can follow directions perfectly. And I'm not saying that that's all Tom Brady is, because I love Tom Brady. But I'm saying if there's anybody who can take the athletic, to start off at least system QB, it's the Patriots, and they've had experience with it, man. So I don't think this is a terrible pick. I don't think it's a bad pick if that's who they pick. Like I said, they let him fall to them. They didn't trade up or whatnot. And
yeah, it's a good spot for them.
Yeah, I mean, and they've got, Cam Newton in case he plays well. And again, you get to have somebody sitting behind somebody who has had some success in the NFL. I do sell stock on Cam Newton just because I feel like if you take away his Super Bowl year, you're talking about not such a hot, quarterback if you look at the overall career. And there's been years where they've been, 6-3 and have gone, 8-8 somehow. And a lot of that has been because of Cam.
Absolutely. No, you're right. And they started the season really well. I mean, they should have won that game in Seattle on a Sunday night. They ended up losing it. And I think after that, that's when the whole COVID thing went down with him. And he just kind of never got back in stride, and they just struggled. So, and that was with a mediocre team. And remember, they had a lot of guys missing on their defense that elected not to play last season. Hightower, yeah, and that's a guy, like that's a notable guy.
Yep,
that's right.
So yeah, Mac Jones, Alabama quarterback. We'll have to wait and see what happens to him. But I know our boy Barry Grant, he had him going 3 overall to the Niners, but.
And Barry loves Belichick too, so he's probably more happy with this than him going 3rd overall. To be honest with you,
right. Maybe he had him 3 times 5 equals 15, and the Patriots got him at 15.
There you go.
So
here's the thing: though, Mac had better receivers seriously. Mac had better receivers at Alabama than he's going to have in New England.
Oh, there he is. There's
There
Barry.
he is.
That's crazy.
Barry Grant.
Man, good. That was a good take. I mean, not a good take, but it's the truth. He has better receivers at Alabama than he will in New England, and that's
not
true. Even a play.
This is true. But I mean, maybe they can replicate what they were able to do with Tom Brady with a Mac Jones. I don't know. We'll see. Because I will say now they have the tight ends. Now, I'm not saying Jonnu Smith and Hunter Henry are Aaron Hernandez and Gronkowski, but when they were successful, they had really good, solid tight end play. And so maybe they're – and, maybe they might try to get back to running the football a lot more. They did invest in the offensive line a little bit more this offseason. So maybe they want to run the ball, because we all know Cam Newton will run the ball himself. Maybe they have some packages for him. So it's going to be interesting to see. It's going to be definitely interesting to see. Who's picking next now? Who do we got?
Cardinals.
Oh, the Cardinals. Okay. I'm interested to see about them because here's the thing with them. Last year they picked up, I believe it was Isaiah Simmons in the first round. Didn't really see the field that often. I don't think they even know really what Isaiah Simmons is in the NFL. I don't know if he's a linebacker. Is he a safety?
He's positionless.
He's the positionless player, which is, I don't know. In the NFL, I don't think you want to be that guy. So
yeah. Nobody wants to be Taysom Hill.
That's right.
Oh, Taysom Hill?
Yeah, Taysom Hill, yeah.
I wouldn't disrespect Isaiah Simmons like that, though. I wouldn't say – because that's the thing. Taysom Hill, I remember for a while the Saints were like, well, maybe this is our franchise quarterback. No, he's not.
No, he's not.
No,
but
just no.
Where do we see the card? What do the Cardinals do? I mean, they signed J.J. Watt in the offseason. They went and got DeAndre Hopkins last year. Do they need to go offense? I think they probably need to. Well,
Oh,
the-
line.
O-line.
I would go.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I would go O-line. The problem is the best 3 linemen are off the board. I'm trying to see who's available.
I mean, honestly, there's a guy out of Notre Dame. I don't think you can go wrong with an offensive lineman out of Notre Dame.
no, not at all.
No, they breed good offensive line.
I mean, that's what they do. They go to church and they play offensive line at Notre Dame.
Yes.
Yep.
That's what they do. So
Zach
I mean,
Martin.
let's think about it. Yeah, right.
Quentin
Yeah. Martin, Nelson, Ronnie Stanley, who's
Ronnie Stanley.
Vegas in the house. Bishop Gorman. They got guys. I mean, even Martin's brother. Didn't Martin's Zach Martin played at Notre Dame too, if I'm not mistaken?
Yep, he
Yeah,
did.
So that's what they do in Notre Dame, man. They take communion and they play offensive linemen. So, I think they got to go offensive linemen. I don't. Defense, could they use help on defense? I mean, yeah, but I think they're more suited to go out and go get an offensive lineman at this point in the game.
They have to put. The thing is, when you're in that division, which is so unfortunate for them, because in any other division, it would be so much easier for as good as that team is to compete. But
Right.
in this division where you just got Matthew Stafford, where that was probably one of the weaker spots with Jared Goff. I mean, they were covering up for Jared Goff, but now you don't have that. And so you're going to have to – you might have to play shootout against all these teams in the NFC West. I mean, you still got Kittle over on, in San Francisco. You got Metcalf. And I'm not saying that those guys play up against each other. But if you have to go back and forth with these teams, and then let's also remember –
Arizona picked up a linebacker, Zaven Collins.
Oh
I
God!
like Zayvon Collins.
So
Who did they
went
pick?
Zaven
Zaven
Collins out
Collins.
of Tulsa, I believe. He's from Tulsa, right? I think.
Yeah, from Tulsa.
So well, they got now three first-round linebackers, right? Hassan Reddick, Isaiah Simmons, and now Hassan Reddick's still there, isn't he?
Yeah, Hassan
yeah,
Reddick is
sure.
over there.
Yeah. So that's 3 first-round linebackers in the last 5 drafts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know.
Can I talk?
Yeah, go ahead.
Fantastic pick. Fantastic pick.
I like it too, man.
Dude, I have one word for this man. Monster. Monster is the one word. But absolute monster. This dude, sideline to sideline.
Well, he's a good player.
You know who this guy is? This guy is Deion Jones. That's who this guy is.
Okay,
Deion
that's a good
Deion
comparison.
Jones. Phenomenal. Yes.
He's fast.
Fantastic.
He's a big dude too, 6'4".
Fantastic pick.
Yeah.
God, 6'4", 250.
This is
Man.
Deion Jones. This is Deion Jones right here. Fantastic pick.
So Daniel really loves the pick. So I guess we'll have to.
Hey, I'm
We'll live
excited
with
for you.
Here's what I'm interested in is the Raiders.
Yes,
As
this one's
17.
interesting, because I live here in Las Vegas. Actually, their facility I can see from my house, and I
Oh,
drive
cool.
by it all the time. I put the middle finger up. Not really. I'm
Hey,
respectful.
Dallas actually plays the Raiders this year, right? It's
Right
they-
in Dallas, though, right? It's
in Dallas. I'm actually going to predict that that's going to be their Thanksgiving game. I just got a feeling about it. I think they'll play on Thanksgiving.
They played them a few years ago on Thanksgiving too.
Yep, 2013.
2013. See, there he is with the stats there. Raiders. What are we thinking now with the Raiders? Do they go defense?
They have
Defense,
to.
right? They
They're
have
one of
to.
the
Right?
worst defenses in the league.
I mean, their weakest point is their cornerback play. I mean, I know they went and drafted Arnett, I believe, last year from Ohio State. Didn't really pan out this year. I think he had a couple injuries. That Dolphins game, that was atrocious. The way they gave up those big plays down the stretch in that game. So, was it? Do you guys think a lot of that was the scheme and the coaching, or was that some of that just the players not being good?
I think you go defense. Unfortunately, they didn't have a really strong defensive line. And this draft is not a good one, especially in the first round for a defensive line.
Right.
And of course, they had the Cowboys' old defensive coordinator and Rod Marinelli as I think their defensive line coach.
He's a defensive line coach. Yeah.
Yeah. And I think they were playing that cover 2, Tampa 2 defense if I'm not mistaken. So
Yep.
Smallest defensive line, you go defense here. You find a way to get to the quarterback and stop the run. So you just got to find somebody to do that. I mean, you could probably do that, or you can go with what's the other linebacker from Notre Dame?
Like
a hybrid. Owusu
Karamoah.
Karamoah.
Yeah. I like him. I
Yeah,
like
yeah.
him too. He's a
So I
he's a
think-
monster too.
Yeah.
Now I'm looking at the best available here, and it's a lot of defensive players, so they got a lot of options. A lot of
Yeah, I
defensive linemen.
think you're right. You're right. Because I mean the Raiders were ranked in scoring 30th. They
Wow.
gave up a lot of points. They gave up 29.5 points last year. Defensive passing, not the greatest. They're 25th. Their rush defense was 22nd. I mean, the brightest spot on that team was the offense.
Right.
8th in total yards, 14th in rushing, 8th in passing, 10th overall scoring. So obviously defense is because Cleveland Farrell really hasn't lived up to the bill where they drafted him, out of Clemson. The Crosby kid, was he Eastern Michigan? I think he was 2 years
He's
ago.
good.
He's pretty good. But they definitely need defense for sure.
Who? Okay, this is an interesting one, or interesting concept that I'm thinking. After the Las Vegas Raiders is my bad. I didn't see it was Miami got another pick, but Washington.
Yeah, the Washington football team.
I was thinking Washington might trade up to get a quarterback, but that's out the window now.
There's no more quarterbacks available.
It totally is, but I'm just wondering that's what I was thinking too. That's why I was thinking. I was like, what is it that they need, man? I mean,
To Washington?
Washington, yeah, because
I mean, they're stacked. I mean, they've signed a
The
couple of
defense is
cornerbacks
good.
in free agency.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
defense
defense
is
is
great.
good, but they've got to get better
defense-
on offense. But like, if not a quarterback, then what?
They could use
Well,
a linebacker, actually. That's probably the weak link of their defense is linebacker.
I forget his name, but they have their middle linebacker. I think.
The 55 isn't that? I'm trying to remember his name.
I like that guy.
Yeah, I do
I
too.
don't recall his name. I like him. You can go linebacker there. You can probably go cornerback, but they need more offense. They're already pretty explosive, but let's find a receiver, who you can actually call your number one.
Well, they got Terry McLaurin,
I mean, Terry McLaurin's got that, but you really don't have
Elijah
anybody.
Moore at Ole Miss.
Elijah Moore, Rashad Bateman. What's the kid out of Purdue? I forgot his name. Rondale Moore.
Mhm.
But these are all small guys, kind of.
Yeah. And I don't know if that's their style or what, but I'd probably
Bateman's
go.
the tallest one out of those guys. He's 6 foot.
Man, that's crazy.
That's still pretty small in comparison when corners are averaging 6 foot and taller now. So
Yeah,
they if they go wide receiver, they're just gonna have a small wide receiving core.
that's right.
Running backs that are available, I would say Travis Etienne is still on the board. I mean, all the running backs are still on the board. No running back has been taken off the board yet, and there are a few of them. Najee Harris, Etienne, the Carolina guys, North Carolina, Carter and Williams, I think are still available.
Who needs a running back right now?
Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh for sure.
Pittsburgh
I think the
needs a running
Buffalo
back.
Bills need one.
Yes, yeah, Buffalo.
I thought
definitely
the
needs
Arizona Cardinals might needed one too. With
Yeah.
they
Y'all
lost.
think there's a running back that'll go in the first round this year?
Right. This
think
year, I
late in
don't
the
think
first
so.
round.
Maybe Harris or Etienne are the first two that I think would go off the board. But
Alex
but the
Leatherwood.
Cardinals
They took the
The
tackle.
Raiders
from Bama.
went without
offensive line.
offensive line.
Well, they lost
The
Trent
offensive
Brown, so
But he didn't even play. I mean, Trent Brown played like he had a cup of coffee here, and he was out. He got COVID, and then he got in trouble for something else, and then they traded him back to New England. So it's like
This dude said he had a cup of coffee there.
he had a cup of iced coffee.
He didn't even have
No.
He didn't even have the he said iced coffee. That's like the most, oh my God, Jesus Christ, man, you're killing me.
But I mean, it is what it is. He wasn't. I mean, here in this community, he wasn't well liked. A lot of people did not like Trent Brown. They thought he was overpaid, and he didn't even do anything.
Right.
I live around a lot of these Raider fans, and they're like, Trent Brown is a punk.
Right.
So, I mean, and it's fun. Oddly enough, I see a lot of these guys up and down my street because I live in this area where, like I said, the practice facility. I've seen Henry Ruggs a couple times in his Lamborghini. I've seen Derek Carr a few times driving up and down the street. So it's weird because I'm a Cowboys fan and I want to be like, dude, you guys suck, man. But and oddly enough,
you need to tell Derek Carr next time you see him who the real number 4 is.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Hey, I always say that in the state of Texas too. There's only one number 4 in Texas.
Darn
That's
right.
right. That's
And
right.
it ain't Deshaun Watson.
So, like,
Okay. Deshaun Watson got bigger problems than 4. He got 22 problems.
Oof.
hey,
You went there.
I did.
oh yeah, Oh, yeah.
Bro, hey, look, I'm 3
Oh,
hours
yeah.
into this. I'm 3 hours into this. I got to just start laying it out there. Okay. I got to
Throw it
lay
at
it
the wall
out
and
there.
see what sticks.
How do you guys? I mean, okay, this is a question. I don't know. Like, really, how do you guys feel about Dak in total? I know it's like taboo to have any concerns at all.
Right.
When it comes to Dak and Cowboys community, but I'm always like one statement away from loving Dak and one statement away from saying we need to move on from him. I don't know how to explain it. I really feel tied with Dak a lot of times, man, because I don't know, man. There's a lot of stuff that I could pick apart, but what do you guys feel about Dak?
Yeah.
I'll let y'all go first.
Big Low, you want to take it or you want me to go?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and take it.
Okay, go ahead, take that.
You know, for me, I saw what I needed to see in terms of the physical play and being a quarterback. What I mean by that is the throwing motion, the footwork, the pop, seeing the velocity in the ball, and getting the ball where it needs to go.
Okay.
Those were concerns that I had, and just being able to see the field. So we saw that. We saw that early on before he got hurt last year, and I really wish we would have seen that full growth. But I believe we're going to see that, this year. And then 2019, we really saw him take off. Now it's just a matter of putting it all together and winning games against winning teams, against the best teams in the NFL, and that's what I want to see. Because I mean he has the numbers and he'll do decently, but how about let's get a win. Let's win that 20-17 game, against
New England.
I don't know, the New England, right, exactly, or the Packers, or who else is out there? New Orleans Saints, whatever it is, right?
Tampa, anybody.
It's anybody. Those winning teams. Let's put the ball on your back and let's go out a winning game. And let's not have these drives where we move the ball but we can't score. And that's an issue. So that's a combination of quarterback, scheme, and I really and truly I think a lot of that comes down to coaching. We had almost 10 years of Jason Garrett, and I just want to see more points when we get into the red zone. Okay, so I want to see Mike McCarthy take that over. Kellen Moore make the right decision. If it's 3rd and 1. We've got Zeke, we've got that offensive line. Let's be creative. Let's just not run it up the gut. Let's run play action. Let's run a QB waggle, whatever it is, man, and let's score points. So I want to see more. So I want to see more points scored in the red zone, and I want to see us winning games against the better teams in the NFL, and not just beating up on a bunch of scrubs. And for me, that rests on Dak. Obviously, there's a lot of other issues, with defense and all the other stuff. But at the end of the day, when it's time to step up, which he's done, but let's see it happening against the good teams without being down, 14-0 off the bat.
Right, exactly. No, I agree, man. Big Low, I couldn't have said it any better. And I'll take this, Bryson, and you can go. I like Dak Prescott, man. He's a leader. He's been through a lot of adversity throughout his life. He goes to Mississippi State. Actually, he wasn't really even recruited by Mississippi State. He wanted to go to LSU. He's from Louisiana. They never offered him anything. He goes to Mississippi State. He literally carries that team on his back, leading them to one of their best years in school history, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Gets drafted by the Cowboys. Literally, I remember watching, it was a preseason game against LA in the LA Rams in the Coliseum, and he threw a dart. I forgot who it was. And I was like, damn, this dude is actually pretty good. And then Romo goes down, and then obviously he takes over. And honestly, man, I've been watching football since, I'm 37 years old. I've been watching the Cowboys at least since the early 90s, 91, 92. But that 2016 season was by far the best season. And I mean, considering the Cowboys had won Super Bowls in those other years, but that 2016 season was magical. And I think it was because of Dak Prescott, because the way he was able to come in, be the guy. You know, Tony Romo was the guy. I mean, literally. I mean, I think we all can agree Tony Romo is a solid NFL quarterback. Yeah. And the fact that he was able to take that team. I mean, I know we fell short, but he showed me a lot of grit. And I think you need that as a quarterback. Is he sexy? Does he make the plays like Patrick Mahomes or Russell Wilson? No, but he's in a different scheme and different coaching style. I think if you put Dak Prescott in Andy Reid's system or any other system, I think he flourishes just as well as with Patrick Mahomes. And I mean, and that's not a hot take. I think Dak Prescott is the guy. And I support him. I'll always support him. Hell, I got his jersey on tonight. I don't know if y'all can see. You know, number 4 all day. You know what I mean? So if I had a dog, I'd name him Dak. So I mean, Dak Prescott is the guy, and I think the Cowboys are definitely smart in paying him the money that they did. And a lot of people don't think so. But here's the thing: that's the market for the quarterbacks now. In about 2 years, he won't even be the highest paid quarterback anymore. Somebody else will be. Fair. So I don't worry about the money because if we didn't pay him, somebody else was going to pay him. So to circle back to answer Charles' question, I'm all for Dak Prescott, man. And that's all I got. Church.
Well, I know if there's any subject that divides Cowboys Nation, it is Dak Prescott.
Right.
You know, when I look at what, I mean, certainly, Brian, you brought up what he's been through in his personal life, and it's, you know, you wouldn't wish that on your worst enemy.
Right.
But you're talking about in his career, starting with his rookie year. You know, I hear a lot of I remember last season they were talking about Carson Wentz, and, you know, he was struggling, and towards the midway point in the season, they're saying, okay, Jalen Hurts is going to come in. You know, it's you know, now it's not a matter of if but when.
Right.
And they're saying, oh, this, you know, poor Carson Wentz, the pressure. How about Dak Prescott having to come in as a 4th-round rookie, being thrown in, you know, with the injury to Romo, and Jerry all season long, Romo's going to be back. Romo's going to be back. And every single game, Dak's playing for his job. Even we're getting to December, you know, they're on a 10-game winning streak, and Dak's still playing for his job. Absolutely. And week in and week out, just, you know, that to me showed me the kind of toughness you need in a franchise quarterback. You know, you look at how he handled the Zeke Elliott suspension. You look at how he was putting up ridiculous numbers last year with an awful defense. Right. I think he's transitioned to that stage in his career where, man, just give him just a little bit of help defensively. Right. I mean, he's got the receiving core. He's got that. And Dallas has an above average running game. It's not what it used to be, but it is above average, I believe.
Right. I mean, you're right.
No, I mean, that's the thing. I think the NFC East at this point is a given. I honestly kind of fear the Giants more than I do Washington, to be honest with you. Once they get past the NFC East, you are going to run into the Tampa Bays. And man, you look at coaching, you look at the overall roster. Like, man, what if some of these? Just my question for the Cowboys fans that, you know, wanted Dak out is A, what's the better option?
Right.
And B, man, look at this offense as soon as Dak got hurt. It was atrocious.
Right.
It was terrible.
Yeah, it might. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, dude.
No, go ahead.
No, it might be, I guess, a blessing in disguise for people to really see the true value of Dak. Now, the interesting thing is I saw this earlier today, bringing up the 2016 season. Ryan, Dak made a comment about how Scott Linehan was telling him during 2016 is like, hey, this doesn't happen in the NFL. Like the way you got it right now, this doesn't happen. Yeah, everything was clicking. So Dak was kind of going back and forth like, oh man, you know, nobody has me, you know what I mean? So I'm Dak, you know, so that's why it's going like this. So then he went ahead and admitted that actually, it actually went a little bit easier than I'm willing to admit. Because he said those words, and that's just how, I mean, everything was good. Running game, offensive line, health, defense was decent. I mean, everything was just clicking, and that just doesn't happen. So that actually was an anomaly that season. But one of the things we talk about his Dak's growth as a quarterback, I don't like when people say that he can't make certain throws. Go back and watch the film. 2019 when the Cowboys played the Minnesota Vikings. You remember those sideline catches that I think Amari Cooper and Michael Gallup were making?
Yeah.
Those tiptoe catches, right? when the ball is way out of bounds and those guys are still making those catches. I'm like, go back and watch that film. Those were pinpoint balls. Okay, let's go back the year before when they played the Giants and he throws that beautiful pass to Cole Beasley, their last game of the year, that touchdown pass. Right. That was a great throw. So don't tell me he can't make the throws. He can make it. Let's just get some consistency with a coaching staff and play calling that can work with his strengths and make the necessary play calls when they're supposed to be made so that this team can win. And also, guess what? Put talent on defense where we're not necessarily worried about being number one in the league and yards, but let's get turnovers and let's get sacks and let's play defense in the key moments. That's the problem with this Dallas Cowboys team is when it comes down to the key moments, oftentimes they fall out of bounds in that section.
Absolutely. And what's the one thing that some of the best quarterbacks in the league have in common? You know, Mahomes, Tom Brady, you know, Josh Allen, Russell Wilson. Maybe take Russ out. They have really, really good offensive coaching.
Yep.
That's
so
right.
If you give Dak stability, like you said, he can take this franchise places, man.
Yep. And that's what I said. I think if you put him in Kansas City, I think he does just as good as Patrick Mahomes. And I think
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
I honestly do. I think so because you look at what Andy Reid has been able to do with a lot of quarterbacks in his system.
That's true.
You know, now, I mean, he's not Patrick. He doesn't have maybe the arm talent like a Patrick Mahomes, but the scheme overall. You look at Kansas City, how creative they are. Like when you're watching Kansas City, it's like watching art. You know, you're like, wow, like you sit back and you're like, damn, like
incompletes are masterpieces. I get
it's a masterpiece. When you watch the Cowboys, it's so clunky. It's like 5 yards in a cloud of dust. Like we all know 3rd and 5, he's going to throw the damn screen and it's going to go for a negative loss. Or when we're supposed to run the ball, we throw. When we're supposed to throw the ball, we run. And I'm sitting on my couch. So like Lo said, like there's no creativity in what we have right now. And hopefully Kellen Moore can do something. Charles.
I think the hard part for me with Dak is again, I'm torn with that. I'm definitely not on as high as what I'm hearing everybody is on in here about Dak and stuff like that. I do like Dak. I really do. And I've said this. I like Dak, but I don't love Dak, and I don't hate Dak either. And the reason why is because on the other end of all of that is you have to look at a couple of things. In our 2019 season, right? These passes that were, and you know, not to disregard anything that you guys have said because those are valid points, but you have to think about who are we scoring these great points on, or who are we beating, and who are we always losing to, and when it comes to playoffs. When I see Dak, I feel like when the big defenses, the big bad boys get in his face for some reason, it turns into something different. So like, again, I'm not saying that I don't particularly love Dak, but let's take into consideration a couple of things. First of all, that 2016 offensive line that Dak inherited is probably still one of the best offensive lines in Cowboys history outside of our 90s line. Okay, so let's remember that. We still have the remnants of Jason Witten, the system, and then also the expectation that what had happened in 2014, if Romo doesn't get hurt, that you have a good situation. Now, let's also remember that defense was playing at a relatively high level in that year, okay? Now, you go up and you play Aaron Rodgers in the playoffs. I get it. The lights are bright. You're a rookie. Nobody expects you to really win that game, even if you are up. The logical people won't. But then let's also go back to 2018, right? We miss out for Dez for probably about, 7-8 weeks because Jerry doesn't re-sign Dez, right? And then immediately when we don't have a number one receiver, we still have Jason Witten. We still have a couple of guys over there. You know what I mean? And immediately what ends up happening, what ensues is that we start off like maybe 3-5, 3-6.
Right.
The Cowboys make this great trade to get Amari Cooper, which I thought was an amazing situation. And then all of a sudden Dak looks a lot better. So here's where my standpoint is with Dak. And again, a lot of the big stats that we have for Dak, they are in garbage time. Like I had to argue with somebody about this, and then I realized like a lot of these stats are in garbage time. So it's not just about how you perform. I'm not saying that you have to have a winning record against winning teams, but his winning record against winning teams, or his record against winning teams, and especially really good defenses, is not very it's not good. It's not promising. It's not. But with that being said, I do like other things about Dak. I think Dak is good enough to be able to put the Cowboys over the edge if the Cowboys have the talent. But when we're paying Dak, the same rate that we're paying Russ Wilson, and I know that you pay a quarterback, but with that being said, when Jerry was offering them $35 million, this is the difference between Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady. Tom Brady feels like he knows he needs pieces, and his whole deal is you get me pieces and I'll take less money. And I feel like Dak Prescott, if he would have fit that mold a little bit better, I think that would have went further for his legacy and further for the Cowboys. But instead, it's like, yeah, I get you. I'm not trying to be in your pockets. You have to go out and, you got to go out and earn money at the end of the day. But with that being said, is legacy important? Because if we can't get Dak Prescott all the pieces that he needs, I don't think Dak Prescott gets us over the hump. But I think with pieces, Dak Prescott is more than capable. So it's kind of like, I like Dak Prescott at a $40 million price tag. When you're saying you're paying guys, Deshaun Watson, I know Deshaun Watson has 22 allegations or whatnot. When you're putting him in that category, or $5 million less than Patrick Mahomes, is more my problem. It's not really about me asking, do I like Dak Prescott? It's more so, how much do I like Dak Prescott?
Right.
Yeah. No, I can agree with pretty much a lot of what you've said, and I echo that. I mean, like I was saying, I mean, he's got the stats, but a lot of times, the Cowboys notoriously are down, 17 to whatever, or 24-5 or whatever, something outlandish like that. So he's got to throw his way back in. So ultimately, I think the only way everyone will be satisfied, and maybe ultimately even come to love Dak, is if we start winning against the better teams, the better defenses, the big bad boys, in the NFL. If the Cowboys can do that, then some of that shine can, some of that, a lot of that money, it'll make us feel a lot better about having them as a quarterback. But if we continue this stuff, and this is the problem that I have, is we need to get this Jason Garrett stank off of us. You know what I mean? Yeah. We need a lot of that. I just think. So it's a little bit of everything. It's a little bit of defense. It's a little bit of running game. It's a little bit of quarterback. It's a little bit of coaching. It's a little bit of everything that was just kind of jacked up. You know what I mean? Absolutely, a little bit of everything. And we just need. I envision, and I'll get off my soapbox. But I envision, us sitting down and watching a Cowboys game, and it's like, hey, all right, you know what? We're comfortable that we're gonna win this game. That our defense is going to play well. We're not gonna have a fumble, an interception, and a return for a touchdown, and some other BS happen in the first 5 minutes of the game. So we're down 14-0, and have to throw our way back in. Go ahead.
Hold on, guys. I'm sorry, guys. I think my girlfriend's downstairs knocking, but I did want to hear what you had to say.
Absolutely.
Hey, that's when live streaming. This happens when your girlfriend's knocking. You got to answer. Just real quick, just recapping, a couple picks have went down. The Miami Dolphins took Jalen Phillips, defensive end, out of Miami, so he's staying there. The Washington football team takes Jamin Davis, I believe, from inside linebacker from Kentucky, and the New York Giants just took Kadarius Toney from Florida. So adding to their repertoire.
That's a good offense, man.
That's a good offense. So, and now the Indianapolis Colts are on the clock. Let's double back real quick to the Giants now. So now you got Saquon, you got Evan Ingram at tight end, you got Kenny Galladay, you got Sterling Shepard, and now you add Tony, who's kind of like a Swiss Army knife. He's quick. You can line him up in jet sweeps. You put him in the screen game. I think he can return punts too, if I'm not mistaken.
He's got slippery, man.
He's a slippery dude. So what are your thoughts on the Giants team overall? Bryson, we'll start with you, and then we'll go to Daniel after.
I like it. It gives you a gadget guy in offense. Again, you've got Galladay, you've got Sterling Shepard. Again, people haven't talked about enough. You got a top 5 running back in Saquon Barkley coming back. I almost think they should have went with an offensive lineman to to help protect Daniel Jones. But they did add to his strength. So again, this all comes down to they made a pick that they believe is going to make their validate them trading up in 2019 to take Daniel Jones.
Right.
So they're saying, hey, look, we've got 2 extra receivers for you. We've already got the defense, which is really good. It's prove us right that we made the right selection 2 years ago. If not, we're just gonna have to go in a different direction.
Daniel, what are your thoughts on the Giants?
Yeah, I just I want to talk about a few things if that's okay. I haven't talked in a little while.
Sure.
The first thing is you guys were talking about Dak Prescott and Dan Mullen. He's now the Miami coach, but he was Dak Prescott's coach. He recently did an interview on the Colin Kaepernick or Colin Cowherd show, and I'll just say he talked about Dak Prescott on that, even though he was supposed to talk more about Kyle Trask and Pitts, but he talked a lot about about Dak Prescott, and I'll just say I have the same feelings that Dan Mullen had in that interview, so that's a little homework for you guys. But and then with the Dolphins pick, Jalen Phillips, I feel like he's kind of like a Jason Taylor pick for them. Jamin Davis to the Redskins, that's a phenomenal pick. He can cover tight ends. He can do everything, so that should be a great pick. And then Kadarius Toney, I love Kadarius Toney. He's bigger than you think, and like you said, Swiss Army knife. But I think Swiss Army knife is kind of almost an insult to him in a way, because it's not an insult because he really can do all those things, but in a way it is because he is a phenomenal wide receiver. And when you say Swiss Army knife, you think, oh, he's good at everything, not great at anything, right? But no, he's great at being a wide receiver, and he's good at all those other things.
Very well.
Okay.
Big Low, what's your thoughts about the Giants right now so far?
They were in the playoff mix last year. They've got, a big, talented defense, and you always talk about the quarterback situation, and you just load up on more weapons. You're not sure what you have at tight end. I think I don't know if Ingram is he still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
Yeah, he's still there. So
in case of the drop, still though.
Yeah, the guy's still injured. Is often injured. So just get as many weapons as you can there, and give that offense more explosion. I'm not sleeping on the NFC East. I'm not sleeping on them at all. I think I'm scared of the Redskins. I like what they've been doing. I'm scared of them.
Washington football team.
Oh, my man. I've been doing that on our podcast, man. I have to think about it when I bring up.
I know. I've
seen
that. I've seen that.
When they get a name, I'll call them football team.
Yeah. My apologies, fellas. So Washington football team, right? But no, let's see, man. It's all about the quarterback. It's all about the quarterback, man. And if Daniel Jones, if he's going to play well and not turn the ball over, I think Washington, New York will be fine. I would have liked to see them, invest more in that O-line, though. I mean, that's always kind of been an Achilles heel for the New York Giants. I would have liked to see a offensive lineman there, but we'll see.
Right. Real quick, Charles, your thoughts? Oh, you got to go, Bryson?
I got to bounce, man. Thank y'all for having me.
Man. Hey, Bryson, thanks a lot, man.
Appreciate it, bro.
You hung in there a lot longer than I thought, so thanks a lot, man. Have a good night, man. Take care of yourself.
Man, take care.
That's Bryson Carver from the Carving It Up podcast, man. Good guy. Check out his podcast. Airs, I believe, Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays. You can catch him on Twitter, YouTube, and Facebook. So, yeah, sorry, Charles. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. I'm actually gonna have to cut too, but
all right.
I would probably say when it comes to the Giants are for sure the dark horse of the NFC East. I think any logical person could look at the NFC East and say, all right, you got Mike McCarthy, you got Dan Quinn, who's an upgrade in defensive personnel. So even if that defense doesn't technically get better, it's gonna be a little bit better at bare minimum. And then you say that the Cowboys are the easy, logical place to put your bet. But the Giants are the dark horse of this NFC East, because all that really needs to happen for the Giants to be good is if they can get decent offensive line play and decent quarterback play. And I'm not saying that they need to be, Daniel Jones needs to have a breakout year. Daniel Jones can have a very average year with an average performing O-line with Saquon Barkley and all the pieces that they've added to on offense. And this could be a very good team. Like straight up, like last year, let's look at it from this perspective. Daniel Jones was hurt for some of that part too. Right. They didn't have the weapons. The fact that they didn't go for offensive line, and I never understand why the New York Giants, even when Eli was there, man, I don't know what they were thinking, man. They've never, over the last 7 years, Eli's been running for his life, and he retired running from his life. And Daniel Jones is running from his life, and I hope Daniel Jones doesn't have to retire running for his life. So it's hard to say, man. If the offensive line can play a little bit better, I think that makes Daniel Jones play decent. And if Daniel Jones doesn't trip over Ghost in air, then I think that, you have somebody who is capable of winning 10 football games, 11 football games. And if the Cowboys want to have their, fluke 4th and 99 trick play calls, and that's how they win a couple of games that should have been no-brainers, then I see that the Giants could sneak in there.
Right.
Yep.
Hey, so the Colts just actually took Kwity Paye from Michigan, which was somebody, I think, was it Daniel? You brought that up earlier in the telecast. This guy's a beast off the line. I think they got a good one. Their defense is already good, but then you go and add an edge rusher like this.
Yes.
I mean, I always say in football, man, football is really basic if you really keep it simple. I get it. You want to score touchdowns and do all that stuff, but you got to protect your quarterback and you got to get after the quarterback. And they got a guy.
I'm not a huge fan of Kwity Paye, but like I said, he's the best. Thank you, sir. He's the best wide 9 end I've seen, and he. I think he fits this Colts defense. I think he fits kind of what they want to do, and it's a different pick, but I think he will fit in there just fine. And I like the pick for the Colts. If it wasn't for the Eagles, I would say the Colts are probably the next pick I would pick for him.
Right. You know what? I feel bad for kind of like the Titans, because the Titans are next, and I think the Titans need some type of pass rush. So, but the Colts. So
I like him better for the Colts.
Let's stay with the Colts, because obviously we got to talk about the quarterback that was traded there, Carson Wentz. Big Low. What do you think about Carson Wentz being reunited with his old assistant coordinator, Frank Reich? You think it's going to be like a rekindling of what they had that Super Bowl year in which he got hurt?
I think he'll do good. Sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
I think it's going to work out pretty well because they have the offensive line. I think what they need to do is pick that Michael Carter. I believe his first name is Michael. I know his last name's Carter. Michael Carter from North Carolina. If they pick him, that's kind of like the running back that Carson Wentz would be used to, throwing it out to him, that speedy kind of guy. And then obviously they just picked a good end to get some pass rush. And I think that they could get something cooking there with Carson Wentz. I think it's going to work out better than what most people think.
Yeah, I think we're probably going to recapture some of that glory. But some of the issues is, is he going to play within the system? Right. That was the issue that he had last year. So whatever that was going on between him and his head coach with the Eagles, Carson Wentz was not playing within the system.
Right.
And again, are you going to stay healthy the entire season? Which, though he, was benched, he was healthy all of last year. I think he was healthy all of the year before. So it's going to come to health and then making good decisions and not doing that, wing it stuff that he was doing, towards the latter half of his career with the Eagles. So I think he'll be fine. I mean, the Colts are a well-coached team. They went to the playoffs last year. Now you've got a younger, athletic quarterback, who should be able to make plays. So it's just Carson Wentz rediscovering who he is as a quarterback, and he should be fine up there.
Well, yep, excellent point. I think they will be able to find something again. The Colts are that's a good team. I think they're ready to go now. Their defense is a Super Bowl caliber type team. I don't think you can deny that. Their offense to me might be a little bit it's lacking a little bit, I would say. I mean, obviously Carson Wentz should bring some more punch to it because obviously they had Phillip Rivers, right? And we all know Phillip Rivers was well past his prime. I kind of wanted to see them maybe go out and get a receiver, but obviously, we're picking where they're at. There's not going to be the greatest talent available there. They could probably go back, but they're in a division with Houston, Tennessee, and the Jacksonville Jaguars. So do you guys think that they're still going to run that division, or do you think Tennessee is going to come back to reclaim it? Or I think Tennessee won it last year, right? Is that mistaken?
I think Tennessee won it last year. I think you're absolutely right with that.
Okay.
I mean, I think it'll be more or less the same. It'll be a battle between those two. Tennessee is constantly building. I think they're playing the game the right way. They're running the ball. No one's been able to stop that running game. Right. They're playing great defense. So
real quick, who do they pick right now?
Sure.
I don't know his name, but who do you think the Titans pick right now?
The Titans?
Oh, the Titans. Oh, man.
They're going to go defense, I think. I think they got to go defense.
I think they go speed on the offense, but we'll see. Well, actually, no, I don't now because most of it's gone. But
I think they got to go defense, man. I think they need some type of.
They've got a tough D, bro.
I mean, I think you go. I mean, you go probably best player available here, man. I mean, I don't see anything wrong with picking up. Yeah, they could.
The offense, though.
Yeah.
No, the pick's not in quite yet, but they're like you said though, there isn't that many edge rushers in this draft. But because they need an edge rusher, I think their defense is pretty good on the back end, but they don't have anybody that can get after their quarterback. I know they had brought in who did they bring in? And I forgot. It just didn't work out. He didn't really do that well.
It was
Clowney. Clowney, was it Clowney?
Jadeveon Clowney. Yeah.
Yeah. It never really panned out. So, but there really isn't anybody left. I mean, at least in the first round, I would say that they would go out and take. Well, they haven't picked it yet.
They picked up Caleb Farley. Good God.
Okay.
Caleb Farley.
Wow.
That might be a reach right there in the first round, given his injury. He's a play. I mean, when the guy's healthy, he was a playmaker.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about it.
Well, I heard that he ran the 40 after his injury, and it was super fast. So I think he's fine.
I mean, if it wasn't for the injuries, he might have been the top-rated corner for sure.
Well, he was the top-rated corner.
He was, right? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, and I believe, if it wasn't for that, he would have been probably first off the board. I mean, he's got good size.
At this moment, I think he's fine. Like, I think he's a fantastic pick. Yeah. But if he continues to have problems after this moment in time, then that's where the problem exists.
Right. Absolutely. So
at this moment in time, I think he's fine.
Well, it's just one of those things we have to wait and see.
We'll see. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how it turns out. But yeah, I mean, he definitely was the number one rated corner. I mean, like I said, I'm not a fan of backs, man. Let's see what happens here.
If you're looking, I don't know if you guys are watching the video on him. He can obviously got the run as well as the pass, so that's a big deal.
Yeah.
And the Titans needed a corner because they lost Adoree Jackson. I think he signed with the Giants, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
So they had that position to fill. So I mean, I guess they had a need, they took it, and we'll have to go from there. Who's next?
Well, he reminds me of Adoree Jackson.
Yeah.
But I think Adoree Jackson is better.
Hey Ryan, I'm gonna go ahead and cut out, man.
All right, man. Wait, Brick Low, man. Thanks a lot for stopping by, man. Appreciate it. Actually, you know what? I'm probably about to cut out here in a minute too, man. I'm trying to hang on to 32. I'm at 22, man. So I'm gonna give it like another 10, 15 minutes, see how I feel, because I'm starving like Marvin, man. But appreciate you, man. We're gonna have to do this again with the rest of the fellas, man. But thanks a lot, man. Thank you so much.
Absolutely, man. We'll make it happen, man. Appreciate you for having
that's
us.
Big Low from the new channel Sports, man. Check them out. Good show, man. Good guys. The rest of them, I gotta get them on. Appreciate you. So there was two guys that started it all about three and a half hours ago. Me, D Sports Ledger, man. We've been rocking it, dude.
Well, to be honest, they got to speak way more than I did, and I took more breaks. So,
I'm starting to fade, though. I know that.
I'm just trying to catch up.
I'm starting to fade.
You're good, man. You gotta fight through like the guy from the NFL Network. You gotta fight through it.
Yes, I mean we're almost done. It's the 23rd pick, so we still got a few more to go. At least 30 more minutes. I can hang, man. I gotta hang. I gotta do the. I mean, I came this far. I gotta keep going, man.
You got this, bro.
So, whew. Yeah, but here we are, man. So we got the Minnesota Vikings up on the clock right now. You know, they got a bunch of needs, I would say. I mean, offensively, I think they're all right, maybe, but defensively is where they're at. Let's see. They're
kind of a team that has it all.
Yeah, I would say, you know, for them, their biggest need, obviously, offensive line. Obviously, you can always pick up offensive linemen, I would say, especially this late in the round. Maybe a safety. You know, I know Harrison Smith is still there, but maybe, you know, you bring in another guy or DN. I think you can never have enough edge rushers, but there's not too many edge rushers that I think that I'm that high on that are available right now in the draft. Or maybe you go a linebacker. You know, maybe find someone to replace Anthony Barr or what's the other guy there? I forgot the other guy's name, but maybe because I'm tired. But you know, and to the credit of the other guests that were on, man, for the most of them, they were all on the East Coast, so it was really late for them. So this draft started at 8:00 p.m. 8 Eastern their time. You know, we're lucky we're on the West Coast, so it was still sunny when this thing started for us.
Yeah,
but yeah, man, we're still motoring, man. I mean, like I said, we're about 3.5 hours into this show, and this by far the longest show I've ever done ever. And I knew honestly, I didn't think it was gonna be that long. I thought the time in between was a lot shorter. They get 5 minutes in between each pick, if I'm not mistaken. Right. I think it's 5 minutes. So I thought it was like 3. But
the Vikings must have traded out, huh?
No, I think that was their spot, or maybe I think it was I think they traded a pick, not tonight, but like they got a pick from somewhere else.
No, they had to have traded out because this was the Jets pick.
Oh, was it the Jets pick? Okay. Oh, let's see right now. I'll tell you right here.
Because I'm looking at my mock draft from before in the 23rd.
Yes, it was from Seattle, and then the Jets traded it to the Vikings. Yes, you are correct, sir.
Yeah. So when I did my mock, I had them taking let's see. My buddy had them taking the an offensive lineman, Darisaw, which is still available, I believe. Oh, did Darisaw get picked?
No, he's still out there.
Okay, so my buddy had Darisaw being picked. No, and I had Jalen Phillips, so I'm thinking a defensive end or maybe an offensive lineman.
For the Vikings right now?
Yeah. I mean, they're kind of a team, like I say, they're kind of a team that has it all, but can kind of improve in a lot of places, but they're not like desperate in any position, you know?
Right.
So here we go. He's announcing the pick right now.
Minnesota Vikings.
Darisaw. So it is the tackle Darisaw.
Yep.
So
So,
that
I
was
mean,
my buddy's pick for them, and that's who they end up getting.
well, he was the next best offensive lineman left. So, not a bad
Yeah,
pick.
and my
Yeah,
buddy
probably
actually
good
had them picking. Let's see, what was their pick? Their pick was 14th. So my buddy had them picking Darisaw at 14, and they end up getting Darisaw at 24. So that's pretty, or 23. So that's pretty great.
Well, now the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock. Does a running back come off the board now? Does Najee Harris get picked up?
Yeah, I mean, they just traded what's his name to the Cardinals.
No, he left. He was a free agent. He left.
Oh, okay, so he just left. But
Yeah, Connor
well,
Williams, or
either
not
way.
Connor Williams, James Connors. James Conner.
James Conner, yeah. So either way, he left. So yeah, I mean, I think a running back. You can hear me fine, right? Because I don't
Yeah,
have.
you're good. Yeah, you're good.
Okay.
You're good.
Yeah. So yeah, I think a running back is very possible here. Let me see who I had. I had Oh, you know what I had? I had an offensive lineman. And the reason, let's see, who did I have? I had Rashawn Slater from Northwestern.
Right.
And the reason I picked him for offensive lineman in this position is because at this point, I don't think that they're sold on any of the quarterbacks, and they need to prepare for the quarterback they're going to get in the future after Roethlisberger.
Mm-hmm.
And so the best way to prepare for that is to shore up their offensive line. So in this pick, I had an offensive lineman, and I think Rashawn Slater, did he go out? I don't think he's been.
He's gone. Yeah, Slater's gone.
Okay, well, I still think an
He went to the
offensive
Chargers.
lineman
He went to the
here.
Chargers.
I still think an offensive lineman here.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Oh, they get
A
10
running
minutes
back,
in between.
like you said, a running back is also a very good option.
Right.
I
There
just-
is it's 10 minutes in between each pick. Wow. That's why I feel like it's taking so much longer. It's 10 minutes.
Yeah. So a running back to here feels like if they thought they could win the Super Bowl this year, they'd draft a running back. But if they're
Right.
trying to prepare for the future, they'd take an offensive lineman. That's the way I feel.
Well, let me see what offensive lineman.
There's plenty of good offensive linemen left.
Right. Yeah, you got the kid from Oklahoma State. Darisaw is gone. Yeah, the Notre Dame. What's his name?
Tevin Jensen's from Oklahoma
from
State.
Oklahoma State. You got Etchenberg
That
from
dude's
Notre
a
Dame.
monster. Yeah, and then there's some that I've heard are off of my board, but I've heard are way high on other people's boards. So, it's just this is kind of a fascinating pick, don't you agree?
Yeah, it is because you're right. You're right. You don't know what's going to happen. I mean, they need offensive line help, but they need a running back too. So
It could be a reach. It could be any position, really, to be honest.
nope. Yep. They took Najee Harris.
That's who I wanted Buffalo to pick, but after that, I want Buffalo to pick Greg Lucero. Gregory Lucero from Miami.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
But I also heard Buffalo is really into Travis Etienne.
I like him there too.
As well as Samuel Asante.
Mm,
But I would like, personally, I would like Gregory Lucero. 6'7", runs a 4.7. I watched him at Miami. People are saying his 15.5 sacks were kind of BS because he was kind of like the cleanup guy. But, I mean, that dude, he's like a Jason Pierre-Paul. I mean, nah, man, I'll take that dude. I'll take Gregory.
You want to hear something funny though? Like I want to say, like 2 months ago, I said Najee Harris was going to go to Pittsburgh.
Yeah, well, you were right.
I was right. I was on the money with that one. I mean, I just felt like he was he was a better fit for them for what they do. They need a ground and pound type. Etienne to me isn't like the ground and pound running back. He's more like you can throw to him out of the backfield.
No, for sure. If they were going to take someone else, I mean, he's like what's his name back in the day?
Oh,
they won a Super Bowl. Yeah, Jerome Bettis kind of,
right.
but can catch the ball. Yeah, I mean, I really wanted Buffalo to get him. He's an absolute beast.
Buffalo picking him? Oh, yeah, they're picking 30th. Okay, so you're almost there. We're almost there, bro. We're almost there, dude.
We got a while.
But you know what? That Pittsburgh selection, they didn't take the full 10 minutes.
No.
So
let's see, Jacksonville. Okay, I like Greg Newsome the second here from Northwestern, the corner.
Right.
Yeah. And I think Jacksonville needs a corner here. But this is another interesting pick that you don't know where Jacksonville's going to go at this point.
Well,
here's the thing. Go ahead.
Yeah, the Jags need they still need I think they need a tight end for sure. I think they still need some offensive help. And maybe another wide receiver to help Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, well, there's two very good tight ends left. The tight end from Penn State and the tight end from Boston College, Hunter Long.
Yes, I like him.
Penn State is Pat Freiermuth, and then Hunter Long from Boston College. Both of those are still fantastic picks.
And you know who else too? Brevin Jordan.
Brevin Jordan from Miami. He's more of just a receiving tight end. But again, I mean, I kind of like Greg Newsome the second here. And the reason is because he played for Northwestern. He was in the same conference as Ohio State. So obviously Urban Meyer got to see him a lot. And they need a corner. And I think Newsome could be the pick. But again, like you say, I mean, there's still three very good tight ends here.
Yeah, there's definitely some good tight end play left. I do like the kid from Penn State.
Freiermuth, Pat Freiermuth.
Yeah, Freiermuth. Yeah, he's got pretty good speed for the most part. And I like the way he runs down the middle of the field. I really like that about him too.
Yeah. For sure. I think he's the second most talented guy, but I think the next best tight end, honestly, in my opinion, is that Long from Boston College, Hunter Long.
Yeah.
He caught 56 passes last year in college. And that is like catching 100 passes in the NFL for a wide receiver. I mean, for a college tight end to catch like 50 plus passes, that's phenomenal. Right. That's unbelievable. And he's a good block. He's a fantastic blocker. Hunter Long's, I think he's gonna be phenomenal. But Pat from youth, like you were saying, he feels like the highest ceiling, probably the most talented guy.
No, I agree. I definitely agree. But man, I mean, I'm not disappointed with the draft. I thought some things went down, but like I'm not surprised. I guess I'm more surprised with the Mac Jones thing. I thought the Niners for sure were going to take him, but they didn't. They didn't take him. He fell to the New England Patriots, which in the end might not have been a bad fit for him. What's that?
You cut out. Who'd you say the Niners?
No, I was saying that I'm kind of surprised in what happened with Mac Jones and the Niners. I thought for sure he was going to be a Niner, but maybe the Niners blew smoke up on everyone's butt, and they really wanted Trey Lance, and then Justin Fields going to Chicago. Chicago moved up, they traded to that 11th spot to get Justin Fields. I kind of like that move for them too. You know, their defense is definitely a good defense, and now you add a guy like that, maybe he can learn a little bit, and then from there, who knows what the Bears might do. Jacksonville pick is in. Let's see who they got. It's not quite in yet. I hate that when they say the pick is in and then it's not in.
Right.
But still, so far, I mean, I haven't seen anyone. The only other pick too might have been the Bengals with Jamar Chase, which I get why they took Jamar Chase over the lineman, but again, I think you have to protect your best asset, which is your quarterback.
I mean, the dude just tore his ACL.
Right.
I don't understand that pick, to be honest. Like, I mean, obviously that was the next possible pick after him, but that doesn't mean I understand it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, if they weren't going to pick the lineman, they were going to pick him. But that doesn't make it right. That doesn't make
you're right. No, you're absolutely right. And I think to me that's the biggest shocker of the evening. And shocker too was the Patrick Surtain. He's going to Denver, right? Yeah, Denver took him when we thought maybe they might have taken a quarterback and maybe possibly Justin Fields. So, and that kind of throws off what the Cowboys were trying to do because the Cowboys.
Well, I mean, I'm not sure. Oh, Clemson, Travis Etienne. So they took two Clemson guys.
And you know what? I like that pick because they pair him with an ex-college running mate. But then the other running back they got there too, I believe, is Charles Robinson. I think his name is. He had a pretty good rookie year.
Yeah,
so
Cam Robinson or something.
Cam Robinson. Thank you. So not bad. I mean, considering where you're picking at, I think that's one of the better guys left on the board at this point in the game. And now the Browns are on the clock.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. And I have a Browns pick for you. Just give me one quick second. I'm doing a podcast.
Hey, live TV, man. This is what we do.
No.
Yeah, man. So we are approaching close to 4 hours since I started the show. And I started super early. I should have started at 5, but I thought 5 o'clock they were going to actually start picking. They didn't pick for like another 30 minutes. So in retrospect, now I'm going to say next year when I do this, I'm going to start exactly when the live telecast starts. But hey, it is what it is.
They're powering. We got 2-2. They started early too. But no, so I'll tell you who I love. In fact, me and my friend both picked the same guy for this pick for the Browns. Let me just pull up his name I have.
So while you're looking for that, the Browns defense is pretty good. Each level of their defense. So do they go out? Their offense is not bad. The offensive line is actually not that bad either. I don't know. I don't know what their biggest need is. I mean,
Yeah, which is why I think both of us possibly picked this guy. That's
maybe
why
another
I
wide
picked
receiver.
him. I picked Jeremiah Osawua Koamua.
Oh, from Notre Dame. Notre Dame. Right?
Yeah. And the reason is because, like you said, they already have an amazing defense, and this dude, he just happens to be in the right place at the right time. And since they don't necessarily need the pass rush or the pass defense, this dude can just kind of be a rover. Let's see. Let me just put down the notes I wrote about him. Where's it? Hold on, just a quick second here. Yeah, he's kind of small for his position, but I think he can fit with the Browns well. You have to be creative with him, but he helps in the pass coverage. He can be a linebacker / corner / safety and / roamer. So he can just kind of like, he can even be like a spy on the quarterback if you have like a running quarterback. He's just that kind of guy that can just kind of like. And the other thing I like about him is he's kind of what do you call it? He baits quarterbacks, so he kind of makes it seem like he's out of position,
Right.
and then boom, he's in position for the interception. And so I mean, I don't like him on most teams that need that type of guy, but I like him on a team that doesn't necessarily need an outside linebacker.
Right. Like he can come in and like learn how to play
where he wants to be.
Right. Yeah, right. You can use him in certain spots, things of that nature. I mean, he's not, like you said, he's not.
But you can use them all the time, but you can use them differently on each play.
Right, because he's 6'2", 221.
Yeah.
So he's not that, as far as a linebacker, he's not that big, but he can still play the position.
Yeah, if you need him to rush the run, then fine. If you need him to pass protect, fine. If you need him to, you know what I mean? He can just kind of, he's like a nickel corner. He can just be where he needs to be on any play. Right. So he can actually play all 4 downs, but differently each time.
No, you're right.
But you have to have a guy that's super creative. And I think the Browns have the right coaches now to put him in the right spots and the right defense.
Right.
We'll see.
They're picking in. Looks like they're getting ready to announce it. Looks like they're getting ready to announce it here shortly.
And Greg Newsome, the second, the corner from Northwestern.
Oh.
So I thought he could go the last pick, right? And now he goes here.
Okay, so that linebacker's still out there for play. Who's next here? We got the who's next? The Ravens, Baltimore Ravens. They're on the clock. Yeah, hey, dude, we're almost there, man. We're at 27.
And this is where, like, Tevin Jenkins, the tackle from Oklahoma State.
Well, yeah, they did just trade away what's his name, Brown, to the Chiefs. So maybe you find his replacement here. What about wide receiver?
He's big like a house, man.
What about wide receiver? You think there's anybody that's left right now that maybe they want to go and take a look at as far as wide receiver?
Oh, there's lots of great wide receivers. If I was to take a wide receiver here, this is the guy I like for the Packers. But and this is, I talked about this earlier. It's a guy that looks like he's not running very fast, but he's running super fast. And this is what did I just say for the Packers? Yeah, so let me just find him here. Terrence Marshall Jr. from LSU. He's deceptively fast. He runs super fluid like AJ Green.
Right.
Looks like a gazelle when he runs. But the thing about he's tall, he has a long reach. The only problem with Terrence Marshall Jr. is he had a lot of drops in college. That's his one take back. But other than that, this dude, I mean, I think if he didn't have so many drops, he'd be drafted much higher.
I don't even have him on any of my list here.
Yeah, I like him for the Packers. I think Aaron Rodgers would love this guy. But if I'm not taking an offensive lineman here for Baltimore, I think this would be a fantastic fit.
Right. It's understandable.
Yeah, and like I said, he's from I thought he's from Maryland, right? From Maryland. No, from LSU. From LSU.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and he's he'll be a great. I don't think he's gonna have the problem in the NFL with all the drop passes. I think he'll figure it out. But he is deceptively fast. He's one of those guys where I feel like guys will be like, I don't have to cover him so close because he's not that fast. And then he catches the ball and he's just gone before they can get to him. You know what I mean?
Right.
I think it'll be like year 3 or 4 before guys really start going, oh, okay, I have to like shrink up on this guy.
You said Terrence Marshall? That's who you said?
Yeah, Terrence Marshall Jr. But other than that, I really think that they'll pick a lineman. I like Tevin Jenkins.
The only receiver from LSU I see,
unless he's from Maryland, and I wrote it down incorrectly.
I'm looking for that name. Yeah, the LSU receiver I see is a Racy McMath. I don't see a Terrence. You said Terrence Marshall?
Yeah.
Let's see here. And I'm looking at ESPN right now, just to see here what the deal is.
Yeah, he's from LSU.
LSU, really? Oh, yeah, you're right. I was looking on the wrong page. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, Terrence Marshall Jr. Yeah, 6'3", 205. You're right. Oh, yeah, I do remember him. Number 6. Yep. He's really good after the catch, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because of his deceptive speed, people think that they can. Like I said, he's got those kind of gazelle legs where he doesn't look like he's running fast, but he's running so fucking fast.
No, you're right. Yep, I do remember this guy. Oh, we have officially passed the 4-hour mark, my buddy. We are still rolling. Dude, I would have been able to drive to LA and still be on this stream. So that's cool, man. Hey, but you know what? You don't know your limits unless you push them. So I know for sure I could do a 4-hour show if I needed to.
You know, yeah, there you go. You know, when I was living in Vegas, I just recently moved back to Arizona, but when I was living in Vegas, working for William Hill, I met these fucking fine ass girls, man. I was playing blackjack with them, and they were from LA, and they came down every weekend, man. It was a good time. Huh? But yeah, I mean, that's when I realized that LA wasn't that far away. So here's Mel Kiper's best available. Elijah Moore, which I like. I love that guy. Christian Barmore. I think Barmore is going to slip maybe even to the 3rd round. That guy said Jeremiah Osuwu-Koramoah. And then the safety, Trevon Moehrig. And then Tevin Jenkins, which is the tackle I said. Right. So we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 more picks, and it's a wrap, dude. I think it'll be done by 9 o'clock for sure.
Yeah, Rashad Bateman they're showing right now. He's a fantastic pick too.
Yeah, Minnesota. I believe that guy's from. He's from Minnesota.
Yes, sir.
And the Baltimore Ravens need another wide receiver to pair with Hollywood Brown. So, I don't know. I don't know what his size is though, Bateman.
Oh, he's a good size.
Oh yeah, he's 6 foot. Okay, a little light, 190, but 6 foot.
Yeah, but he's an all you can do it. Oh, and that's who they picked.
Yep.
Bateman.
Okay. Yeah, they need a receiver.
He's a very safe receiver. He's yeah, he'll be good. He'll be good for them.
I remember with him, he's physical. He can get off the line, and he's a pretty good route runner.
Yeah, he's underrated. And obviously not that underrated, but yeah, I mean he feels like a safe pick here. I think of him more as like one of the best third receivers you can have.
Right.
Or second. He's not going to be your first receiver. He's going to be your second or third, I think. But he's like super skilled. Like what he does is very precise and skilled. He's kind of like a, guy played for Buffalo and went to the Rams.
Robert Woods?
Yes, Robert Woods. He's kind of like a Robert Woods in a way. I don't think he's quite as fast as Robert Woods, but he has kind of the route running and stuff like that. The Saints.
Saints are on the clock, right? Yep, they're on the clock with the 28th pick. Let's.
This is why I like Jamin Davis, but he's already been picked.
They need a wide receiver, I think. Cornerback, I think, and outside linebacker for sure. You know what? I think they might go with the Morig kid here from TCU.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely a possibility. In fact, he reminds me of the guy they traded for from the Bills, which was why can I never remember? He had 9 interceptions his first year with the Bills. And then he got plantar fasciitis in his foot. But he reminds me just of him, but from Oregon. He was from Oregon. Jarius Byrd. He reminds me of Jarius Byrd.
Oh, yeah.
And so, yeah, I mean, he reminds me just of him. And except for Jarius Byrd, after he left Buffalo, he sucked because he got that problem in his foot. And
that was it.
Yeah, that was pretty much it. That's why the Bills let him go, to be honest. But his first year, he had like 9 interceptions. Well, he did have 9 interceptions. He looked like a Hall of Fame safety his first year.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah, his rookie year. And then after that, he had the foot problem, and he just was never the same. But this guy looks just the same as him. And actually, Jarius Byrd played corner for Oregon, but he played safety. And I thought he would play safety in the NFL, and that's what he played. But this guy did play safety for TCU, and he's the same same type of player. He'll be a playmaker. So yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the guys I think they could pick. So that, I mean, I'm
Or,
right. I'm right there
or
with you
they
on
need a
that
wide
one.
receiver too. They might need a wide receiver as well. Michael Thomas, I mean, he's kind of iffy there, but when he's
Well, and they don't
engaged,
really have a quarterback either.
well, they got Jameis back there, so maybe they feel good there. But
Famous Jameis, my man. um,
and, you know,
Yeah, I mean-
I'm not that down on him. I think he might have matured. He probably learned a lot from the Drew Brees. You know, I think he's better than Taysom Hill
yeah,
easily.
yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I mean, we'll see. I mean, this will be interesting. See who they pick.
Their pick is in. Yep, their pick is in.
That just means we got like two more minutes before
right?
they announce it.
You know
But,
what I don't understand is that they've had all this time. It's like, like just send the pick in.
Yeah.
That I never understood.
So Trevor Morag, that's one of the picks it could be, like you said.
Right.
Elijah Moore, Amari Rogers,
Well,
Jabril Cox, a tight end, or even a quarterback, the guy from Stanford, or Kyle Pitts, or who knows, you know.
Kellen Mond from Texas A&M.
Kellen Mond. I mean, we'll just see who they're sold on. This right here is going to tell us who they're really sold on.
Right. Yeah, with this pick.
In the 2021 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Peyton Turner, defensive end.
Defensive end, huh?
Remember Peyton Turner? No fucking clue. You know how I said there would probably be like a really surprise pick in this?
Who the hell is that?
Exactly. Remember how I said there'd probably be a really surprise pick
Right.
in this first round? Here it is. This is him, Peyton Turner. But like I said before, whoever they pick, they must be really sold on, and they must really be sold on this guy. Yeah, like I said, I mean, I thought that there would be some shockers in this first round, and this is it right here. This is a shocker.
Yeah. He's from Houston?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? I do remember this guy. You know what? Man, you know what? I don't remember a lot about him, but I do remember his number. I like the kid out of Oklahoma. They should have took Ronnie Perkins. But I guess they must like. But this guy's bigger. He's 6'5", so he's got good length. If you want to play DN, he's really tall, lean. But I don't know. And you got Gregory Rousseau from Miami, another defensive end. Yeah,
they must really like this guy, Yeah,
they must like him.
Give me 1 minute. I gotta grab something.
Absolutely. Well, if you guys are still in the live watching, we are over 4 hours into this show, man. And hey, I'm still having a good time. I am fading. I didn't, but you know what? But this is what it's all about. You don't know your limits unless you push your limits. So, thanks to everyone that's been watching, has watched. Appreciate you guys. Excuse me. So, but we're rolling, man. We're almost done. We're the 29th pick. The Green Bay Packers are going to pick right now. But yeah. Not much. I mean, really, I'm gonna wrap up everything here shortly when the last pick is over. But we've had some good guests, man. We had obviously Daniel. He's been on here since the beginning. We had who else? We had Bryson Carver from the Carving Up podcast. He stopped by. Charles Jackson from the Realest Cowboy. He's sensational. And Barry Grant from the All Even podcast. And we had Big Low from the New Channel Sports. These are all excellent guys, man. And so these are guys that I work with. These are colleagues, I would say, in the whole podcast arena. And I was really excited. I'm still excited. So we got just a few more picks left. And we're still here. Daniel's back. Daniel's back in the house.
Yeah, so you can do it. Ryan, you can do it.
Oh yeah, I'm here
Mr.
now.
Dynamic. Remember, you're Mr. Dynamic. You can do this. You got this. I know he's hungry. He's starving, but he can power through, man.
I gotta do it, man. I gotta do it.
If you were the GM of the Cowboys and you won the Super Bowl and you had the last pick, you'd have to power through. So just think of that, right? Just think of that.
I'm not gonna lie. When Big Low got off, he was the last one off, right? Or Charles, I forgot who it was.
Yeah.
I looked up and I was like, damn, we still got like 12 picks left. But I will say though, it moved quickly, and thank you for hanging on this whole time. So you're an MVP in my book always, and you helped get me through this. So I appreciate you, brother.
Yes, sir, man. You got Eric Stokes, cornerback from Georgia. This guy had been rising at the very end. Still kind of a surprise pick. I don't know that this pick is what's going to keep Aaron Rodgers.
No, it's not.
I don't know if this is what you make. Personally, for Rodgers, I like that Marshall kid. If not him, I liked Elijah Moore or some kind of Amari Rodgers or some kind of receiver. My Buffalo Bills are on the clock, by the way. But anyways, I don't mind it. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just don't feel like this is what you do if Aaron Rodgers is like giving you the proverbial middle finger. You know what I mean? Right, I don't think this is what you do.
But I think they don't. They're just showing me that they don't care about what he thinks.
Yeah, they don't give a damn. I don't give a damn. Yeah, Eric Stokes, but you know what? I've heard some great things about this guy, but you want me to be honest?
Yeah,
if I'm honest, I think he's a third-round pick.
Yeah, I'm watching his tape a little bit. He makes some plays.
Yeah, I think he's a third-round pick. I think this is a reach. But teams have been talking him up, and I didn't get to talk much about Mac Jones actually at all. Mac Jones to the Patriots.
Yeah, talk about it. Let's go.
And and then I didn't get to say anything about that. But the fact is he's obviously, I watched the HBO special. He's obviously friends with the Alabama coach, Nick Saban.
Nick Saban and Bill Belichick are good friends, right?
Yeah. I like to call him Nick Satan. But anyways, Nick Saban and Belichick. And I feel like, here's the thing. I feel like this is the best quarterback Saban's ever had. And so he talked him up. But I feel like he talked him up too far, in a sense. It's like Nick Saban thinks this is the greatest. I think it's the best quarterback Nick Saban's ever had. I mean, he coached for the Dolphins. He went back to Alabama. I think Mac Jones is the best quarterback Nick Saban's ever had. And so he thinks that he's just like this amazing gold quarterback, and so he told Belichick that, and Belichick bought into it. But just because he's the best quarterback Saban's ever had doesn't mean he's that great. You know what I mean? And I just feel like he's fool's gold, and Belichick's buying into it. And Belichick, for one thing, I will tell you, Belichick is the best guy I've ever seen at taking players from other teams, free agents, and putting them on his team. But he's one of the worst I've ever seen at drafting.
You're right. He's not that good at drafting. I think he's better at player evaluation when these guys are in the NFL.
In the NFL already, yes.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I completely agree with you.
So yeah, that's my opinion, and yeah, I mean, I think maybe he bought into some fool's gold there with Mac Jones.
Yeah, maybe.
But I do like Mac Jones. I think Mac Jones is the best quarterback Alabama's ever had. So we'll see. We'll find out.
Wow, even over Joe Namath?
Joe Namath played for Alabama?
Yep.
Well, okay. Well, it's the best in the last 20 years or something. I don't fucking know. I didn't even know Joe Namath played for Alabama.
Hey, Daniel, I love that reaction because you were like this. You were like, Joe Namath played for Alabama?
Oh, shit. You got
dude.
me, bro. You got me. Not many people can get me, but you got me, bro.
That was funny. Your reaction, you kind of had to stop and think. You're like, oh, shit.
Nah, you got me, bro.
Hey, I see you got your U of A hat on. Did you see what Gronk did with catching that football like 600 and something feet from a helicopter?
I saw the story about it, but I didn't actually watch the video.
Yeah, he broke the world record for catching a football.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's pretty amazing.
Your Buffalo Bills pick is in.
You know, and when you watched the Peyton Manning throw where he threw it down to Chris Carter or something like that?
Yeah.
No, fuck no. God, no. Fuck.
You didn't like it.
Well,
who'd you guys take?
Aziz from Georgia, Aziz or whatever his fucking name is.
Another one.
Oh shit. Here's the thing. Oh no, wait. Somebody else took. Wait. No, they haven't announced it yet.
No, yeah, yeah.
They said it was Aziz, but hold on.
That's coming up.
No,
right
we
now.
got. Yes!
Oh, Rousseau, yeah, from Miami, a pass rusher, yeah.
Yes, that's exactly who I wanted.
I like him too. You guys needed a pass rusher too.
Yeah, that is who I. Yes, and that's who I picked for us on my podcast. When I was saying if I was the GM, who I would pick, Najee Harris was off the board, and this is Yes, I'm excited. Yes, this is exactly who I wanted. Hell yeah. I thought we picked that idiot from Georgia. No, I am and this guy is really good at run defense as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's legit.
Yeah, my best friend, he's a lawyer in Vegas. He just said, "Congrats on getting your guy."
Yeah,
man, yes.
That's a good player. That's a good player, man.
I'm super excited about this. I forgot what we were talking about before this, though.
You were talking about Peyton Manning and the throw he made to Chris Carter.
Oh, yeah. So, obviously, Carter couldn't catch it. I think it was Chris Carter, but he couldn't catch the first couple. Remember that? On the ESPN special, whatever, the Peyton Manning show. So, yeah, catching it from a helicopter that far away, that must have been pretty amazing. But yeah, I mean, do you? Here's a question for you. Do you think that uh, what's his name? That just retired from the Patriots. Do you think that he will go to the Buccaneers?
Oh, Julian Edelman?
Yes.
I don't think so. I think he's done.
Yeah, I think the Buccaneers pick Amari Rogers, which is a Julian Edelman
Clemson.
type.
Yeah, Clemson.
Yeah,
Honestly,
that's
the
what I think.
Buccaneers, they're in a good spot. They literally can pick for anything. I mean, their team is good. I mean, they don't really have like a very glaring hole in anywhere. So they literally can pick anybody at this point, and it would be okay.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what when I did my mock draft, I gave him Amari Rogers, but I said, who do you give the team that has it all? Who do you give someone that has it all? You give them something flashy. And the one knock on Amari Rogers is his short to intermediate routes.
Right.
Who better to teach the short to intermediate routes
Tom Brady.
than Tom Brady? Exactly. And
you know what, too? You know who's really good in the slot, too? Maybe Amon St. Brown from USC. He's a good route runner, too. I don't know if you're familiar with him. He's a slot guy out of USC. He's a pretty good but there's still other guys ahead of him. You still got Elijah Moore, Tutu Atwell, your guy Terrence Marshall Jr., and Rondale Moore. That those are guys that are ranked higher than Amon St. Brown. But
Moore is another good. I can't wait to rewatch this, but so it's okay. Moore is another guy that he's like my best friend. He's a lawyer in Vegas. Big time lawyer in Vegas. If you guys need an injury lawyer, by the way,
shout him out. What's up? What's his name? Shout him out.
Sure. His name's Kimball Jones. He works for Bighorn Law. He's an injury lawyer in Las Vegas. Yeah. Last year, he had a $13.6 million jury settlement, which was the biggest in Las Vegas. This year, he's already won a Supreme Court victory this year.
Nice.
Yeah, he's big time lawyer in Las Vegas. If you guys need an injury lawyer, that type of lawyer, or any type of lawyer really, but Kimball Jones at Bighorn Law.
Right.
He's been my best friend since we were 7-8 years old.
Oh, so wow. You guys go back.
We grew up together. Great guy. But you can check him out on my channel. He's on every now and then. If you ever want to have him on, I could probably schedule that.
Yeah, of course. He's a Vegas guy. I live here, so.
Yeah, he lives in Vegas. So, he lives off I don't know. He moved recently, bought a better house. But, yeah, if you ever want to have him on, let me know. I can probably get him on for something for you. But, yeah, he's a fantastic guy. He's an NBA expert. I trust him in the NBA. He's a big Jazz fan. But yeah, so I forget what we were talking about, but he he was a Raiders fan growing up since 8 years old too. So now that the Raiders are in Vegas too,
Right. Oh, so that worked out perfect for him.
Yeah, it really did.
Baltimore Ravens are up at the 31st pick, and then we got the Super Bowl champs and tie a bow on it.
Yeah. So who did the Ravens picked already, didn't they?
Yeah, they took who did they take? They took Rashad Bateman, I think.
So they just barely picked.
Yeah,
they traded down, right?
I believe so, but they picked already. So this was a trade. They traded from Kansas City. Kansas City traded their pick. But they picked already. Who did they?
I'm checking it out real quick.
Yeah, they took Bateman with the 27th pick.
Okay. So I mean, there's still great offensive linemen here. I still That
Yep.
guy from Oklahoma State. I still
Yep,
was thinking.
yep. Notre Dame.
Yeah, I mean, I personally I still like that guy from Oklahoma State. But the Notre Dame guy. Let's see. I'm trying to get this to line up for me. Here we go. Notre Dame. Or not Notre Dame, but he's from Notre Dame. Who are you talking about? I still like Tevin Jenkins from Oklahoma State.
Lichtenberg, I think his name is.
What's his name?
Lichtenberg? I'll tell you right now. Yeah, Liam Eichenberg. He's an offensive tackle from Notre Dame.
Oh, okay. I
Liam
think this is a
Eichenberg.
little high for him.
Well, I was just saying any offensive lineman from Notre Dame has been money the
Yeah.
last couple of years. So that's what I'm saying. So, whew.
Yeah, I mean, you definitely could be right. I actually heard his name earlier in the pregame show thing.
Right.
Oh,
We have
that's
hit
talking about the earlier.
9 o'clock, man. We've been rolling since I've been on since 4:30 on the dot. It's 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir. 4.5 hours and 45 seconds. You have been rolling, but you know what? You're a trooper, man. You're a monster. So
I hope so, man. I appreciate you too, man. I other guys were doing this show like the same type of thing, but I don't even know if they've even hung on to do 4.5 hours coverage of the NFL draft.
Like I messaged you before, man. This is a tough thing. Like I said, I'm gonna stick with you though.
Appreciate it, man. I mean, this is probably going to be my routine every year, just to do something like this and just each year expand it. You know.
Okay, linebacker Jason Owen. Okay, he didn't have a lot of production from Penn State, but he does seem to be he's got that upside that people always want.
Right.
Jason Owen, Penn State linebacker.
And that other guy is still out there too from Notre Dame, the Jeremiah Owusu. He's still out there.
Yeah. And like I said, I feel like Jeremiah Owusu, I feel like I said earlier, if you need an outside linebacker, he's not the guy for you. If you have a great defense and he's a luxury, then I feel like that's like an amazing pick.
Right.
I feel like he needs to be a luxury pick, not a need pick.
Right.
That's me personally.
That would be like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Somebody
I can
like
definitely
that.
be wrong. Yeah, like the Buccaneers, exactly. Or the Browns, you know.
Yep.
So, but I could be wrong. I'm wrong all the time. You know what I feel like is a problem with society, kind of. And I don't mean to like be that guy or whatever.
No. Please.
But just it's the fact that people have a problem being wrong. You know what? I'm wrong all the fucking time. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fine, whatever. I'll admit it. I'm wrong. But you know what I mean? But at the same time, when it comes to this guy, I feel like he needs to be a luxury pick, not a need pick. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fine, whatever. Like I said, if I'm wrong about Kyle Trask, I'm wrong. But I really feel like he's one of the better quarterbacks in this draft.
Absolutely, man. You know, and it's okay to have a take and be wrong. It's okay.
But if I'm right, give me my credit.
Absolutely. Hey, you right about that. I mean, look, it's not a science. There's no right or wrong. Like, we don't know how these guys are going to turn out. We don't know. I mean, all we have is data to go off of, and sometimes that data doesn't really materialize into how great they might be in the league. So that's it. So you're right. I mean, Kyle Trask could be the best quarterback in this draft. I mean, look at Dak Prescott. He got picked 4th overall. I mean, in the 4th round.
Like, who is this guy? Joe Tryon, linebacker from Washington. I don't know who the fuck that guy is. No, actually, no, I do know who that is. They actually talked about him moving up the boards at the last second.
No.
But, yeah, I mean, but you know what? Listen, I have no problem being the guy that's wrong. I have no problem being the idiot. You know what I mean?
Right.
I really don't. And I feel like people, just in general, like it's okay to be wrong. People in every position in life are wrong about things.
Right.
It's okay to be wrong. You know what I mean? Like, don't feel bad. Like, you're gonna be really right about some things, and you're gonna be really wrong
about a lot of things.
It's
Absolutely.
okay. Like, don't feel bad. It's okay. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
And I'm okay. I'm okay being wrong.
Right.
But I'm mostly not.
Absolutely, man. Well,
I was waiting for you, man. I didn't even get a reaction out of you.
but you're right. I mean, it's okay to be wrong. No one's perfect. So
Right.
it is what it is. But Daniel, man, we survived, dude. We did it, man. 4.5 hours. We thugged it out. Thank you so much, man. I'm getting ready to sign off. I got to eat something, but appreciate you, man. It's good to have you on. I got to get you back on the show more often now that, back up and running, and get your insight on some of the stuff, especially from the betting odds perspective. So, but thank you, man, so much for sticking on and giving your insight, man. Thanks a lot. Any parting words before you get out of here?
Yes, sir. I do have a couple of parting words. Thank you so much for having me on. And tell your friends I would love to be a guest on their podcast. But
Absolutely.
overall, man, just you know what? Let me just tell the people something real quick. And I know you're starving, but this is way harder than you guys think. And you did a phenomenal job. Like I said, you're Mr. Dynamic. I call you that for a reason. You're a fantastic host. And you did a fantastic job. So thank you, and have a great night, and get something to eat, my friend.
I will, man. Thank you so much, Daniel, man. That's Daniel Sports Ledger, man. He's one of the real ones out there, man. So I appreciate him. We started this show. I started at 4:30 on the dot. It's 9:00 Pacific Standard Time here, and we just wrapped up the draft. So I'm gonna leave here just a moment, but I'm just gonna kind of break down a little bit what happened tonight. We all know Trevor Lawrence went number 1. No surprise there. Zach Wilson number 2. The first surprise of the evening, Mac Jones did not go to the 49ers. He ended up being picked in the 15th round by the New England Patriots, but Trey Lance went number 3 to the 49ers, which I love that pick. Another surprise pick. The Cowboys traded out of the 10th spot because why? They were not able to get any corners. The biggest talk going into the draft was that they were going to take a corner. Was it Patrick Surtain Jr. or was it J.C. Horn? They didn't get neither one of them. They ended up getting Micah Parsons, the middle linebacker from Penn State. And another surprising factor, the Bengals did not take an offensive tackle. They took Joe Burrow's running mate, wide receiver out of LSU. God, I forgot his name already. That's how long it's been, man. And I'm spent. I'm spent. They ended up taking what's his name? God, Jamar Chase. So that's a wrap, man. Hey, I'm gonna definitely have a reaction video posted to YouTube sometime through the week. Make sure you guys follow that. Make sure you guys go and support my YouTube channel, man. I need all the support I can get on that. I'm trying to get to 100. I'm at 94, man. Just help me out. I need 6 more people to get to 100 by the end of the month. That's my goal. But hey, man, it was a great time. I appreciate everyone that stopped by the show. D Sports Ledger, Daniel Cameron. We had Charles Jackson, the realest cowboy, Barry Grant Jr. from the All Even podcast, Bryson Carver from the Carving It Up podcast, Big Low from the New Channel Sports Show. Tremendous guys. These guys hung out there for as long as they could. They tapped out, but me and Daniel were the last 2 remaining. We were the first 2 to start it, and we did it. But this is this might be a new tradition that I do every year, and I was glad to bring it to you guys. But other than that, man, that's it for the first round of the NFL 2021 NFL Draft. Hope you guys enjoyed the coverage. Make sure you guys follow me on all my social media platforms. But until next time, everyone, I'm signing off. This is Clutch Sports Talk Live with me, Ryan Flowers. Never settle till the work is done. Peace and love, guys. Clutch Sports Talk Live with Ryan Flowers is presented by All Pro Digital Sports, the future in sports media content. Man, I'm tired. Let's go.